Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became Seal Master Prodigy? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Hokage's office. Sarutobi looked out the window of his office smirking in amusement as he looked upon the latest prank pulled off by one Naru Uzumaki, not that anyone knew who it was. The entire Hokage monument had graffiti painted all over it in a bright neon orange, making the various Hokages look goofy. Letting out a small chuckle, he turned around to the group of Jonin behind him. They were all the potential Jonin senseis of the potential genin, including his surrogate granddaughter. "Thank you all for coming today," the Hokage said as he took his seat, looking the group over. He had handpicked them all himself out of the hundreds of applicants to teach the next generation of shinobi. "We will be observing the genin exams today, and once they are finished I will be hearing the team recommendations from Irika, then listen to your requests and your reasons for teams tomorrow. Please bear in mind that my decision is final." The assembled Jonins nodded in understanding as the Sandaime projected the image of the academy classroom using his crystal ball technique. Academy, examination room. Naru sighed as she easily breezed through the exam, only answering 3/4 of the exam correctly on purpose. Even if she wasn't going to be returning to the academy, Naru wanted to keep the full extent of her abilities hidden. She wasn't certain, but she thought that the Sandaime knew she was hiding her full skill set from the way she had occasionally caught him smile at her with an amused look in his eyes. But, since he didn't say anything, neither did she. Once she was finished, she flipped the test over and began looking around the classroom at her classmates. Ever since the civilian council managed to take over the academy during the time that Sarutobi was trying to retake control, there have been a large increase in civilian shinobi, which wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but the majority of them were lost in their fantasies of rescuing princesses or being rescued by their prince, Sasuke, and didn't understand the hardline truth of the shinobi world where death was a constant companion and the shinigami was always looking over your shoulder. Her eyes landed on a pink-haired, green-eyed girl named Sakura Haruno, the daughter of Councilwoman Abi Haruno, who hated Naru with a passion that was passed down to Sakura, who was always saying that Naru was trying to steal her Sasuke-kun away from her, something that always made Naru snort and roll her eyes. While she respected the fact that Sasuke was indeed strong for his age and did go through some harsh times, she despised the fact that he clung on so desperately to his hatred for his brother. While she would be angry in his position, she would never allow her hatred to consume her. It just weakens you in the end. Her eyes flicked briefly over to the said Uchiha as she frowned. He scorned all human contact and pushed away anyone who wanted to become his friend, mocking people's efforts to become stronger. He never realized how strong he could have been if he had just accepted somebody into his life. Tearing her eyes away from the brooder, it was starting to make her feel depressed. She settled on Ino Yamanaka, the heir to the Yamanaka clan and one of Sasuke's fangirls. Naru shuddered at the thought of the heir of Konoha's most prominent clans trying to gain favor with the emo Avenger. If Sasuke ever asked, she would have happily handed over all of her clan's secrets to the boy in an attempt to woo the boy. She was thankful that Sasuke seemed to be too stupid to realize it. The next person who caught her attention was Kiba Inuzuka. He was an interesting one to be sure, always bragging about how awesome he was and trying to show Sasuke up constantly only to be humiliated in the end. She enjoyed watching him though. He was something of the anti-Sasuke, boisterous and engaging. She actually enjoyed speaking with him from time to time. He certainly had a good sense of humor, despite his occasional feral tendencies. The next person she saw made her smile, Hinata Hyuga, one of the few people that Naru could call a friend. She was shy and introverted, but had a kind heart that wished for the best of everyone. Despite the pressures from her father and clan elders, she continued to pursue a friendship with the redhead, making Naru appreciate it all the more, especially after she told Hinata the truth about her being a Jinchuriki. She had found out that the Sandaime's law doesn't affect her, only the older generations. Hinata, in a surprising display of anger, cursed for an hour straight without repeating a single word. Naru giggled at the thought and turned to the person who sat next to Hinata, Shino Aburame. He was an odd one to be sure, but his cool logic and analytical skills could not be denied. When she had first met him, she was initially creeped out by him not seeming to have any emotions, But once she found out about the Aburame's Kikaichu bugs living symbiotically with them, she found herself growing interested in the clan and asked some general questions, being respectful enough to stay away from the clan secrets. In return, Shino answered her questions and a friendly relationship was born. Up in a top corner, her eyes settled on an interesting pair of people, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. Shikamaru was lazy, but Naru knew that under that lazy facade was an intelligence that far surpassed her own, having lost many shogi games to the lazy shadow user in the past. Choji was a boy whose heart was nearly as big as Hinata's own, although should someone call him fat, they were quick to learn just how strong the Akimichi clan really was. Irika Yumino, one of the two teachers for her class, and an elder brother figure for Naru, called for pencils down as he and Mizuki Toji, a real BSRD who put up a mask of being nice in an attempt to sabotage her, began collecting their papers before the ninjutsu portion of the test. Once they left the room with the first student to be tested, the class began whispering amongst themselves, exchanging thoughts on how they thought they did on the test. Naru pulled out a book on beginner Fuinjutsu that was given to her by the Sandame and started reading. One by one the students were called away for the test, with none of them returning back to the classroom. Naru Uzumaki. Her name was finally called after nearly everyone else was called in. Closing her book, Naru stood up and headed over to the next room where Irika and Mizuki waited, sitting behind a table that had a bunch of hayatash with different colored cloths lined up on it. Right, Naru-chan, the test is simple, Irika informed. You must perform the 3 basics in order to get a passing grade. Naru nodded in understanding before forming a single-handed ram seal and using kawarimi with on of the chair in the room before using the same jutsu to get back to her original position. Next she formed the full ram seal to henge herself into a copy of the Sandame. Finally she formed the 3 seals required for the clone jutsu and concentrated for a second before a plume of smoke erupted within the room and 20 illusionary copies of Naru appeared. Even after 4 years of training, this was the smallest amount of clones she could do with the amount of chakra she had. Irika looked mildly surprised at the amount of clones she produced, while Mizuki was slack-jawed. Well done, Naru-chan, Irika congratulated, smiling at his favorite student. You pass. Please accept one of these hayatash. Naru grinned widely as she picked up a black-clothed hayate and tied it around her forehead with some of the 2 cloth ends trailing back down her back to near her shoulder blades. Thanks, sensei. She chirped, leaving the room into the second classroom where those who passed were waiting. Once the last person finished, Irika and Mizuki walked into the room with smiles on their faces. Congratulations to all of you, Irika said proudly. Now, you will need to get your ninja registration forms in by tomorrow and report back here on the following day for your team assignments. Yes, sensei. The class coursed before Irika dismissed them, allowing them to go their own way. Next day, Naru sighed contently as she walked through the village, ignoring the shocked mutters of the villagers that centered around the headband proudly displayed on her forehead. She had a slight smile on her face, feeling proud of herself. Even though she knew she would easily pass thanks to her secret training, she was still concerned about sabotage attempts to her actual exam. As an added bonus, now that she was a kunoichi of Konoha, if any of the villagers tried to harm her and she retaliated, she would never be tried by a civilian court. Instead, the judge would be the Hokage. Entering the Hokage tower, Naru smiled and waved to the receptionist, heading up to the registration room where the Hokage waited. Hi, Gigi. Naru greeted with a wide smile, making the elderly leader smile in return. On Nurchan, Sarutobi greeted with a calm smile as she stood in front of him, handing him her registration form. How are you doing today? Naru shrugged indifferently. Not bad. I am a bit nervous about the team I'll be on though, she admitted. But so long as it's not with any fangirls or Sasuke, it'll be fine. Sarutobi chuckled as he stamped his approval seal on the page and filed it away. I'll see what I can do for that. He assured the genin. A couple of jonins have expressed interest in having you on their teams. Naru blinked in surprise at the before grinning. I'll trust in you, judgment Gigi, she assured before heading Tati doorway. I'll see you later. Naru headed out the door and into the hallway, passing by a young boy that had a scarf trailing down from his neck to the floor and clinging a training shuriken tightly as he peeking into the room that the Hokage was in. Her eyebrow raised as she subtlety watched the boy from the shadows as he tried to attack the Hokage, only to fail as he tripped over his own overly large scarf. He began accusing him of a setup and trap as another man entered the room, making Naru roll her eyes as he spoke of his teachings being the shortcut to the Hokage seat and power. There are no shortcuts to power. She thought to herself as the sunglasses-wearing man continued to refer to the boy as honored grandson. So this is Konoha Maruha? She mused as she watched him as he scowled at his tutor who never spoke his name once, only referring to the boy by his title. I can relate, kid. Maybe. Naru smirked as the kid slipped away from the two adults, with only the Hokage noticing as his grandson slipped away. His eyes flicked over to Naru as he gave her a subtle nod, smirking slightly as she saw her grin widely and nod. Outside the Hokage tower, Konomaru grumbled as he stalked away from the Hokage tower, his arms crossed and a frown on his face. Stupid Ebisu, he thought to himself, growling, can't even call me by my real name, let alone teach me properly. He was so absorbed into his thoughts that he didn't see the book until it landed on his head, earning a loud yelp from the boy. Rubbing his head with tears in the corner of his eyes, he looked around, scowling, only to see no one. Picking up the book, he looked it over, spotting the title, Shinobi, the basic guide for would-be ninjas. Curious, he opened the cover to spot a small written note on the inside flap. The handwriting was unfamiliar. If you want to get strong, do not look for shortcuts. This is my gift to you to learn from, as I did. It got me on the path that I am on today, and it can do the same for you. Your mysterious ally. P.S. If you want to increase your stealth abilities, try pranking people. Start with the ones who refuse to recognize who you are. P.P.S. Also, look to the left of training area 24. There is an unused area that would be perfect for some secret training. Blinking, Konomaru grinned widely as he closed the book and rushed to find his secret training place to start reading. With Naru smiled warmly as she watched Konohamaru jog away, clutching the first book she ever owned with a happy smile on his face. Go get him, kiddo. Show those blind villagers who Konohamaru Sarutobi is. She thought before her stomach rumbled. Been a while since I've been to Ichiraku's. Think I'll have some ramen for lunch. Hokage Tower. The Hokage entered the Jonin meeting room and took a seat behind his desk, carrying a stack of folders with him as the Jonins who wished to be senseis gathered around his desk. Right then, I will now be taking requests for team placements from you all in regards to the current rookie roster. One by one, various Jonins stepped forward, naming 3 genins each that they wished for and stating reasons why they wished for that particular team. This continued on until there were 4 Jonins left. The only woman of the 4 stepped forward. She was exceedingly beautiful with raven black hair and crimson red eyes that had a circle surrounding the iris and wearing a dress that looked to be made of wrappings. This was Kurina Yuhi, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. I would like a team formed of Kiba Inazuka, Shino Aburame and Hinata Hyuga, she requested politely. I believe that the 3 of them combined with their Kekkei Genkai abilities can become a strong recon recovery team. Sarutobi nodded in understanding. Very well, I will grant you the team, as Irika had noted that the 3 of them would be combined well with each other. He agreed, stamping the 3's personnel records. The next one to step up had several similarities to the Hokage in his youth, with black hair and eyes with a beard running along his chin. He was wearing the standard Jonin's outfit with a scarf around his waist that held the symbol of the 12 ninja guardians. This was the Hokage's son and Konohamaru's uncle, Asuma Sarutobi. I'd like the next generation of the Ino Shikacho trio. He stated, the 3 currently are not that great at teamwork, but I think with the proper motivation I can get them up to snuff. Hijiran took a puff from his pipe as he looked his son over before nodding. I think so too, he agreed, stamping the papers. I hope you can bring in the teamwork of the 12 ninja guardians into this team, Asuma. Asuma nodded as he stepped back. All that was left were 2 Jonins. One was tall with silvery hair that stuck up, defying gravity, with the majority of his face covered by his face mask, along with his hiatus slanted over his left eye, leaving only his right eye visible. The second was about a half a head taller than the first and much younger, looking to just be leaving his teen years, with militaristic brown hair and a pair of heterochromatic eyes, with the left being bright gold with flecks of green and the right being dark green with flecks of gold. Across his left eye was a trio of jagged scars that ran from his forehead to his jaw, while on the right side a thin scar ran from his lower ear to mid-nose underneath his eye, while all over his body was an intricate tribal-like tattoo. He was wearing the standard Jonin flak jacket over a black t-shirt with a pair of woodland cameo pants along with pair of combat boots. At his side was an average-looking katana where instead of a cross guard was the head of an eastern dragon whose mouth looked to be spitting up the sword. The first one stepped forward. I think Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno and Naru Uzumaki would make a good heavy assault team with some good training. He requested as he read from an orange-colored book. This was Kakashi Hatake, the only surviving student of the Yondaime Hokage and also known as the Kapinin. A cough interrupted the Hokage's reply as the second one stepped forward. With all due respect, Kakashi-senpai, I have to disagree with you on that, he stated respectfully with a slight bow. This was Ryu Hizanaga, who was promoted to Jonin earlier that year shortly after he turned 19. I have observed the members of the class personally over the past week, both in the class and outside of it, and I have to say pairing Naru Uzumaki-san with Uchiha-san and one of his most obsessive fangirls would just be detrimental to her development. The room went silent as the Hokage and Kakashi appraised the young Jonin speculatively. Explain please, if you will, Ryu-kun. The Hokage requested with an interested tone. Of course Hokage-sama, Ryu replied bowing. I had observed both Uchiha-san and Uzumaki-san closely because I felt that they would be the ones who would benefit the most from my knowledge. However, that is when I found out something disturbing. The records made by the academy teachers, aside from one Irika Yumano, were horribly skewed. One report on Uchiha-san, and I quote, Uchiha-san shows great potential and is a positive force with his classmates with many friends, while for Uzumaki-san it said, Uzumaki-san shows repeatedly that she is not fit for being a ninja and cannot get along with any of her classmates. It is recommended that she is pulled from the shinobi program. But after observing the classroom I found that these reports were horrifically inaccurate. Uchiha-san shuns all contact with others, and while strong for an academy student is far too obsessed with obtaining revenge and power to be mentally stable. Uzumaki-san on the other hand, while a very private person, does actually attempt to connect with her peers and is good friends with the current Hyuga heiress. And while observing her outside of the classroom has shown that she is far more capable than she is showing. First unspoken rule of a shinobi, Asuma commented, don't reveal your hand. And how do you believe this will impact Kakashi's choice for a team? Sarutobi asked as mutterings spread throughout the room. I hold no doubt that the team will fall apart before it could truly begin. With Uzumaki-san hiding her true skill level, when it's revealed Uchiha-san would react with jealousy, demeaning that she'd give him her powers and abilities. Ryu explained, then Uzumaki would be even more distrustful of both her teammates, as Haruno-san would agree with everything Uchiha-san said in an effort to get on his good side for him to fall in love with her. The Hokage hummed in thought as murmurs swept the room and Kakashi closed his book, putting it away, appraising the rookie Jonin sensei wannabe. Why would she be distrustful, Kohai? Kakashi asked curiously. Ryu looked over to Kakashi with a raised eyebrow. Take a look at her past, Kakashi-senpai. He said quietly, she is a Jinchuriki who grew up hated by the majority of the population, with only a sparingly few amount of people treating her with any sort of decency until Hokage-sama cracked down on the population. Even then she was still distrustful of everyone, often purchasing under a henge to hide her identity. She would make an attempt to connect with any team she is placed with for certain, but with Uchiha-san's arrogance and Haruno-san's obsession would make that all but impossible. Who would you suggest Naru-chan to be placed with then in order to bring out her full potential? The Hokage asked with a raised eyebrow. There is a pair that I have had my eye on, Ryu informed, pressing one of the markings on his arm, causing a pair of folders to appear with a poof of smoke. Makoto and Iko Seishin. They are genins whose teammate and sensei were killed in a mission gone bad. The Hokage hummed as he accepted the files and nodded. Yes, I remember them. He mused, what kind of team would they make? Their skills are quite varied. First response, Hokage-sama, both internally and externally, Ryu answered as the murmurs in the room increased. In surprise. That's quite ambitious of you, Ryu-kun, Sarutobi appraised. Can you get them to the required level of training? I wouldn't suggest it if I couldn't. Ryu informed with confidence. Give me 2 months of hard training and they'll be ready to start their duties. Hijiran looked the shinobi over carefully. First response teams were exceedingly rare, and not only were the shinobi involved skilled in multiple aspects, but the teamwork required for it was substantial. You have 2 months, Ryu, with weekly progress reports, he said, finally stamping the files. If you cannot get them an acceptable level, I will be handing the team to another sensei and they will become a basic frontline team, understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. Ryu informed, saluting sharply, his eyes brimming with fire. Very well then, Kakashi, your team will be given a genin who has already graduated, that is all dismissed. The Hokage orders as the jonins filed out. Sorry, senpai, Ryu apologized to Kakashi as they walked out. I know you've been wanting to teach her, but… No need, Kohai, Kakashi assured good-naturedly. You brought up some valid points. I suppose I should have actually done more than read the academy reports. Ryu took a quick glance around to ensure no one would overhear them. I know that for all intents and purposes she is essentially a younger sister to you, especially considering who her parents were, he said, putting up a finger to stop Kakashi's response. You know, outside of lightning ninjutsu, I don't have that much knowledge in ninjutsu. Maybe once a week you can swing by. Kakashi I smiled at the younger jonin. And I'm sure you can give my students some pointers on armed combat. He agreed nonchalantly. Good luck, Ryu. I know that you've been waiting for this for a long time. Thanks, senpai. I appreciate everything you've for me. Not many Raiton users in Konoha, Ryu said before disappearing in a flurry of sparks. Tatami, the next day. Naru yawned as she leant back in her seat in her usual back right-hand corner near the window, waiting for Irika to enter the room. She had spent her night reading up on her latest project that caught her attention, Fuinjutsu. It was a difficult one and was her clan's specialty back when Uzumaki was still around. She had yet to try any sort of seals, although her theoretical knowledge was building up at a rapid rate. Her thoughts were interrupted as the door opened and a bandaged Irika entered the room, causing a couple of murmurs to sweep the room. Greetings, genin. Irika greeted, smiling. You are gathered here today to be placed into your genin squads under your jonin sensei. First, Nair, you are being placed with a pair of older genin and your sensei wants you to meet him in training ground 25. Naru gathered her things and stood up. Thanks, sensei. She chirped, ignoring the mutters from the fangirls in the class about her getting booted for being weak. Training Ground 25 was a basic training ground with a mid-sized pond and a small patch of forest and a small open field where a single person was waiting in a meditative position. Welcome, Naru Uzumaki-san. The man said cheerily. You're the first to arrive. I'm Ryu Hizanaga, your new jonin sensei. The others should be here soon. Naru bowed in greeting, taking in everything about her new sensei. He was tall with a wiry frame and tattoos scrawled across his body, although with Naru's growing knowledge she was able to recognize parts of a seal, mostly containment and storage seals, although the rest of it escapes her. It's nice to meet you, Hizanaga-sensei. She getting a chuckle from Ryu. You can call me by your first name, he said as she sat across from him. I have to say, you have quite the reputation with the jonins and enbus. You managed to make quite a few admirers among them. I have to ask though, why bleach? Naru blushed as she scratched the back of her head, a slight smile on her face. Well, it's not exactly an easy thing to get out, and while they had such a large security gap, I had to do something and the bleach would remind them of their failures. Ryu laughed loudly as a pair of genin entered the training ground. Ah, the final two arrive. Welcome, Makoto Seishin-san, Iko Seishin-san. I am Ryu Hizanaga, your sensei, and this is your teammate Naru Uzumaki. Nice to meet you, sensei, Naru-san. The female genin, Makoto, said with a bow. They were both about 5 feet 8 inches with spiky snow-white hair, although Makoto had a ponytail that fell to her shoulder blades, and both were wearing black shinobi boots and pants with black-white shirts and silver-colored gloves, although Makoto's clung to her frame, revealing her feminine curves. Ryu smiled as he gestured for them to sit. Now that we are all here, how about we all introduce ourselves? He requested. Basic stuff, likes, dislikes, and your goals for the future. How about I start? Like I said, my name is Ryu Hizanaga. I like weapons of all sorts, and I do enjoy teaching others. I dislike traitors and lack of information. My goal for the foreseeable is twofold: training you and setting up an information network to rival that of Sannin Jiraiya. He gestured to Nair to continue. Naru Uzumaki. I like ramen from Ichiraku's, reading various books and learning new things. My dislikes are not being able to find information on something, being judged before people get to know me, and ignorance. I'm Iko-Seishin. I like my twin sister Makoto, my aunt and uncle, as well as playing pranks. I dislike murderers, RPSTS, and any sort of bad guys. My goal is to become stronger so that I don't lose a member of my family again. Makoto-Seishin, I like my family and doing pranks with my family. I have similar dislikes as my brother, and my own goal is to eventually join the ANBU Corps. Ryu smiled as he looked them over. Good, I will be honest with you, he said seriously. I want to make this team into a FRT. This is one of the most demanding teams in existence. We do not specialize in anything, yet we use all aspects of shinobi training. For the next 2 months I will be training you, and if I cannot bring you up to the Hokage's standard, I will be replaced and you will become a frontline team. Sensei, why are you putting your job on the line for this? Makoto asked nervously. Ryu closed his eyes and sighed before opening them again. I believe that the three of you have the potential to become greater than the Sen. He leant forward. I will not lie, you three will go through hell. Starting tomorrow you three will move into my family's compound. We will eat together, bathe together, sleep together, fight together, hurt together, cry together, and celebrate together. Typically most genin go through a second test, as you two know, Makoto, Iko, but you three will not. The following 2 months will be your training. Naru Uzumaki's apartment. Naru looked around her small apartment with a sense of nostalgia. She had packed up everything she owned in a series of scrolls as per her sensei's orders in preparation for moving into the compound he lived in for their 2-month training PRD. She wasn't exactly sad to leave the apartment, but she wasn't happy about leaving it either. The Sandame had oversaw the addition of the security seals around her apartment personally, and along with the traps she had added, the only place more secure was the Hokage Tower, the Hokage's residence and ANBU headquarters. It was her sanctuary away from the angry, spiteful eyes of the villagers. This place, ever since I was old enough to cook, I had lived here. It's kinda sad to leave it behind, even for only a couple of months. She thought to herself, but I suppose it's symbolic really. I'm leaving this place, my past, to move on to my future, sensei's training. Taking one last look around, she picked out the bag that held the sealing scroll and left the apartment, sealing it down before leaping away for her new home for the next 2 months. Seishin household. Iko sighed as he packed the last article of his room and took a look around the now spotlessly clean room. It was always a point of contention between him and his sister and aunt on how messy his room was normally kept, something I'll probably have to change while living at Sensei's place. He thought to himself as he picked up his bag and headed over to his sister's room. Hey Makotone, he said as he entered her equally bare room as she finished her own packing. How's the packing going? Just about finished, Iko and I. Makoto informed her twin with a smile. So, what do you think of our new sensei and teammate? Iko sighed as he sat down on the bed. I'm not sure really, he admitted. They seem nice enough, and Hizanaga-sensei must be strong if Hokage-sama is allowing him to attempt to make us into a FRT. Makoto nodded in agreement with her twin brother. I wonder, are we doing mom and dad proud? She said as she sat down next to her brother and leant against him. I mean, Tachi-sensei and Rei-chan were killed on our first C rank. We had gotten false intel on the mission Nei-sen, Iko assured half-heartedly. The client lied about the fact that there were ninjas after him. I know. Makoto sighed as Iko wrapped an arm around her shoulder. I just wish that they were still here. Me too, Nei-san, me too. Iko agreed. Hizanaga compound. The Hizanaga compound was in a more secluded area of Konoha, being completely surrounded by a small forest with the actual household in the center of a clearing that bore a large pond off to the side, along with dozens of training posts and weapon stands that bore an assortment of both basic and exotic weaponry. As the new members of Squad 11 walked down the walkway leading up to the household, they looked around awed at the area around them. While not considered a full clan like the Aburames or the Inazukas, the Hizanaga family was well respected not only for their weapon mastery but their skill in fuinjutsu that made many envious. The genin of Squad 11 walked up the path leading to the compound together, having met up outside of the small forest that the compound was located in. Nice place. Iko commented with a low whistle. Glad you like it. A voice drawled from behind them, making the genin jump and turn in their battle stances only to see their sensei standing there, because it's going to be your hell on earth for the next 2 months. Follow me, I'll show you the house. An hour later. Once he had shown them around the house and gave them some time to become accustomed to their new room, he had said that they would be sharing the same room as they needed to be used with being in close quarters with one another. Finally he them to the sitting room where they all sat down with a cup of tea. Now, I am going to take this chance to go through the next 2 months of training with you so that if you have any questions we can get them out of the way. Ryu informed, sipping his tea as the 3 genin listened with rapt attention. The first week will be training drills so that I can get a good grasp of your full skill set. He gave Naru a knowing look as he said this, making her smile sheepishly. The second week I'll be starting you on conditioning training to get your speed up, as FRTs rely heavily on their speed. The third week is when it gets hard. Not only will you be doing the conditioning training in the morning, but in the afternoon you will be beginning your training in the various ninja arts. Genjutsu, ninjutsu, taijutsu and teamwork. I have some friends coming in to train you in their respective specialties. Kakashi Hatake for ninjutsu, Kurenai Yuhi for genjutsu, Might Guy for taijutsu and Asuma Sarutobi for teamwork. In return I'll be teaching his students a bit in armed combat. The fourth week you will start learning a weapon. I'll use the first 3 weeks to assess you to see what weapon you would be best at. In the 5th week I will teach you Fuinjutsu. Naru, I know that you have started learning the basics, so I will teach you some more advanced stuff. He took a deep breath and looked them over with a careful eye. The 5th and final week will be a week-long survival test. All you have learned will be put to the test. This will be overseen by the Hokage himself to ensure that the 3 of you are ready to be a FRT. Any questions? The 3 shook their heads in denial, making him nod. Very well, we begin at dawn tomorrow, so be sure to get to bed early, you'll need the rest. The next morning, Naru yawned as she staggered out into the training field, glaring at her sensei with her 2 new teammates. I loathe your very existence, sensei. She growled as they lined up in front of him. Ryu shrugged unrepentantly. A reminder, he said seriously, FRTs can and will be called out at any time, even if they just finished an S-rank mission. You need to be able to wake up and be ready in an instant. So until you can do that and wake up to this, he rang a small bell that tinkled with a soft sound. If you don't, I will proceed to soundproof your room and wake you up with this. He held up a foghorn and blew it, making the birds in the area erupt into the sky as the genin covered their ears. Now that we have that covered, let us begin with a light spar. The glint that was in his eye told the genin that his idea of a light spar would end with them on the ground, bruised and bleeding. Oh, how they would come to hate that glint in his eye. Week 1 report. So far so good. I've gotten a good grasp on their skill set. The twins are somewhat reliant on their bloodline. What clan isn't these days? However, they have a strong base of skills that I can build up on. Iko seems to be an odd mix of taijutsu and ninjutsu abilities. Should be interesting to see how it's developed. Makoto, on the other hand, seems to be developed towards genjutsu and iriajutsu. Naruchan, however, Kami, that kid is skill. She was made for first response. I think she'll be able to surpass his speed when the time comes, and her adaptability is astounding, not to mention her ability to soak up knowledge in any subject. On that note, I have given her unlimited access to the Hizanaga clan library. She'll certainly get better use out of it than me. Like I said, her speed is her best ability. She is using a taijutsu that I haven't seen in a long time too. Kakashi-ken, where did she learn that? In terms of the next week, I'll be having a special jonin coming in to help me with their conditioning. I think she can give them the incentive to move faster. Ryu Hizanaga, jonin of Kanahagakure. Hokage's reply. I am glad to hear you approve of them, and I am also confused as to where she learned the Kakashi-ken. It hasn't been used in Konoha for years. The last user died during the massacre. See if you can get the information from her. Sarutobi Hijiran, Sandaime Hokage of Kanahagakure. Week 2, Wednesday. Naru panted as she hid behind a tree trunk with Makoto and Iko on either side of her. Kami, who the is this chick? Iko asked in a panic. Some psycho demon from the netherworld? Anko Mitarashi, special jonin of Tanned Eye. Nair answered, panting for breath, keeping a close eye on her surroundings. I heard she was nuts, but god damn it. And are you? Makoto shouted, grabbing onto the red head and phasing them out of existence with her bloodline just as a gigantic python broke through the tree, passing through Naru. "I found you!" One Anko Mitarashi sang as she strolled into view, her chest barely covered by the tan overcoat she was wearing over top a fishnet shirt and hot pants. "You gotta be faster than that." Iko said as he prepared himself for a thrashing, all the while trying to avoid drooling over the scantily clad female before him. Week 2 report. While I know my method of conditioning training was rather, shall we say, unorthodox, you have to admit that it was very effective, nearly tripling their base speed without chakra. Guy was rather excited when I mentioned that. Some of the other senseis were also rather interested as well. Be prepared for several requests for Anko's assistance. I am actually looking forward to the next week. This will give them a chance to get used to following an assortment of different leaders while also helping them learn from specialists. The plan will be they will spend 2 days with them each while I give their students a crash course in Kenjutsu and Fuinjutsu. Guy will be working with them on the Monday-Tuesday the following week as they have Sundays as a resting day. I must recommend that this become a requirement, maybe even having the teams have a mixed training day, where they met up and swap members, each one genin reforming a new team, to help the bonding process with their peers. As for the matter of her learning Kakashi Ken, she is being tight-lipped. I believe it'll have to wait till I can garner more trust. Ryu Hizanaga, Jonin of Kanahagakure. Letter from the Hokage. While I am still rather upset that you introduced someone I consider a granddaughter, let alone the fact that they bonded and have become friends, to someone like Anko, I cannot deny the fact that it has indeed produced excellent results, and not to mention that they are good friends for each other given their past histories, and will approve the other sensei's requests. As for the mixed training day, I approve of this idea and will begin implementing it immediately, beginning with the 2 newest years of genins broken into groups of 9. Your team is exempt for the time being due to your need for the extensive training. On a side note, what of it? Has Naru-chan spoken to her teammates about it? Sarutobi Hijiran, Sandame Hokage of Kanahagakure. Free. Sorry I'm late. A black cat had crossed my path and I had to take a different route, only for an elderly lady to have dire need for someone to carry her groceries to her home that was at the top of the Hokage monument. One Kakashi Hatake apologized as he strolled into the Hizanaga training field. 3 sets of eyes bored into him as the 3 genins glared at the Jonin. Hatake-sensei, Ryu-sensei told me to inform you that Hokage-jiji, if you are late one more time then you, special collection will be banned from Konoha, whatever that means. Naru informed, muttering at the end. Kakashi paused for a moment as he considered what was said. He would do it too, wouldn't he? He thought to himself before sighing. Right then, who here knows about elemental affinities? He asked, pushing those dire thoughts away. Week 3, Wednesday. Kurenai Yuhi looked around the compound appreciatively as she walked up the well-beaten pathway. Nice place. Wonder if Ryu-san would rent out some rooms for a month? She murmured, following Ryu's handwritten directions to the training field. It would be a good place to take my team to train. Looking around, she spotted her trainees for the next 2 days and smiled. Hello, I'm Kurenai Yuhi. As we don't have too much time to work with, let's start right away. What do the 3 of you know about chakra? Week 3, Friday. Hey Asuma-aji-san. Naru called out, waving to her pseudo-uncle figure who waved back, grinning around his cigarette. Hey kiddo, Asuma greeted. So these are your teammates, huh? Nice to meet y'all. Name's Asuma Sarutobi. I'll be teaching you some combat formations and teamwork exercises that I learned while a part of the 12 Ninja Guardians, so pay attention. Week 3 content, Monday. So Naru-chan, know anything about this Might Guy character? Makoto asked as they waited for their instructor. The twins had come to trust in the vast source of knowledge that was stored in Naru's head, and while they were curious about how she knew about every jonin that had taught them so far, some knowledge that was classified for Hokage's eyes only, they followed the old adage, ask no question, I shall tell no lies. Naru shrugged, taijutsu specialist to the extreme, she replied, has a summoning contract with turtles and will occasionally use pinwheels as weapons. There was a small note that said, beware the sunset. No clue as to what it meant though. I've got a bad feeling about this. Iko muttered. Before anyone could ask, however. Youth. Guy screamed as he hurtled down out of the sky, crashing into the ground with a thunderous explosion. When the smoke cleared, the 3 genin gaped at the green, spandex-clad, bowl-cut, fuzzy-eyebrowed glory. Kakashi, bullshit. What? Iko. The. Makoto. F dash. Nair. Why is it? You must reuse youthful students. Guy said in his normal exuberant way. My name is Might Guy and I will be teaching you the glorious and youthful art of taijutsu. I'm going to kill sensei. Naru ummed as she stared in horror as she swore light stared to shine behind the man. Was that a wave crashing she heard? Will help. The twins agreed in a heartbeat as they saw a sunset begin to appear behind Guy with the landscape miraculously changing to a rocky outcropping at the sea. Week 3 report. Hokage-sama. Well, they came through, I told them to go all out and my team is definitely the better for it. They even nearly managed a lethal blow when I returned after Guy was finished with them. The rest of this week I'll be busy teaching them weaponry and fuinjutsu. If you don't mind, Yugao and Heiate both offered their services for the kenjutsu aspect. Also, Jiraiya wouldn't happen to be in town, would he? His input for the fuinjutsu would be invaluable outside of the Kami Hogo, divine protection, imprinted on my body. Side note. I need him to help me with something with it, it's acting a bit funny, and a couple of Hizanaga clan seals I can only teach them so much, Naru especially, give her half a year under Jiraiya and she'll surpass me easily. As for it, I do have a plan, all I ask for is your trust. Ryu Hizanaga. Jonin of Konohagakure. Pidatus. Enko has offered Naru a room in her apartment, Kami help us all. Hokage's response. Yugao's and Heiate's request is granted, they are free to help you. As for your second request, Jiraiya is in fact coming into town for the coming weekend to hand over some reports. I'll have him drop by even if I have to escort him personally. Actually, I just might do that. Very well, just ensure that you know what you are doing. If you do something to harm her, may Kami have mercy on your soul, for I will not. Sarutobi Hijiran. Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure. Pidatus. Hell, I blame you for this and anything that happens as a result. Week 4, Wednesday. Yo, thanks for coming you too. Ryu called out to the approaching couple, Yugao and Heiate. Yugao was an attractive woman with long purple hair that hung loose to her waist while Heiate was a sickly-looking man with bags under his eyes. Of course, cough, Heiate replied, grinning at his younger friend. So what'll we be teaching? Naru will be learning twin tantos, Makoto will be good with a pair of seiyus and Iko will be receiving a wakizashi. Ryu replied, leading them to the training field, good fast-hitting weapons. Yugao nodded, should be interesting to see the result, she said, grinning. Let's get to it. Week 4, Friday. Do I really have to do this, sensei, teaching a bunch of brats? Jiraiya asked, looking nearly appalled. Ryu's decent enough to teach them the basics. Sarutobi sighed as he shook his head. Yes, Jiraiya, you do, he informed with a hard voice that brooked no argument, and you will be working with just one of them. Ryu thinks she could be even better than Minato. Jiraiya snorted in disbelief. I'll eat my books the day I see that happen, he informed, looking slightly cross. Minato is one of a kind. The only one who could possibly hold a candle to him would be his own kid. Sarutobi lowered his hat to hide the smirk he was bearing before knocking on the door. Just a sec. A feminine voice shouted, making Jiraiya perk up. Ooh, a nice voice. Young but will definitely bloom later on, he commented, grinning perversely. Maybe this won't be so bad. Gathering up some favors won't be so bad. The door opened and Sarutobi nearly busted out in laughter seeing it was Naru who answered the door. Gigi. Naru shouted, grinning widely. I had no idea you were the one Ryu-sensei convinced to help with the fuinjutsu lessons. Sarutobi let out a slight chuckle as he shook his head. No, not me, unfortunately, he informed, making Naru pout a little as Jiraiya twitched as she had placed her arms under her budding breasts that were already at a small C-cup, jutting them out a bit. It will be him. Naru, may I introduce Jiraiya of the Sen? Jiraiya, this is the genin you will be teaching, Naru Uzumaki. This time Sarutobi did burst out in laughter as Jiraiya's face turned from perverse to confusion to realization and finally to horror, and he realized just who it was he was already planning on putting into his book. Week 4 report. Week 4 turned out well despite not having as much time to work with. They are now proficient with their new weapons, and Makoto and Iko have a basic understanding of Fuinjutsu now. While Naru has surpassed my expectations in such a short time, was funny though seeing Jiraiya's reaction to who she was. This is it, isn't it? The final week will be a week-long survival exercise with a twist. They have to survive me. I'm sure you can see my plan with it now. I hope she will forgive me for this. When this is over, I will not argue if she wishes to transfer. I will step down as the squad leader so they can stay together as a team. Ryu Hizanaga. Jonin of Konohagakure. Hokage's response. Yes, it was funny to see Jiraiya's expression, and yes, Naru is definitely a full-on prodigy for Fuinjutsu. I can see your plan, and while I do not like it, I do agree it is necessary. Better in Konoha against her sensei than a foreign shinobi. I will be watching with a full squad of ANBU Sealing Corps, along with Tenzo on standby. I thank you for your thoughtfulness in that matter and am sure she will understand. Hijiran Sarutobi. Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure. Week 5. Monday morning. This is at U3, Sarutobi informed as he stood in front of the 3 genin at Training Field 25, also known as the Wasteland. It was a deserted city ruinscape nearly half the size of Konoha's population center, full of a mix of ruined and intact building. Your final test to see if you 3 will become a FRT will be this. You must survive the next 7 days in this training field using only what you have with you now. Come dawn next Monday the test will be declared over and you can leave the new genin of FR. You will not be alone out there, however. There are creatures known as Theandrikes, residing within this training field along with a single Jonin-level opponent who will be aiming to cause you serious harm, so do not hold back. Anything less than a full attempt to kill him will lead to you failing. The failure terms are simple. If you are all incapacitated from injury, then you fail. He looked them over with a hard look, inspecting each of them carefully, his eyes softening as they landed on N. Good luck, N. Begin. Week 5. Tuesday afternoon. Is it just me, or are we being watched? Iko asked, fingering the wakizashi strapped to his lower back, his eyes darting around the camp they had set up in an intact building that only had a single entrance. We are being watched, Naru confirmed. When the two looked at her, she sighed. Theandrikes. Massive wolf-like creatures nearly the size of a daft horse and have the ability to use chakra. They hunt in packs and have known we were here since we entered. They are just waiting for the best time to attack us. Any weaknesses? Makoto asked, weakly, looking frightened. Naru's mouth was a grim line. Not that I know of. She informed, making the other two gulp and glance at the door warily. Maybe we should add more traps. Iko suggested, getting up to do just that with his team joining him. Week 5. Wednesday morning. A harsh howl woke the 3 genin up quickly as they rose in combat position, weapons in hand, facing the doorway ready for anything to come through. Only the attack didn't come through the door, it came through the wall directly behind them. The instant they heard the wall break, they did Ryu's training proud, reacting within the second with the twins making themselves intangible while Naru backflipped up to the ceiling just in time for a dark gray blur to pass by where she was standing. When the blur came to a stop, they got their first clear look at a Theandrike. Like Naru said, it was a massive wolf-like creature 2 hairs breadth shorter than a daft horse, colored with gray fur with a patch of white shaped like an X on its B and a horrific scar where its right eye should be and similar scars covering its body. Me, Naru swore, staring down at the beast who was glaring up at her. I think that's an alpha. The twins' eyes widened, shaking slightly as a cold chill ran down their backs. The pack leader of a Theandrike pack was the most powerful and cunning of them all, taking the position by force while defending it from the same manner. The beast seemed to grin at Naru, looking like it was basking in their fear. Just how smart are they? Iko asked, shifting around it, still intangible like his sister. Smart enough. The beast growled gutturally, making the genin gasp, Makoto and Iko's intangibility faltering slightly. Yes, I can talk. We all can, not that you'll be able to tell anyone, you'll be break dash. The beast was interrupted as at Naru's signal the twins, who were standing at opposite sides of the beast, activate the second part of their bloodline, blasting out a massive bolt of green energy, slamming into the beast's flanks, drawing out a pained howl as they tore into it. I'll tear out your innards. The beast howled, leaping at Naru, its fangs glancing her thigh, ripping her kimono as a thin cut appeared on her thigh, making her wince right before it slammed its hindquarters into her with enough force that the wall she hit cracked from the impact. "I'll use you bones as a chugu." The beast leapt at the recovering Naru, only for Iko to tackle the beast, digging his wakizashi into its flank, making it howl in pain before snarling at the white-haired genin and bit into his arm, twisting its body in an seemingly impossible way and threw Iko to the wall opposite of Naru where Makoto caught him. The beast snarled before again twisting its body, grabbing Iko's wakizashi and yanking it out before letting it drop to the ground. Its rage-filled eyes landed on Iko, who was groaning in pain, clutching his bitten arm that was obviously broken with bone splinters sticking out. "Be sturdy," Makoto shouted, shooting out a bust of the green energy, catching the beast's attention as one of its forelegs shifted. "Makoto, watch out!" Naru shouted out in warning just as the beast leapt, its fangs aiming for the surprised girl's throat. The world seemed to freeze as Naru stared in horror at the scene before her. "Do you want to save her?" A calm masculine voice asked in her head. "Yes." The thought came instantly and unbidden. "Then do it, move like a flash of lightning, this is how." Images swirled before her eyes, and in that second Naru understood how as the world started moving just as Naru did. Just as the knowledge that was somehow imprinted into her mind told her, she channeled a burst of chakra to the soles of her feet, letting them burst out as if they were rocket, propelling her next to the Theandrike. Instantly her arm raised with a tanto in her grip. The world slowed as she screamed out in a downswing. She see the Theandrike's eyes widen in shock and surprise at her sudden appearance. It couldn't react in time. Nothing would have been able to, as her tanto pierced its skull, digging through flesh and bones, seeking its brain. The beast let out one last enraged, yet sorrowful howl before it died. "And Naru-chan?" Makoto asked in astonishment. What did you just do?" I don't know." Naru admitted honestly, staring down at her hand in astonishment. A howl broke them out of their astonishment, reminding them of the situation they were in. "Let's go," Naru said, retrieving her tanto and Iko's wakizashi while Makoto hefted Iko up by his uninjured arm. "We need to get out of here." "I wholeheartedly agree with you," Iko said before grunting in pain as Makoto accidentally bumped him against the wall. "Watch the arm." 5th week, Thursday evening. The genin eyed the Theandrikes that circled the new 3-story build they were held up in on the roof. Naru was looking out over the training field on lookout as her teammates rested, Iko's broken arm set and bandaged to the best of their abilities, watching the Theandrikes carefully. The beasts had treated the genins warily after the death of the Alpha. They had quickly retreated with after they killed the Alpha Theandrike, moving to a taller building so that the Theandrikes wouldn't employ the same tactic once again. Since then the Theandrikes had watched them with no less the 5 beasts at a time circling the building they were in, testing the perimeter traps that were set up. But the beasts were not what Naru was worried about. It was the Jonin-level enemies somewhere in the training field. It worried her that he hadn't made a move yet. What is he waiting for? She wondered, her eyes darting around the ground, watching a white-furred Theandrike pacing in front of the building opposite of them, its intelligent eyes never leaving hers. "Bring it," she whispered, challenging. The beast seemed to grin as if it hurt her, not that it would have surprised Naru given what she both read and experienced. Her thoughts drifted back to the strange occurrence that had happened during the battle. What was that voice? Why did it seem so familiar? She wondered, her eyes growing distant. Could it have been Kurama? Or was it something else? What could it have been? Her thoughts were interrupted as Makoto came up next to her, sitting down. "Hey," she greeted with a slight smile. "Hey." Naru returned the smile, somewhat surprised that Makoto was there. "Had trouble sleeping?" "A bit," Makoto admitted with a slight shrug. "I didn't get a chance earlier to say this, but thanks, you saved me and my brother's lives." Naru ducked her head to hide the slight blush dusting her cheeks. It was nothing. Why, you don't need to thank me," Naru said, trying to brush it off. "Not used to praise?" Makoto asked, a slight teasing note in her voice. "Naru, you saved me and Iko and I," she affirmed. "We owe that you and whatever it was you did back there, so thank you." The blush on Naru's face darkened a bit more. "Why, you're welcome," she said after a few seconds of silence. It's just no one's ever really thanked me before." Makoto looked at Naru appalled and confused. What? She asked finally, but why would that be? Naru shifted uncomfortably. I can't say. She whispered finally, a slight amount of tear building in the corner of her eyes. You'll hate me like the rest of them if I tell you why. Naranai Makoto was cut off as the Theandrites surrounding the building howled, followed by a loud yelp of pain. What the hell? Naru muttered, standing up, and looked out over the training field to see several Theandrites running away, all of them heavily injured. I think our real opponent has shown up. Yeah, Makoto agreed shakily. Who is it? I don't know, Naru admitted, frowning, but to make a pack retreat with that many injuries. Makoto, go get Iko into a more secure position and off the roof. I'll seal it off behind you. 5th week, Friday. The genin watched the surrounding area of their base, warily looking for any sign of the jonin. Goddammit, he's effing playing with us. Iko growled angrily, adjusting the strap to his sling to a more comfortable position. He knows he has us, so why doesn't he attack us? I don't know, Naru admitted with a deep frown. Damn it. If only I had at least their first name, then I might be able to guess at who it is. That's why Hokage-sama didn't tell us, Makoto realized, so that we wouldn't know who our opponent was. He always was a devious bastard, Naru muttered under her breath. My guess is whoever is out there is trying to wear us out by making us scared, so how about you two take a rest? I'll keep watch and wake Makoto up for the next shift. The twins nodded in relieved agreement and went over to their sleeping rolls for some rest. 5th week, Saturday. We need food, Makoto declared as she set his ceiling scroll down. I'm fresh out. Same here, Iko announced grumpily, his arm irritating him even more than usual. Damn it, Naru growled, glancing out the window. Here, I have a bunch of ration bars. We'll go out tomorrow to forage for some food. I'm sure we can at least avoid the jonin long enough for dawn. Sensei did ensure that we could outrun Anko. The two other genin snorted and smiled, nodding in agreement as they accepted the ration bars. Ugh, tastes like cardboard. Iko groaned, eating it anyways. Tell me about it. The girls coursed simultaneously before grinning at each other. 5th week, Sunday evening. I don't see anyone, Makoto announced as she and the rest of the team crept out of their base and into the field. So where are we going to find some food? We'll check the east part, Naru answered, her eyes scanning the area. If I remember correctly, there is a small wooded area there. We may be able to find some berry bushes at the least. The pair nodded and followed Naru as they dashed to the woods, only for Naru to suddenly come to a halt just as a kunai grazed her face. They whipped around to see their sensei standing there nonchalantly, katana in hand with blood dripping off it. Motherfucker! Naru cursed violently, showing an impressive reaction time by hurling a pair of kunai at Ryu. Ryu's bladed seemed to flicker as the sound of metal clashing echoed across the area while the two kunai dropped. Pretty fast there, Naruchan. Not fast enough though. He complimented with a serene smile. OF me sideways. Iko spat out as he quickly slid into a defensive stance. I would rather not, thank you. Ryu declined with a slight smirk. I'll have you know that I am not Orochimaru. His entire body seemed to flicker, and in just a blink of an eye, he was standing in front of Naru, his blade held above his head for a downswing. The real test begins now. The world seemed to slow for Naru again as the blade swung with the shouts of Iko and Makoto echoed in her ears. Do it. The voice said once again, I showed you how. And Naru did. She channeled the burst of chakra in record time and disappeared in a burst of speed, making Ryu's blade cut nothing but empty air. Ryu blinked and looked over at Naru with a pensive look and a tilted head. That was interesting, he mused, flickering away just as a pair of green beams passed by where he was. I didn't think there were other Shuinpa, Flash Step, users in Konoha. Let's see just how long you can go. Naru saw him flicker and on instinct launched herself to the side using the now named Shuinpa just in time to dodge Ryu's attack. However, before he even finished the swing, he was gone again, appearing right behind Naru, who managed to flicker away just as his blade nicked her neck. So you've just awakened to it then? Ryu mused idly as Naru stood beside Makoto and Iko across from their sensei. Well then, shall we make this a fursome fun time? The trio blinked at their sensei right before he disappeared, reappearing in the center of their formation, his blade swinging for Iko's injured side. In an instant Iko was intangible, allowing the blade to pass through him harmlessly while Naru and Makoto leapt at their sensei. While Makoto went in for a leg sweep, Naru went in for the kill shot, a Kokashiken technique that was used to kill the opponent by looking like a neck snap. However, its true purpose was to hit a certain chakra point in the base of the neck that, if hit in the right way, would cause paralysis in the entire body. Ryu blocked Makoto's sweep by stomping his foot onto her leg, making her cry out as the sound of bones breaking reached their ears. He followed this up by ducking under Naru and grabbing her leg before smashing her against the wall with enough force for her to not only hear her bones crack, but to hear the bricks in the wall crack. Iko let out a scream as he slashed at Ryu with his wakizashi, only for it to get blocked by Ryu's blade, and received a boot to the chest as a reward for his efforts. "Is this the best you three can do?" Ryu asked in a quiet whisper. "After these last 2 months of me training you, this is the best you can muster? You missed the most critical lesson I tried to impart to you, the reason you all shared the same room, why you trained together, laughed together, ate with one another. One of you missed the most important lesson. In a FRT there can be absolute no secrets between you." Naru froze as she was pushing herself to her feet and snapped her head to stare at her sensei in something akin to horror, meeting his disappointed gaze. "I chose the 3 of you for 2 reasons. 1. You 3 have the mark of a good FRT, speed, intelligence and adaptability. 2. You would be able to share your secrets with one another without fear of rejection or hatred." He flickered, and suddenly Naru was slammed to the wall with Ryu was holding her there by the throat. She clawed, desperate at his hand, trying to free herself from his iron grip. "You disappointed me, Naru-chan," Ryu whispered, a regretful look in his mismatched eyes. "You had the potential to be an amazing team, but by allowing your fear to control you, by allowing it to blind you to the fact that there are people who can tell the difference between the sealing scroll and the kunai, you have caused yourself and your team to fail." Naru froze, staring at Ryu wide-eyed as he positioned his sword. "I'm sorry, Naru-chan," he whispered as his eyes hardened, "but if you cannot trust your team, then you will die." Naru's eyes watched the sword swing towards her head for the killing blow, unable to do anything to stop it. Unable to watch it, she screwed her eyes shut, waiting for the pain to come. She heard a soft gasp of pain as a warm liquid splashed against her face. Her eyes snapped open to see not only Iko, but as well Makoto using their own bodies to shield Naru from the blow. The blade had pierced through their bodies near their stomachs. "We won't let you," Makoto whispered out her back against Iko's, who was over Naru, prying Ryu's hand away from her neck. "We won't let you take another teammate from us. We don't care." Iko grunted out, "We don't care whatever her secret is. She'll tell us when she's ready, and we'll accept her, no matter what it is." Ryu's eyes were blank as he yanked the sword out of the twins and looked down at the "admirable," he complimented before turning his gaze to Naru, who was staring at the pair in wide-eyed astonishment, their blood dripping down her face. "But in the end a useless gesture, for my decision has been made." Naru's gaze snapped back to him in a feral-looking glare. "Tear him apart." It wasn't the voice from before. This voice was dark and guttural. "Destroy him. Destroy the one who attacks you, Pack." Naru snarled as she felt a white-hot power course through her body. She could feel her canines lengthen while the hair at the top of her head spike even further and the hair in the ponytail whip behind her as if it was a tail. She could feel a bloodlust descend upon her, a burning desire to kill the person in front of her. Ryu watched calmly as Naru started leaking out red chakra, and a heavy killing intent descended upon the area, making the nearby Theandrites that were watching the fight flee, yelping like scared puppies. "Here we go," he thought to himself regretfully as her eyes turned red with slit pupils. Now she won't have a choice but to explain it to them. Naru blurred in front of Ryu, her arm shooting out in a punch, only for the Jonin to sidestep it with a hard punch to her face. "You telegraphed that punch too much, Naru-chan," Ryu admonished. "Remember, you need to control your every movement to not reveal anything." The words pierced through the red haze that had settled upon Naru even as the power continued to pump through her. She moved for him again. This time, however, she pumped the power through her to activate Shuinpa, making Ryu's eyes widen in surprise as he spun to face Naru, who appeared behind him, leg already in motion for a kick. Ryu barely managed to raise the blunt edge of his katana in time to block the kick that had enough force to send him sliding back. "That's more like it," he complimented right before he flickered before her, slashing at her torso. Naru flickered away herself and appeared a short distance away between him and her teammates as she formed a set of seal, kan, phoenix flower. She shouted before launching a series of basketball-sized overpowered fireballs that were a scorching white. Ryu's eyes narrowed before he flickered out of the way, only to appear as Naru called out another jutsu, futon, cyclonic gale. She shouted, hurling forth a hurricane-level burst of wind that caught the fireballs and not only enhanced them but transformed them into a flaming whirlwind that surrounded Ryu. Naru watched as the burning wind encircled her opponent, letting the power go from her body as she began to feel a strain in it. Makoto asked, painfully, making Naru whirl around to her teammates who were pulling themselves to a sitting position. Sit still, Naru ordered, rushing to their side and unsealed some bandages. I need to stop the bleeding. Did you just kill Ryu-sensei? Iko asked in astonishment where the burning tornado still was going. I was just so angry. He hurt you guys. He tried to kill me. And you guys tried to protect me. Naru explained as the dawning realization of what she had done settled upon her. Did you mean what you said? About my secret? Makoto nodded with a smile as Naru bandaged her wound. Yes. We did. You are our teammate, that means you're pretty much family to us. She answered assuredly, we could never hate you. Naru ducked her head as she moved over to Iko to bandage his wound. You guys know about the QB attack, right? Naru asked hesitantly. Yeah, Iko confirmed, we weren't in Konoha for it, but we did learn about in the academy. Naru took a deep breath, steeling herself as she tied off Iko's bandage. 12 years ago. The QB wasn't killed like they taught us. Naru began looking away from the twins. You can't kill the bijou. They are masses of concentrated chakra with sentience. You can't kill chakra, you can only seal it. And that's what the yondaime did. He sealed the QB. She steeled and looked at the twins who were staring in dawning realization, into me. You? Makoto asked in astonishment, when you said you never thanked. Because of the QB, isn't it? Naru nodded. The Sandaime passed a law stating that the elder generation cannot pass the knowledge of my status as a Jinchuriki onto the younger generation, but their hatred and loathing was still passed down to their children who simply imitated their parents without knowing why, and their parents were convinced I was the QB. That's stupid. Iko grunted out, no way you're the QB. The QB would have destroyed the village 10 times over by now. Naru-chan, thank you for protecting us from the QB. Makoto added, smiling at the shocked Jinchuriki, you really should be hearing that from every person in Konoha, and if necessary I will say it every day until you realize that you are valuable to us. I. Naru tried to say it as tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, Makoto-kun. Iko-kun. The pair smiled as Naru said that and at the added suffix that meant she considered them close friends. Good. A familiar voice announced, causing the trio to whip around to face the burning tornado that was finally dying down to reveal a dome of scorched rock. The rock then crumbled away to reveal Ryu holding a massive zanbato that was half again as tall as he was and easily as wide as his shoulders. He hefted the zanbato from where it was buried into the ground and onto his shoulder with frightening ease. You pass, he announced, getting shocked and confused looks from the trio. That was the whole point of this test, was for you to tell them of the QB, Naru-chan, and it was a test for you too in seeing if you had what it took to accept the fact she's a Jinchuriki without hating her. Naru-chan. I'm sorry. Naru looked at Ryu in confusion as his zanbato disappeared into one of the many seals on his body. Sensei? She asked for clarification. Ryu seemed to wince at the title and sighed. I don't think I qualify for that title. He declared, leaning against a wall. A real sensei would never have put you into this situation, and I never should have had you tell them like this. It was stupid and irresponsible of me and I got lucky. I'm going to be stepping down as sensei of your squad. You'll still be a FRT, but under a more suited jonin. He turned to leave but was stopped when Naru shouted, Don't. He turned back in obvious confusion as Naru glared at him. Yeah, it probably was a stupid way of doing it, but I would have been too scared to tell them unless it was a situation like this. Not only that, but you could have easily killed us, couldn't you? You are more skilled, fasted and stronger than all of us combined. I could only stall you even using the QB's power, and I trust you. You treated me like a little sister the entire time during training, you didn't ostracize me, you don't hate me because the QB's sealed in me, and there's no guarantee that if you are replaced our next sensei would be the same. So sensei, I forgive you. Ryu looked at Naru in astonishment as Makoto and Iko stood beside her in agreement. You have so much left to teach us, Iko said, and you showed us what you could teach us today. I for one want to learn from you. And I highly doubt anyone could keep up with us after the training you got us used to, Makoto added smiling, we'd be too much for any other sensei. Ryu blinked as he stared before suddenly bursting out in laughter. We're a right group, aren't we? He asked humorously, we must all be insane for sticking together. But I think you will be a most effective group, Ryu-kun, a wizened voice told the group as Sarutobi appeared above them, kind of reminds me of another FRT I knew. Congratulations First Response Team 5, report for duty at 0500 Tuesday. Hi Hokage-sama. The team coursed saluting as one as the Sandame left. So, who's up for some real food? Ryu asked my treat. Ichiraku's. Naru demanded, I've been without real ramen for 2 months, I need it. The twins laughed as they joined Naru before Iko groaned, how about the hospital first? He asked, I don't think my body likes me right now. All right wussies, hospital first then Ichiraku's. Ryu said teasingly as he led the way out of the training field, his students trailing after him. 1 week after the 5th week of training, day before Squad 11's Rand our leave ends. Naru let out a depressed sigh as she stared up at the ceiling of her new room in Anko's apartment. She was nowhere near unhappy with the room, nor with her new roommate. She was unhappy due to the fact that Ryu's training had left her unable to sleep past dawn. I'm going to kill him and make it look like a training accident, she thought viciously as she climbed out of bed and headed to the kitchen in her new home, a large 3-bedroom apartment with the 3rd room having been transformed into a pseudo-armory. She was mildly surprised to find Anko already awake and sitting at the kitchen table in a simple tank top and undies. Her nightclothes, surprisingly given her regular outfit, is far more promiscuous, looking over a folder as she sipped on some coffee, morning red. Anko greeted with her usual nickname for Naru. I see Ryu made sure to instill, wake up at dawn, into your bodies. Most genin can't do that till chunin. Naru gave her sensei a confused look. What do you mean, Nei-chan? She asked. Naru had certainly surprised Anko when she used that nickname for the first time after the squad's life-or-death situation at the hands of their sensei that had led Naru to being more determined to become closer to those who accept her, QB and all. Anko smirked deviously at her pseudo-younger sister. Kami help any who harm her, for none shall be found on this earth. Genin duties are a bit more lax than chunin and upwards. Genin can start their duties later in the day, while chunin and up, their duties start 2 hours after dawn. Anko explained, her smirk widening into a grin, while the upper ranks will take any opportunity to snatch some shut-eye whenever they can. Rookie chunin are in for a harsh awakening if they don't get up in time or their assignment. Wow, maybe I'll just maim sensei instead of killing him then. Naru muttered as she fixed herself a bowl of cereal. Ah, does little Red-chan need her beauty sleep? Anko asked teasingly, making Naru look crossly at Anko as she sat down at the table. Don't worry, Ryu won't start your duties only an hour earlier than the genin average, so if you want you can go back to sleep. Naru shook her head. No thanks Ningen, she informed. Ryu-sensei made sure we were up at dawn, I swear. He got past all of my best traps and barriers each morning. How? Anko chuckled. It's a small thing called experience red. She explained. Ryu has been working with seals for his entire life. Hell, before they passed away Ryu's parents were as skilled as Jiraiya, and to make it to the level he has without formal training? Anko shook her head. I'd call him a genius, but he hates that title, prefers to be called a hard worker. Naru snorted, after seeing the amazing last loyal Uchiha. Who can blame him? She added, much to Anko's amusement, who chuckled a bit. Nah, it wasn't Pansy. Guess why she calls him that? Go on, guess. That turned Ryu off geniuses and their titles, she informed. No clue who it was though. Naru shrugged. No matter, I know who turned me off geniuses, she informed before tilting her head with a thoughtful look. Although I don't mind lazy geniuses like the Naras. Enko snorted in laughter. Ah yes, that kid, Enko said in way of remembrance. Did he ever squeal? Fangirl hashtag S1 and 2 fainted right off the bat when they saw my pets. Naru erupted into laughter. Serves them right. Naru shouted. Those two had the gall to accuse me of being an Uchiha fangirl in disguise using my social outcast routine to get Pansy to like me. I knew I shoulda went harder on them. Enko declared in righteous fury before the two descended into laughter. So Red, once I finish this little rat, she lifted up the folder she was reading, in interrogation I'll be free for the day, so why don't you tag along and we can go shopping afterwards? Naru blinked in surprise right before she was about to take a bite and looked at Enko a bit sheepishly. And before you say anything, it's my treat. I know that your outfit is a gift from the Sandame, but you need some variety, girl. You never know where a mission will take you. You may need an outfit like mine to slip into a Bjartul, or something armored and tough for battle. Trust me, though most Jonins will wear their uniform, or barring that a set outfit, they all have several different outfit for different situations, including Bjartul work. Naru thought for a minute on Enko's words before nodding. Sure, I wanted to learn some more on interrogation anyways. She informed, digging back into her cereal. Enko smirked as she continued to read her file. Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hishirin mentally braced himself for the coming meeting with one Shimura Danzo. He knew this meeting had been coming for a while now, especially now that Naru was a genin. Danzo has been wanting to get her into his root organization since Kushina was Pr'Genin T. Sarutobi, Danzo said by way of greeting as he entered. While officially a disbanded and illegal operation, they both knew that root was a necessary evil at the current time, and although he disagreed with Danzo's vision of a military rule, Sarutobi would readily admit his rival got the wet work done quickly and quietly. Danzo, Sarutobi returned, shifting from his grandfatherly attitude to the professor, the one who enforces the Hokage's rule. What can I help you with today? I've been reading the reports on Naru Uzumaki. Danzo said, trailing off, looking out the window over Konoha. You cannot have her for root, Danzo. How many times must I tell you? Sarutobi snarled out dangerously. Danzo showed no outward reaction to Sarutobi's hidden threat. I wasn't going to ask, he informed, a masterful move placing her with Ryu Hizanaga. He would fight to the death to protect his student, and does what is necessary in training. He would have done well en route. I am quite happy how Ryu-kun turned out without your interference, Danzo, same as Naruchan, Sarutobi informed, and you better pray that I do not find the proof that you kidnapped those orphans, or the streets will run red with your blood. Danzo again showed no signs of reaction to the threat and sat down across from Sarutobi. My agents found some interesting information during a mission into one Orochimaru's lairs. He informed, getting down to business. Tell me, how certain are you that it was Kushina's corpse that was recovered from the sealing site that night? Sarutobi looked at Danzo in confusion. We couldn't be certain. It was like every cell in the body was destroyed, but based on the physical evidence we had to rule that it was Kushina. He replied warily. Danzo nodded, most likely already knowing this from his own examinations of the corpse. The information that we recovered tells us that the corpse is not Kushina Uzumaki, but someone altered to look like her, then every cell destroyed to ensure no DNA matching was used. He informed, Orochimaru has kidnapped Kushina Uzumaki, then after ensuring her survival moved her elsewhere. What? Sarutobi asked in utter shock, staring at Danzo wide-eyed, who nodded. Options. I already have agents scouring the land of rice searching for more of his lairs, Danzo informed. We have also left long-range detonation explosives just in case. Sarutobi nodded. I am allocating a battalion of NBU to the search, he informed, pulling out the necessary paperwork. Find her, Danzo, find her. Danzo nodded and stood heading towards the door, pausing as he was about to step out. I promise Hishirin will get her back, he said in a rare display of their former friendship. Konoha needs someone like her here. With his piece said, he closed the door behind him as Sarutobi slumped back into his chair before pulling out a sake bottle and drank straight from it. It's not just about Konoha, Danzo, Sarutobi whispered, looking at the pictures of his fellow Hokages. That is what you never saw. It's not just the village. It's the people in it. Later that day, shopping district. Ryu isn't careful, Ibiki will try and snatch you up for the I&T department. Anko declared as she and Naru moved through the shopping district heading to a clothing shop. Anko swore by, "He was impressed with you, Red, and that doesn't happen very often." Naru smiled broadly, ignoring the various glares and mutterings that followed in the pair's wake as they walked. "I was just asking some questions is all," she informed with faux humility. Then started a debate with Ibiki on the pros and cons of physical torture on the subject of the validity of what they're saying. Anko shouted with a bark-like laugh, "Ryu better watch his but if he fails to bring to the Sannin level like he declared he would." Naru looked at Anko with a confused look and Anko, catching her look, explained, "Ryu got a bit drunk the day after the final test at the Jonin's bar and quite loudly declared that his team will be the next Sen." She chuckled quietly. Ibiki was skeptical to say the least, but after today I'd say he's a believer. Naru giggled at the thought of her sensei drunk as they stepped into the clothing shop. "Anko, you beach, how you doing?" A rough-sounding voice shouted as a slightly heavy-set man stepped out from behind the counter. He had a rounded, easily forgettable face with a balding head with some gray hair still clinging on. He was wearing as simple trousers and shirt outfit, and while he was certainly bulky, there was a certain prowl to his walk. "Hey, Q-Top," Anko replied as the pair exchanged a quick rough hug. "I'm just here to get Red some specialized outfits." "Ah, so this is the infamous Naru Uzumaki," the man said, turning to face Naru, making her notice that one of his eyes was a milky white while the left was a dark brown. "I must say the pranks you'd done on the merchant's quarter certainly made me a very happy man. Name's Rai, nice to meet ye." He stuck out a hand that Naru shook hesitantly. "Naru Uzumaki." She returned, "Nice to meet you too, Raiken-san." Raiken laughed a deep belly laugh. "No need to be so formal, kid," he said merrily. "If you're Anko's friend, then you're my friend. Let's see if we can find you what you need." It took the trio several hours to fully outfit Naru with several outfits, in which Raiken quickly proved himself to have quite the fashion sense that belied his appearance, and Anko actually had a tasteful sense when it came to formal and regular use kimonos. In the end they managed to get the genin, who finally relaxed around Raiken, outfitted with several outfits. Her first outfit chosen was her stucked-in outfit. It was a sleeveless red kimono that fell a couple of inches above her knees with a gold print pattern of leaves adorning it, showing off much of her budding cleavage, while she used a golden obi to hold it closed. While the kimono was sleeveless, she did use a pair of separated kimono sleeves that went on just above her elbows while covering the palms of her hands and were the same color and pattern as the kimono, with several storage seals stitched into the inside of the sleeves for storing poisons and weapons. For shoes she wore a pair of 3-inch heels with straps running up her legs to just under her knees. Next up was a formal kimono that Anko had picked out, saying you just never know. It was a black kimono that had crimson etchings of spirals on it and was held closed by a crimson obi. She had also gotten several outfits similar to the one that the Sandame had gotten her for training and traveling that were made of a durable material that Raiken assured was able to withstand the rigors of shinobi training. The final outfit was one of Naru's own choosing. It was a crimson spaghetti strap top that showed off her stomach under a black trench coat similar to Anko's, with a crimson miniskirt that had a pair of belts on it, one around her waist and the other on a slant, while wearing a pair of heeled shinobi sandals that went up to mid-knee. Wearing the outfit she had chosen for herself, she sealed up her purchases while Raiken and Anko squared the bill. Then bidding the shop owner goodbye they left. "Thanks, Nachon," Naru said appreciatively once they were back in the apartment. "Anytime, Red, anytime," Anko assured, giving Naru a hug before the two set off into the kitchen to find something to eat. Next morning, Hokage's office. Sarutobi sighed distractedly as he was going through the various mission and intel reports, writing out orders if needed in response to some of them. Really, all 3 genin and a jonin critically injured by just one cat? He thought to himself, reading the report of the most recent victim of the Capture Tora mission. Now that I think of it, several ANBU have banded together to try and get an S-rank assassination mission on the cat. Maybe I should listen to them. His musings were interrupted as, with a poof of smoke, a small pug appeared on his desk. This was one of Kakashi's summons, Pakin. "Hello, Pakin, how can I help you today?" Sarutobi asked, used to messenger summons popping into his office randomly. "I have a scroll requesting reinforcements for Kakashi's team. They ran into Zabuza Momochi," Pakin informed. The client lied about the level of difficulty due to insufficient funds and they decided to continue on with the mission. Sarutobi accepted the scroll and quickly flicked it open, reading the details, his mind running over the available squads to take the mission and could get there quickly. Naturally, his thought trailed to the first response teams. Naruchan's team just got off leave, while easily a Chunin Jonin joint mission. Kakashi and Ryu are both A-ranking Jonin and work well together, while Ryu's Genin are skilled. His decision made, he pressed the intercom button. "I want Genin FRT5 in my office ASAP." He ordered, "Get me 4 mid-term mission packs from ANBU stores as well." At once, Hokage-sama. His receptionist responded immediately. "I hope they're ready for this." Sarutobi thought grimly as he prepared the mission briefing. Enko and Naru's apartment. Naru ummed contently as she bit into eggs and bacon she had made for breakfast as she sat at the kitchen table. Enko had already left for work, leaving Naru to her own devices. They had a team meeting set up in a couple of hours, leaving Naru some time to do some reading of one of the scrolls that Jiraiya had left her on ceiling. A tap at the window interrupted her breakfast and turned to see, of all things, a Theandrike, sitting on the balcony patiently wait for her, the F-dashed. Naru finally said as she stood up, a kunai in her hand, and headed over to the patio door and slid it open. Message from Ryu. The Theandrike informed its intelligent gaze squarely on Naru. It seemed a little small for its species, being no larger than a timber wolf, and with its gray coloring could easily pass off as one. "He wants you to assemble for a mission ASAP and meet him at the Hokage's office," it informed before leaping off. "Okay," Naru said, stunned for a minute before shaking herself out of it, and headed to her room to gather her things necessary for a mission. Hokage's office. "You!" Iko shouted as he and his sister entered the office, pointing his finger at Ryu. "You sent a Theandrike to deliver a message? Are you trying to get my aunt and uncle killed? They nearly had a heart attack." Ryu raised an eyebrow. "Jinken is actually one of my summons," he informed. "I have a summoning contract with the Theandrike pack in the Tetsu Mountains in Iron Country. They won't harm you. A little warning would have been appreciated." Iko grumbled as he and Makoto stood beside Naru in front of the Hokage. "At 0643 this morning I received a report from Jonin Kakashi Hitaki leading his genin in what was supposed to be a simple C-ranked escort mission to Wave," Sarutobi informed seriously. "They were attacked not only by a pair of C-ranked nuke nines but an A-ranking one as well. All 3 are from Mistfrom. The A-ranked enemy has been confirmed as Zabuza Momochi. Your mission is to head to Wave and provide backup for Kakashi's team. As Kakashi is temporarily incapacitated, Ryu, you will be temporarily taking charge of his team." "Understood, Hokage-sama. We will need some supplies," Ryu informed politely. Sarutobi made a short gesturing, making an ANBU appear carrying 4 scrolls with the kanji 4 supplies on each of them. "These are mid-term mission packs. Each hold 100 kunai, 300 shuriken, a standard issue katana, enough rations to last up to 5 months if necessary, and a suit of recon ANBU armor for your genin as per the commander's orders." She said, "It's a congratulatory gift, Hizanaga-san." The ANBU informed, handing the scrolls over. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow to Ryu, who shrugged. "I guess Fox remembers me after all," he explained, naming the ANBU commander by her mask. "I'm just as surprised as you are." Sarutobi nodded in understanding. "Just as well, I suppose they will need good light armor," he muttered, making a mental note to talk to his ANBU commander. "You leave immediately. Any questions? Are we allowed to take the initiative in eliminating any threats, or is this strictly defensive?" Ryu asked as his genin placed the scrolls in their packs, his own disappearing with a poof of smoke as soon as he grabbed it. "If you deem it necessary," Sarutobi informed. "We have just received intel on the situation in Wave. I have the file here for you to review as you make your way there." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Ryu saluted with his genin. "Genin, move out." The 4 of them blurred in a burst of speed as they leapt out the window to Sarutobi's office, heading to Konoha's main gate. "Can you please call Fox to my office?" he asked the ANBU. "I'd like to ask her about her relationship with Ryu-kun." "Hi, Hokage-sama," the ANBU replied before disappearing. Sarutobi was waiting for only a minute before the ANBU returned with the commander. She seemed to be an attractive woman with short rusty red hair wearing a standard NBU uniform and a fox-like mask crafted in exquisite detail marking her as the commander. You called Hokage-sama? Fox asked. Her voice seemed to have a natural playful, yet stuck quality to it. While I'm not angry about it, I would like to know why you issued 3 Genin Recon ANBU armor. Sarutobi asked neutrally, and for Ryu-kun no less. Ryu-kun is an interesting young man, is he not? Fox asked seemingly off-topic. Sarutobi sighed and waited for her to continue, used to her usual way of answering questions. As you know, he assisted my squad in apprehending several nuke-nines that had been attacking our borders. After the mission was completed, I had discreetly looked into recruiting him into ANBU. I remember, it was turned down in favor of his application to become a Jonin sensei shortly after your request for him to join NBU. Sarutobi recalled. An unfortunate truth was that they were short on senseis for upcoming and current genins who had lost their own. What of it? Fox shrugged. When the application was turned down, I still continued to keep a close eye on him in the hopes of repaying the favor I owe him, she explained, and saw Sarutobi's confused look. It was his actions, as you recall, that prevented one of the nuke-nines from killing both myself and my squad. At Sarutobi's remembering nod, she continued, I felt that making sure his genin were given the best equipment possible was a good way to repay the debt. Sarutobi nodded slowly as he processed the information. I see. He leant back and studied the ANBU before him. She was good at her job. He would never deny that. How long have you been in ANBU, Fox? He asked, curiously trying to remember. I first put the mask on and became ANBU Fox 9 years ago, Hokage-sama. She answered immediately. I have been ANBU commander for the last 3 years. Sarutobi nodded. That's right, your 10th year is in a couple of months, isn't it? He murmured quietly. All ANBU were required to retire from the prestigious post after 10 years of service due to the mental and emotional strain it put on a shinobi, even to those who thrived in it like Fox. Do you have a plan for your retirement? While any ANBU could completely retire from the shinobi program with full benefits, many did not. Instead, choosing to take up the Jonin rank once more instead, oftentimes going on to becoming a sensei, I plan to take up the vest again, Hokage-sama. Fox replied instantly, just as Sarutobi expected her to. Shinobi like her never retired. A small smile twitched on his lips. Same could be said for me. He thought to himself. I have an offer for you if you're interested, he said, leaning forward to his desk, propping his elbows on it, which I think you will be. With GFRD5, Genin First Response Team 5. So what's the sit rep on Wave, Sensei? Naru asked from behind her sensei as they sped through the trees with ease. Bad, Ryu answered, not even looking up from his file as he ran through the trees. A shipping tycoon named Gato has the country by the ball and the daimyo in his pocket. Add in an army of mercenaries and he rules the country. Has a habit of hiring high-ranking nuke-nin just to turn them into the hunter-nins as soon as they're finished the job. What do we do? Makoto asked worriedly. And who exactly is Zabuza Momochi? We'll complete the mission, Ryu stated confidently, sealing away the folder. And Zabuza is a member of the Seven Swordsmen of Mist. He's a demon with the Zanbato and slaughtered the entire graduating class the year ahead of him during Mist's old Genin exam that pitted students against one another in battles to the death. That's barbaric, Makoto exclaimed, appalled. Ryu simply shrugged it off. It's why they were called the Bloody Mist Village, he stated. They have since abolished that exam, using one more similar to ours, but the stigmata will remain with them for quite some time. Still, Zabuza is a very deadly enemy. If you are up against him and neither Kakashi or I are around, run. The genin gulped at their sensei's seriousness and nodded their understanding as they leapt out of the tree line and onto water. We're getting close to Wave now. Get into Lotus formation. Hi. The genin responded as Makoto and Iko flanked their sensei a couple of steps behind him while Naru was a couple of extra steps behind him. We are heading to the east side of the island, Ryu shouted over his shoulder, at a house on the outskirts of the town. They made quick time across the ocean thanks to the intensive speed training Ryu gave them, having Enkakasetham allowing them to cover a lot of ground in a short period of time, and soon the shoreline of Wave could be seen ahead. Stay alert for ambushes and traps. Ryu called out as he leapt into the tree line, closely followed by his genin as they made a beeline for the coordinates provided by Kakashi. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a small clearing outside of a village with a simple wooden two-story house sitting beside a dock. Ryu walked up to the door and knocked, waiting for a minute before it was hesitantly opened by an attractive middle-aged woman with black hair and eyes who looked at them nervously until spotting their Konoha headbands and visibly relaxed. "Are you the shinobi Hataki-san called for?" she asked hopefully. Ryu nodded. "Yes, I'm Ryu Hizunaga. These are my genin, Naru Uzumaki and Makoto and Iko Seishin," he said, introducing themselves as they entered. His eyes swept the area. "Where are the genin at? As far as I knew, only Kakashi-senpai was injured." "Ah, Uchiha-san and Namakura-san are guarding my father on the bridge," Tsunami explained. "Haruno-san is in Hataki-san's room checking on him." Ryu nodded. "Nair, check the area. If they haven't or they're not up to par, set up traps," he ordered. "Makoto, Iko, go recon the town and surrounding area, see if you can pick up any info on Gato's main base, and while you three are at it, try on your new armor." "Hi, Sensei." The three coursed before heading off to their assigned tasks. "Which room is Kakashi-senpai's?" Ryu asked, turning back to their host. "Up the stairs, third room on the right," Tsunami informed, looking a little baffled at how militant these ones were compared to Kakashi's team. Ryu nodded his thanks and strode up the stairs and entered the room to see Sakura Haruno kneeling beside a bedridden Kakashi, changing the washcloth on his forehead. "You look like Sheet Kakashi-senpai," Ryu said in amusement, making the silver-haired jonin glare at him. "You should see the other guy," Kakashi retorted. "I'm surprised Hokama sent your squad. I thought he'd have you doing a few dry runs first." "Nah, Efri's jumpin' feet first," Ryu declared as Sakura quickly left the room while he leant against a wall. "Give it to me straight, senpai. No way in hell would you have made these rookie mistakes." Kakashi slumped back into his bed. "I was cocky," he admitted. "I thought the best Gato would have been able to do was hire the two nuke-nins we had defeated before Zabuza." "And making sure Zabuza was actually dead?" Ryu inquired with a raised eyebrow. "What was the first thing you taught me about assassination again?" "Put a kunai between the eyes to be certain," Kakashi groaned. "Kami I fed up on so many levels." True, but that's why I'm here, to clean up your mess," Ryu announced with a grin, making Kakashi glare at him again. "So we got Zabuza, his mysterious protege, and uncertain number of opponents, huh? Have you started your genin on chakra training yet?" Kakashi shook his head. "I was planning on doing it during the return trip, but now." He trailed off, looking to Ryu, who nodded. "I'll get it done," Ryu assured, "but don't come crying to me if they're missing some limbs." Kakashi eyes smiled. "Wouldn't dream of it," Kakashi replied as Ryu left the room. He pulled a small orange-covered book from under his covers. "Ah, sweet Ika. What new naughty story do you have for me today?" With Makoto and Seishin, the twins entered the small village under a henge of simple, nondescript villagers to gather any intel they could. It wasn't a pretty sight in the village. Children were seen on the side of the road, starved and begging for food. One had a particularly nasty cough that seemed to shake her entire body. "Damn it, isn't there anything we can do?" Makoto asked desperately. "Not without revealing ourselves," Iko informed grimly. "Right now the best thing we can do is gather any intel we can on Gato to take the BSTRD's head off. Maybe we can talk with Sensei about the possibility about getting some of the orphans to Konoha for the foreign student program." "Right," Makoto whispered softly, before heading past the girl with the cough, dropping some coins into her hands. "Thanks, One-san," the girl said, her smile radiating happiness before she darted off somewhere. Back with Ryu. Ryu was sitting at the kitchen table asking Tsunami a series of questions about the state of Wave while Sakura sat quietly nearby, nervously glancing at the young jonin. When Naru entered the house, she had taken Ryu's advice and had put on the Recon ANBU armor they had been provided. It was a standard set with a skin-tight, matte black turtleneck shirt that, while thin, was made of a material that retained heat in cold environments and kept the wearer cool in hot environments, and was able to be pulled over the lower face to cover it up. Over top of it was a set of dark gray torso armor that, while incredibly dense, was also lightweight, not slowing the wearer down at all. The pants were of the same color as the shirt but a bit more loose and taped off on the end just above the black combat boots. And Naru? Sakura asked in surprise, Is that you? Urno-san, Naru greeted civilly before turning to her sensei. Sensei, finished setting up the traps. The ones that were set up were so obvious that any civilian could see them. But I did everything according to the textbook. Sakura protested, I left nothing out. Naru snorted with slight contempt, textbook is only bare bones of trap-making Haruno-san. Naru informed her pride in her traps legendary in Konoha due to her pranks. Any experienced trapper or mercenary would recognize them instantly, not only that they wouldn't stop a concentrated effort if Gado's men decided to attack us here. But Sensei said Zabuza wouldn't be able to attack for a week. Sakura defended weakly. Never act on a guess of an enemy's action, Ryu said grimly. Guess then plan for anything, never plan on just the guess. I'll have to remind Kakashi-senpai to run you 3 through strategy training again. Sakura swallowed tightly and was saved from the rest of the conversation as Makoto and Iko entered the house dressed in their recon gear. Sensei, the situation in Wave is not good, Iko reported grimly. Mercs are taking anything of value in broad daylight. No one is stopping them. Those that do are killed outright. Orphans dominate the streets and no one can get any medicine and only bare amounts of food, mostly what they can grow and hide themselves. Gado is set up about a mile outside of town, set up in an old mansion. There are always at least 50 mercs guarding it inside and out. Not that it stopped us from getting in and placing some of the monitoring seals that Jiraiya showed us. Monitoring seals? Sakura asked in confusion. They capture and record the coming and goings of individual body heat and send the data to the corresponding seal. Ryu explained as he accepted the seal from Makoto. This should help us get an accurate counting of how many men Gado has on hand. How deep did you two go? Makoto shook her head. Not far, just the entrances, didn't want to set off any alarms or anything. She informed, also I'd like to recommend setting up a foreign student program here. I'll make note of it, Makoto, and put it in the report. Ryu assured, Nair, get ready for covert recon, you'll be operating with me tonight. Makoto, Iko, you two will be doing night watch on the village. They may be doing something at night and I want to know what. Hi. The 3 genin coursed as Ryu turned to Sakura. Go get your team and Tazuna-san, I want to speak with them before I start the op. Ryu informed before raising an eyebrow at the stunned Sakura. Now Haruno-san. Sakura jumped and quickly fled the house, making Ryu mutter something about fangirls and Anko. That's just cruel, sensei. Nair said, overhearing him. Ankone would go deaf from the screeching. Ryu smirked as he started pulling equipment out of some of his seals to check over them for any damage. Our goal is getting a floor plan, Nair, Ryu informed as Nair started looking her own gear. Gado is only a target of opportunity right now. Zabuza, if he's there, will be a primary target. We'll also be looking for any documents related to Gado's dealings. Understood, sensei. Naru replied with a nod. Should we also place explosive tags? Ryu thought for a moment before nodding. Good idea, Nair. Get your specials ready. He agreed, matching Nair's Anko-like grin. Oh, Tsunami said from the kitchen where she was looking out the window. There's father now. Ryu looked up as the door opened as the group entered. Sasuke had entered first and was soon followed by Sakura and a girl named Lin Namakura, an attractive 14-year-old genin with short, spiky auburn hair with hazel eyes. She had a scar across her brow and was wearing a sleeveless skin-tight dark gray shirt that showed off her ample C-cup while her hip-hugging shinobi pants clung to her legs and was held in place by her utility belt that her equipment pouch hung off of, along with several other pouches. Uchiha-san, Namakura-san, has Haruno-san filled you in? Ryu asked. Yes, Hizanaga-sensei, Lin replied respectively. Do you have any assignments for us? You 3 will be guarding the house tonight, Ryu explained, getting a growl from Sasuke. Problem, Uchiha-san? Why are you keeping us on the sidelines? He growled. We are inexperienced, Ryu cut off with a sharp look. I know my team. Naru has been pranking the entire village without being caught for how many years now? Had to steal to live for quite a few years so that she could live. She's also moved in with Anko, so all that tells me she can get into and out of places without being seen and is not squeamish to do what is necessary. That was told to me by her being able to get along with Anko like a sister. Makoto and Iko are survivors. They were able to survive a mist hunter squad when they were 5 while their parents fought them off. Then when they were fresh wet behind the ears genin, they were able to survive an ambush from Nuke Nin that had an A-ranker and 2 B-ranking shinobi, an ambush that killed their sensei and fellow genin. He shot the twins an apologetic look. Not only that they survive my training course and are a part of the illustrious First Response Division in which only 4 other genin squads have managed to become before them since the founding of the village. So tell me, Uchiha-san, why should I use 3 genin on whose abilities I have no faith in due to never doing any missions with and only interacting for 2 days while I trained you in weapons? Sasuke snapped his mouth shut as the genin of GFR-5 hid some snickers behind their hands. Get your gear ready, team, Ryu ordered. It's going to be a long night. That night, Gato's mansion. Sensei, I'm in. Naru whispered into her mic as she slipped into the mansion from an open window near the lower floor. Right, begin searching for any documents, Ryu ordered as he moved silently into the upper floors. Remember, Gato is only a target of opportunity, do not go hunting for him. Understood, Sensei. Naru confirmed as she leapt up to the ceiling. Even in a world of shinobi, very few remember to look up while on patrol. She moved silently through the hallways, her eyes carefully scanning every detail of everything she passed by, searching for the office where Gato would be keeping the documents. She came up to the main entrance of the building and peeked in, her eyes widening when she spotted Gato with a shinobi of the mist. Sensei. She whispered softly into her mic, I have spotted Gato. He's with a mist shinobi, I think it's a hunter nin. Where? Came the question immediately. Main entrance, they are walking out together. Whispered, her eyes staring at the way their lips moved. Gato is offering Zabuza's body to the mist nin if he leaves Zabuza alone to finish the job. He plans on killing Zabuza at the end of it. I see. Pull back, Ryu ordered. Continue the search for the office. Do not engage Gato. I repeat, do not engage Gato. You not ready to take on a mist hunter nin. Understood. Naru whispered reluctantly, pulling back to continue her search. Her search felt harrowing to her as her senses were on full alert. This is completely different from pranking a place. These people would actually kill me if I was caught, she thought to herself as she searched, and I don't know if there are any more enemy shinobi in the area. She took a calming breath as she closed her eyes to calm herself. Sensei would not have taken me along if I could not handle it. She told herself, I can't let him down now. She quietly slipped into an empty office room, her eyes flitting around the room before landing on the desk, and moved over quietly to search it. She was rifling through the desk when she heard voices approaching the room she was in. She gently closed the drawer she was looking in, and when the door handle began to turn, she was on the ceiling in a corner that would be shadowed if there was light in the room. Please come in, Gato said as the door opened as he and the mist shinobi entered the room, making Naru's eyes widen in surprise and instinctively hold her breath. Thank you, the shinobi said. It was obviously a male with thick bulging muscles, wearing a cloak over his body and had a hood pulled up over his head to that only his mouth was visible. The only indication to his allegiance was the symbol of mist emblazoned on his back. So when Zabuza kills the bridge builder Tazuna, you will be killing him as well? And how do you propose that? Quite simple really. He'll be so exhausted and injured from fighting the Konoha shinobi that it would really be matter of sticking the sword into him, Gato explained as he moved to a bookshelf on one of the side wall, and you can take his body back for the bounty, so long as I get a finder's fee, that is. The hunter nin stared at Gato's back, his mouth curling into a sneer. Fine, he growled before whispered, not that mere mercenaries would be able to kill that demon. Gato pulled a book on the bookcase, causing it to swing open like a door. From her position, Naru couldn't tell what was there, but the hunter nin's body seemed to tense when it opened. Good, then we have a deal. Gato shuffled through the secret area for a second before coming back out and closing the door. Now come, may I interest you in some refreshments? No. The man declined abruptly. I'll be taking my leave now. Very well, I'll escort you to the main entrance, Gato said, stepping out of the office. The man made to move after Gato but paused at the door. You hide well, girl, he whispered loud enough for Naru to hear. I look forward to seeing how you develop. Naru's breath left her as the man left the office, closing the door behind him. Dropping down, she could feel her muscles start to weaken from relief. The hell just happened? She whispered in shock. Swallowing, she steeled herself and moved over to the bookcase, pushing the shinobi out of her mind for the moment, and pulled the same book Gato did. The secret door swung open, revealing its contents, making Naru grin as she reached up or her mic. "I found it, sensei," she whispered excitedly. "I found Gato's record stash." "Where are you?" Ryu questioned immediately. "Second floor, fifth room on the right in the left hallway." "On my way." Naru stared, rifling through the files as she waited for her sensei. "He's done dealing with almost every criminal element there is: SLV trafficking for Orochimaru, money laundering for a group called the Akatsuki, never heard of them before." She thought as SH scanned the contents of every file she could get her hands on. She had one of her tantos in hand in a flash when the door opened, but let out a relieved sigh when her sensei walked in. Ryu let out a soft whisper at Naru's find. "Well done, Naru," Ryu whispered as he pulled out a sealing tag and placed it above the entrance inside the hiding place. "Genjutsu seal. He'll think everything is still here for about a week. Come on, gather everything up." Naru nodded and started sealing away the files alongside her sensei as she started explaining how she found it, the missed shinobi that was with Gato. "Troubling, but we can't do anything about it now," he sighed. "I guess he was no friend of Gato's if he didn't reveal your presence." "Thank Kami for that," she whispered, making Ryu ruffle her hair reassuringly. "Don't worry about it, I'm pretty quick to the rescue, you know. You'd be able to hold out long enough for me to have gotten here," he reassured with a broad grin that Naru couldn't help but respond to with her own. "Thanks, sensei," she whispered gratefully, getting a nod from him. "Come, let's get the hell out of here," he whispered, jerking his head to the window, making Naru smile with relief. "I'm sure you could use some shut-eye." Naru nodded in agreement as she opened the window and slipped out with her sensei on her heels, softly closing it behind him before they leapt off to Tezuna's forest outside Tezuna's house. "All right, you two, listen up," Ryu shouted as he stood in front of Sakura and Sasuke in a small clearing of trees near Tezuna's house. "Since Kakashi-senpai is currently recuperating from chakra exhaustion, I will be teaching you something he should have, in my opinion at any rate, taught you once he accepted you as a team: tree climbing." Sensei?" Sakura asked nervously, raising her hand as if she was back in the academy. "But we know how to climb trees." The smirk on Ryu's face was one his team was intimately familiar with after their 2 months of training with him. Unfortunately, Team 7's only exposure to the demented training of the Jonin that was Ryu Hizanaga was a grand total of 1 hour, and that was his tamed, non-mentally scarring training. "So then, you can climb trees without the use of your hands?" he asked in a voice that, if they were there, would have sent his genin running away screaming in fear. "No?" The "shut up and listen." Sakura swallowed in fear as she nodded rapidly, her green eyes wide as an adage her grandfather, a retired shinobi, said to her when she joined the academy came to mind: "If you meet a Hizanaga, beware the smirk." Now she knew why. Author: "No, she doesn't." "I'll be showing this once with the explanation," Ryu announced as he moved over to the tree and placed a foot on it, and proceeded to take the laws of physics and chuck them to the bin as he walked vertically along the tree, shocking the 2 genin. Why is it most genin are shocked by this? Ryu wondered to himself as he walked and stood upside down. "It's not like we're secretive about it. It's rather simple once you get the hang of it," Ryu informed as he defied gravity, making it look easy all the while. "Channel chakra into your feet as a steady pace. Too much and you cause the wood to crumple under you. Too little and you can't get any traction." He threw a pair of kunai in front of the pair. "Use that to mark your progress in case you fall." With that, he cut the chakra off to his feet and fell, eliciting a scream from Sakura as he flipped and landed easily on his feet with the ease of an Olympic gymnast, and ignoring the look of shock from Sakura, walked over to a tree and leant against it, pulling out a familiar orange-covered book and began reading. Shaking off her shock, Sakura turned to the tree and picked up the kunai and concentrated for a minute, channeling her chakra alongside Sasuke, for the pair dashed off towards the trees. Sasuke managed to get a single step up before his foot slipped from the lack of chakra, causing him to curse as his momentum carried him forward, smacking his head off the tree. Sakura, on the other hand, easily ran up the tree up to some of the highest branches and sat down on the tree with a triumphant grin. "Sasuke, and did you see that?" Sakura asked her crush excitedly, panting lightly from the exertion. Sasuke sked in annoyance as he glowered. Meanwhile Ryu looked up from his book to Sakura. Good work. He called out, now keep going, do sprints up and down the tree till you collapse. Sakura looked at the heterochromatic Jonin in shock before a kunai whizzed past her ear. If you don't start within the next 10 seconds you will have to do it while dodging kunai. He informed without looking up from his book, even to throw the kunai, a fact that scared the sheet out of the pinkette who leapt to start the lapse. Ryu glanced over to Sasuke who had added in too much chakra causing the bark to explode under his foot sending him tumbling back. Keep your cool Uchiha-san, he scolded turning back to his book. You can't control your chakra if your emotions are in flux like that. Sasuke glared at the sensei who didn't even look up before closing his eyes and taking a couple of breaths to calm himself before sprinting to the tree making it a couple of feet up from losing his footing. With a quick lash from his kunai, he marked the spot on the tree with obvious satisfaction. Ryu took another glance at the pair before returning to his book. I am so glad that my team knew these basics when I got them. He thought to himself shuddering remembering his own sensei's teaching methods. She made his own look like he coddled his team. Those two would never last in first response unless they pull their heads out of their buttes. And why in the name of all that is holy has Senpai not dealt with Haruno's fangirlism? With Naru, Tizuna's house. Naru sighed as she sat at the kitchen table, a bunch of blank paper tags spread out before her as she carefully wrote down the ceiling arrays for her special explosive tags that had about 3 times the power as normal tags. She actually made a killing selling them to ANBU and some jonin that were in the demolition line of work. She smiled up at Tsunami who had brought the genin a cup of tea. Thank you Tsunami-san. She said gratefully taking a sip of the tea. I am going to get your secret for this tea before we leave. Tsunami chuckled in amusement as she placed a cup in front of Lin who was poring over the documents recovered the night before. I'll be sure to hide my tea leaves then. She teased getting a fake glare from the redhead. Lin giggled as she listened to the pair taking a sip of the tea before turning back to the pages. Naru-san, have you ever heard of the Akatsuki? Lin asked having found out that her fellow genin was a wellspring of classified information that she was willing to share with the information. Naru paused in her work to think for a second. I haven't no, she informed with a shrug. Anything important? Lin shook her head. Not really, she denied with a sigh setting the folder aside. Just exchange of monies and bounties. Naru shrugged. I'll look into it when I get back and let you know. She informed turning back to the seals while Lin stared at the girl. Someday I'll figure out how you get your information without resorting to pawn. She pouted making Naru laugh as Inari entered the room scowling. Why do you try? He asked bitterly. You're just going to die anyways. Wow, didn't realize you were a prophet, Naru said sarcastically as she focused back on her work. Inari scowled at her. There's no such thing as heroes. He growled. So just leave. You're wrong, Naru said, her voice thick with emotion as she looked up to Inari, her eyes filled with an emotion that Inari couldn't identify. There are heroes in the world, yeah they die, but so do other mortals. The difference between them and others is why they died. They died to give others the chance to live life as they wish. You are spitting not only on your father's, but your grandfather's sacrifices so that you can live a life you wish to. Before Inari could reply, Naru stood up and stalked out of the room saying she was going out to get some air. There's a story in Konoha, Lin stated to the shocked Inari. It's about this orphan. She was kicked out of the orphanage when she was 4 through no fault of her own. For a year she had to survive on the streets before the Hokage had seen her when he was walking through the village. Taking pity on her, he set her up in an apartment so that she would not live in the streets and gave her a stipend so she could eat. That was not the end of her hardships though. She was overcharged for even the most basic of necessities like food and clothing. The manager of the apartment complex would deny her power for lights and hot water, her house repeatedly broken into, and she was beaten harshly on several occasions, then denied medical care. Inari and Tsunami looked on in horror as Lin shared the story, their eyes wide, but she did not bow her head and resign herself. No. She chose to rise above it and become a shinobi and join the academy. While it seemed she would be just an average kunoichi, in reality she was secretly training and building her strength. Now she is a part of the genin first response teams, of which there have only been 4 since Konoha's founding. Her name is Naru Uzumaki. Inari's head turned to the door that the girl stormed out of before suddenly running up to his room, a mixture of anger and sadness etched into face. Sorry, Tsunami-san, but he needed to learn that he doesn't have the worst life in the world, Lin stated to the shell-shocked Tsunami who had tears pouring from her eyes, and please, don't treat Naru any differently, she hates pity. How do you know all of that? Tsunami asked the girl in shock. Lin smiled sadly. My family is a clan dedicated to gathering information, she informed, and I am considered something of a prodigy in it. Not to mention Naru is something of a mix of a pariah and source of inspiration to the village depending on who you ask. I don't know why she's treated like she has been, but I think it has to do with the fact that she was born on the day that the QB attacked the village, a constant reminder of the people lost on that day. Doesn't help that she has those whisker marks of her either. Tsunami didn't reply as she looked out the kitchen window over the sea, her eyes filled with sadness. What would you do, Kaiza? She asked mentally to her dead lover. What would you do if you heard that story? Later that day, Ryu sighed as he watched Sasuke and Sakura climb the trees, their stamina being pushed to the limit. In Sakura's case, beyond it. Come on, you two. My team was dodging Anko while wearing twice their weight in weights. Ryu called out to the pair, smirking as a pair of groans filtered over to him. Hisanaga-sensei, why isn't Lin doing this exercise with us? Sakura asked indignantly as she trudged back up the tree for what seemed the 1000th time. Because she has already mastered this exercise and the one after this one, he informed, plus she hasn't neglected her own training in the delusion that being weak will gain the attraction of an emo brat. Sasuke sent a glare to the Jonin but otherwise did nothing due to the fact that it was taking his full concentration just to take the next step. Then teach me the next exercise, he demanded between pants for breath. I need to get stronger faster so I can kill him. No, Ryu denied without hesitation and glared at the Uchiha who was about to protest, who quickly snapped his mouth shut at the glare being sent his way. Take your time to master each exercise, bull rushing in will just make it easier for him to kill you. What do you know? Sasuke started right before Ryu appeared right before him. How? Sasuke's eyes darted back to the tree that Ryu was leaning against earlier, then back to Ryu who was glaring at him with anger lurking beneath his eyes. I never even saw him move. I know, brat, because I know him, Ryu growled. He was just a year older than you when he became an ANBU captain. You haven't even awakened your Sharingan yet. He slaughtered his entire family, of which there were 85 Chunin, 15 Genin, 13 Jonin and 5 Anbu. Not only that, he defeated each of the first responders that went after him, myself included. You brats stand no chance against him unless you completely master the basics. You were there? Sasuke asked, stunned, making Ryu nod. Not only was I there, I lost both members of my team on that night. The mismatched eyes of the Jonin bore into Sasuke's onyx-colored eyes. Only me and my sensei survived from my Genin team, me from a slide of luck, and she was on maternity leave. Ryu blinked and his eyes softened. I know what it like to lose your family, Sasuke. I lost my family to the QB during its attack. I still have nightmares about the killing intent, the beast excluded. You think Itachi's is bad? Try an immortal beast that has limitless amounts of chakra and equally limitless rage and bloodthirstiness. He let out another sigh. Grow up, kid, live life a little, get laid, then take Itachi on. Sasuke stared at Ryu's back as the Jonin walked away, heading deeper into the forest. He was actually engaged to his teammate, Kakashi said, surprising his two Genin as he appeared on the branch above Sasuke using a pair of crutches to keep himself mobile. He had finally convinced her father that by marrying him her clan will not be sullied. Do you know what her name was? Sasuke shook his head in a negative. Tsuki Uchiha. Had things been different, Sasuke, he would have been your cousin-in-law. In fact, after the massacre he tried to honor her memory by taking you into his care. However, the civilian council blocked his every move so that they could have a puppet on the shinobi council and gain more power. A puppet? Sasuke asked indigently. You mean, I could have been accepted into a home and not to have had to return to the place of the massacre? Kakashi nodded. Many offered to take you into their homes, he informed. Some wanted to try and gain the power of the Sharingan for their clan, but others simply wanted to help you recover from your tragedy. Perhaps, Sasuke, you should be more careful about how, who, and why you receive praise and instead find the truth of strength. The truth of strength? Sakura asked, "What do you mean?" Kakashi smiled. "This is not something that you can question others on, or learn from a book," he replied. "You can only learn from within yourself and your experience." On that night Sasuke, Sakura, Ryu learned the truth of strength. Perhaps you can learn from it by reflecting on that night, Sasuke. Sasuke looked down with a contemplative look on his face while Kakashi limped away following Ryu's trail. With Ryu sighed as he leant against a tree once he got deeper into the forest and rested his head against the bark as he looked up at the foliage. "Suki-chan, how would you deal with your cousin?" he asked mentally. "I tried to help, I really did, but not only did the council block me, but he doesn't even remember. Damn it, Itachi." He sighed out as he lowered his head. "Sorry about walking out there, Kakashi-senpai." Kakashi smiled as he appeared stepping around a tree. "It was probably time for a break anyways," he assured. He opened his eye and looked at his protege with a regretful look. "I mentioned Suki to Sasuke, I hope you don't mind." Ryu shook his head. "'S'alright," he replied. "I just hope it helps him realize he's not the only one who lost people that night, or ever." Kakashi nodded. "It affected him, that's for sure," Kakashi informed. "I also mentioned how you were blocked by the civilian council and the reasons for it." Ryu snarled, "Those power-hungry money-grubbing sons of beaches." He spat out, "Hokama should have had them slaughtered in their sleep." Kakashi smiled. "A sentiment shared by Hokama, I assure you." He soothed, "They'll get what's coming to them. Hokasama has something planned, he'll be putting it into action soon enough." Ryu nodded as he closed his eyes with a flicker of confusion crossing his face before opening his eyes. "I best head back to Konoha and report in," he said, suddenly crossing his arms to mask his finger twitching in the Enbu code Kakashi taught him. "I'm late with this detour. We're being watched, Shinobi, fake Hunter Nin." Kakashi nodded. "Sorry about that." He apologized. "Thanks for watching my genin until I was on my feet. The mission shouldn't be too hard now that Zabuza's dead. Get genin, hide until fight. Right, you owe me one when you get back." Ryu said. "See ya at the Jonin's bar. We'll be to ground till then, genin attack mansion." Ryu leapt away as Kakashi waved with an smile before walking away. Once the area was clear, a young woman wearing a pink kimono with long black hair and black eyes carrying a basket. "Zabuza-sama needs to be informed of this," she whispered before taking off in a burst of speed. Ryu's squad, that evening, Coastal Cave. "Pretty impressive cave network," Naru murmured as she walked into the campsite the team had set up after exploring a bit. She had pushed Inari out of her mind when her sensei informed her that they were going to ground to surprise their enemy on the predicted day of combat, Old 2. Ryu chuckled near the fire as he added another log. "Definitely," Ryu agreed. "Locals say these caves have been here since the founding of the country." He grinned suddenly. "All right, lesson time," he called out, getting a groan from his genins as they gathered around the fire. "This is an exercise on sensing chakra. Close your eyes. Now I want you to pull your chakra within yourself. Now feel the area around you. Because of your continued exposure to chakra, every user of chakra and instinctively feel it around them, however sensitivity varies, which is why there are chakra sensors." I feel something," Makoto informed after a minute. Below us and to the right I can feel a source of powerful chakra. It feels old. Very old." "Good," Ryu murmured with a slight smile. "You have a talent for this, Makoto, so you three up for an adventure?" "But don't we have a mission?" Naru asked in confusion, looking at Ryu like he just proposed a mission to assassinate the client. Ryu shrugged. "We're to remain hidden until Kakashi's summon packen comes to get us," he informed, "and if we're deep in the cave then it's extremely unlikely for anyone to accidentally stumble upon us. Also, I overheard a couple of things in my travels about a hidden treasure in Nami. Most dismiss it as myth and falseness, however. The minute I stepped onto the island and I felt the chakra running through the land, I realized that there was a grain of truth to the stories." "What were they?" "The stories, I mean?" Iko asked curiously. Ryu's eyes held an amused twinkle to them as he looked them over. "The stories say that this is where the Rikudo Sannin discovered chakra," he informed, getting looks of shock from the genin as they stared at him. "Hard to believe, I know, and a lot of places claim it. But, like Makoto said, the chakra is old. the oldest I've ever felt. Would we be able to get there and back in time for the operation? Naru asked in concern. We have until the end of the week, Ryu assured. To make Kakashi believe that he was dead, Zabuza entered a faux death state that stopped his heart to a crawl, which has a serious effect on the body. Makoto continued in realization, and exhausting his chakra beforehand made his body even weaker. He would need at least a week before he could fight, even then it wouldn't be 100%. Ryu nodded with a proud smile. Exactly, he confirmed, ruffling Makoto's hair, getting a scowl from the girl. Now, you three up for it? Why not, it'll kill time. Iko agreed with a shrug. We can book it if we really need to, Naru admitted, and the possibility of finding such a historic site is too much to pass up. Makoto sighed. Might as well, she said, smiling. Life could use a little excitement anyways. All right then, Ryu said, clapping his thighs as he stood up. Let's go spelunking. Ryu marched off with his genin following behind him. Why is our sensei crazy? Naru asked with only a hint of seriousness. And if he's like this, then what was his sensei like? The twins shared startled looks at Naru's question. Oh, Kami. Makoto whispered, her face white as snow. That's right. He had a sensei. Dear Kami, if you hold any mercy whatsoever, allow us to escape the fate of meeting that person. Iko prayed fervently, holding a string of prayer beads seemingly pulled out of nowhere. Oh, before I forget, I should introduce you to my sensei. Ryu said from in front of them cheerily. I'm sure you'll get along famously. Iko glared at the beads he was holding before tossing them over his shoulder. Religion is highly overrated. He muttered sullenly as he and his teammates followed after their sensei, who was merrily whistling a happy tune. Next evening, Coastal Cave. Sensei, is it just me, or are we almost there? Makoto asked curiously as they walked forward in the inky black cave, their path illuminated by a seal on Ryu's body emitting light. Throughout the entire trip, Ryu had Makoto working on her chakra detection abilities, developing them further, having her try and detect their chakra at various levels of suppression. She had even been able to locate Naru, who had moved on ahead to hide in the darkness while Makoto was blindfolded. He had even showed her a trick to use her chakra as a sort of radar system, sending out a near undetectable pulse not unlike that of a bat's. He didn't neglect his other students as he showed them a couple of tricks for enhancing low light vision and a couple of lighting seals from standard bright light to infiltration red lights. Iko, he had showed a series of taijutsu grappling techniques that took advantage of the darkness, while Naru learned the first step to creating a Chimera class seal, one, like Ryu's Kami Hogo. Know your spot on, Makoto, Ryu assured from the front of the single line formation. Keep up the exercises I showed you and you'll be better in no time. The source should be right up ahead. Sure enough, the team could see a faint glow emerging from up ahead. I see something. Naru whispered, pausing as Ryu held up a hand. Naru, scout. He signaled, pointing to the light, making Naru slip forward in absolute silence as she moved forward. As she got closer, Naru could have sworn she felt something in the back of her mind, something that called for her, beckoning her forward. Coming up to the corner, she pushed herself against it and peeked around, her eyes widening in surprise as she took in a sharp breath. Sensei, she called out, you need to see this. Ryu was next to her in an instant and looked, his eyebrow raising. Well, I'll be d'med, he announced, stepping around the corner as Makoto and Iko caught up. It isn't where the Rikudo discovered chakra, it's where he died. Looking in, the twins gasped. It was a colossal cavern that had intricate carving all throughout it, and dominating that cavern was a single massive crystal with a plaque on it. Here lies the Rikudo-san, savior, friend, and father. May he find peace in Kami warm embrace. By Kami, Naru whispered, looking around the entire cavern, her eyes tracing the carvings. Those are seals all around there, such a massive array. It would take years to build, let alone the chakra requirements. There's a hut over here, but I don't recognize the seal on the door. Makoto said as she looked over the simple wooden hut. A blood seal, Ryu informed, his gaze flicking over it. Don't think we'll be getting in there. So, this is where he died. A voice whispered into the back of her mind. This is where father died. Naru blinked and looked around in confusion before it dawned on her. Kurama? She asked mentally. She got the impression that the bijou rolled its eyes. Who else? She retorted in annoyance. I think it's about time we've had a talk, and now that I'm freed of that damnable genjutsu we can speak civilly. Sensei? Naru called out, getting her teacher's attention from where he was studying a seal. The QB wants to talk to me. Ryu's eyes widened alongside of the twins. It wants to what? Ryu asked in shock. About what? It is a good question, she agreed mentally. What do you want to talk about? I want to broker a peace treaty of sorts, Kurama informed. This med seal of the Yondames ensures that if you die I die, and I would like to see you like a long and happy life because that would mean I would live a long and living life, and possibly even a content life if we can get along, as your mother would so eloquently put it. She want to make peace. Naru related to Ryu and the others. Apparently the Yondame's seal ensures that if I die the QB goes with me, and she doesn't want that to happen. I'll trust your judgment, Naru, Ryu informed. It is your burden to bear, deal with it as you wish. Just give us a 10-minute warning if you're going to release her, just so we can get some distance. Naru giggled at Ryu's joke before sitting down into a lotus position to access her mindscape. When she reopened her eyes she was sitting in the center of a small forest clearing with a small amount of light being shed by the breaking dawn. She said, looking around. So this is how I see my mind, Yes, a voice mused from nearby. Looking toward the voice she spotted a massive fox being contained in the roots of an even more massive tree. I must say this is both better and worse than Kushina's. It gives me the illusion of freedom, but this tree reminds me far too much of your Shodai's jutsus. Naru looked over Kurama with interested eyes as she eyes the sharp fangs and claw and the massive 9 tails waving lazily behind it. So, we meet at last, she said calmly. Indeed we do, Kurama retorted equally calmly. I'll get straight to the point since neither of us wish to beat around the bush, as you humans say. I would like some freedoms in the seal to make my life more tolerable. In return I'll provide you with my chakra without the animalistic side, as much as I can prevent at any rate, in return. What sort of freedoms? Naru asked, cautiously prepared for any sort of trickery from the 9-tailed kitsune. Kurama shrugged. The ability to move around for one, she requested. We already share our senses, both unfortunately and fortunately, and you certainly provide me with a lot of reading material, although I wish you had some of that. What was it called? Yes, Ika. A fairly decent book from what your mother read. Kurama smirked at the blush on Naru's face before continuing on. Also I do enjoy having conversations, so actually speaking with me now and then outside of the need for chakra. Naru nodded. I think I can agree to that, she informed, but I have 2 more conditions to add. Kurama nodded for her to continue. 1. I would like for you to be in a human form if possible when we visit. I know that this is not my real body, but these neck cricks certainly feel real. Kurama thought for a minute before nodded. That is a reasonable request, agreed. She closed her eyes as her body began to shrink from the massive fox form into a more humanoid on while being clouded with red chakra. When it was fully cleared she was now in an almost fully human form that had a pair of crimson red fox ears and 9 red tails tipped with white. She stood at a solid 6 foot with a pair of DD cup births and a matching hourglass figure that had the supple curves of muscle underneath the flawless slight bronzed skin. When she opened her eyes they remained red with it. Slitted iris, and when she grinned Naru could see the sharper than normal canines. Her hair was spiky as is fell to her rump. And did I mention she was stark naked? How's this? Better, Naru confirmed with a grateful smile as she blushed ever so slightly at the sight of the naked fox girl, concentrated on making the roots symbolizing the seal part, but not before one of the branches broke off and wrapped itself loosely around Kurama's neck, just changing the seal to allow free movement. I couldn't take it away completely, obviously. Obviously, Kurama agreed, stepping out and stretching out with a happy sigh. Been a while since I took human form, feels kinda nice. Anyways, what was your second condition? Naru swallowed before nodding. Knowledge, she said, getting a confused blink from Kurama. I want knowledge. You are the oldest sentient thing that can communicate in the elemental nations right now. You are bound to know things long since forgotten, and in this world, knowledge is power. Kurama nodded, slowly analyzing the genin before speaking. I guess I can do that, she agreed slowly, but I can't give it to you all at once. Your mind would shatter. Instead I will make My knowledge into the form of books that you can read here in the mindscape, how is that? Perfect, Naru agreed with a happy smile. But, could you remember clothing the next time? Kurama blinked before looking down. Ah, no wonder I thought it was so nippy. She sat before concentrating and using her chakra to form a skin-tight black sleeveless suit that went down to mid-thigh while showing off much of her cleavage. Over top of it was an open crimson vest that looked similar a Jonin's vest save it lacked the various pockets and scroll holders and had a pair of black spiral pattern on each side of the collar. To top it off was a pair of heeled shinobi sandals that had a set of straps that wound their way up to her knees. There we go. Thank you, Naru said gratefully. Now I better get back before Sensei starts to worry. Wait! Kurama shouted before Naru could leave. The hut you were looking at earlier, he was wrong about it being a blood seal. It's a chakra recognition seal, set to recognize the chakra of a bijou. Use some of my chakra to open it. Naru blinked in surprise. Are you sure? She asked. Kurama nodded. The Rikudo Sannin created us from the chakra of the Jubi, she explained. So, in a sense he was our father. He also named us. He told us that when we find a human that we trust, take them to his burial site and open the hut, the human will be given a gift. You trust me already? Naru asked and shocked, her eyebrow raised skeptically. Kurama shrugged. Consider it reparations for the damage that I indirectly caused you with the villagers. She said, looking slightly sheepish, and killing your parents. Thank you. Naru said with a smile after a minute before awkwardly hugging the bijou before disappearing from the mindscape. Did she just hug me? Kurama asked herself before smiling slightly. I haven't been hugged like that since before father died. Felt nice. Letting out a sigh, Kurama looked around before walking off in a random direction to explore her surroundings. Outside the mindscape, when Naru reopened her eyes, she jumped and let out a small shriek as right in front of her was her sensei sitting nose to nose with her. Ryu chuckled as Naru collected herself. Welcome back, he said, standing back up as the twins howled in laughter. You've been out of it for about an hour. Everything go all right? Once Naru was collected, she sent a glare to her sensei before nodding. Yeah, just fine, she informed. We managed to get to a mutually beneficial agreement. She gets a bit of freedom in the seal and I get access to her chakra. Also I have access to her knowledge. Ryu let out a low whistle. That's a very beneficial agreement. He agreed. I mean, all those years of life. Make good use of it, kiddo. Naru nodded with a beaming smile. I also know how to get into the hut, she informed, heading over to it as she drew upon Kurama's chakra that came to her as readily as her own. She took a deep breath as she felt the onrush of power to calm herself before placing a chakra-infused hand on the seal, causing it to glow white before the door opened, revealing what seemed to be a small treasury that held various items, books, scrolls, and weapons. Amazing. You're telling me, Makoto agreed, the Rikudo-san owned all of this? A flicker of light caught their attention as a shadowy apparition appeared before them. To the ones who have entered, if one of my children have allowed you to enter, then you have proven yourselves worthy to choose one of the items stored here for your use, it said to them, the rippled eyes staring ahead a seemingly nothing. It will be yours and your families until the end of time. Tell your friends that I allow them to choose something, Kurama informed. They'll need it. Thank you. Nair thanked. Kurama said that you guys are allowed to choose something as well. She said aloud. She said something about needing it. Pass along our thanks. Ryu said in amazement as he moved around the hut. This stuff is astounding. No matter what happens, you three keep quiet about how you got what you take. Family heirloom, lucky find, a gift, whatever. The Rikudo Sannin wanted this place kept secret from the general world, and we will respectful. Yes, sensei. They coursed as they browsed the collection. One by one they selected an item. Iko selected a set of gauntlets made out of a matte black steel with seals inscribed on the inside that came with a scroll outlining their use and function. The seals enabled them to create a shield of chakra that block any sort of chakra-based attack up to the legendary Imari, Menace Ball, and with training can even form chakra-based weapons. Makoto selected a scroll that held what appeared to be medical ninjutsu and several chakra exercises meant for gaining absolute chakra control that didn't require one to be that way naturally. Ryu's find nearly had him collapsing in shock. The Blade of Azura. He breathed in awe. He unsheathed a glimmering white katana that had a circular crossguard with a pair of crossed swords emblazoned in black on the hilt. I thought it a myth. He immediately began studying the scroll that was attached to the sheath. Nair found herself gravitating not towards the scrolls or books like the others thought she would be, but to a set of prayer beads that were wrapped around a scroll. Unwrapping them, she unrolled the scroll and read, fascinated on how the beads were blessed by Kami to aid the Rikudo in sealing the Jubi. Would you be offended if I took these? Nair asked Kurama. They just called to me. Not at all. They would be helpful if you ran into any hostile Jinchuriki or my siblings who decide that you'd make a good snack. Kurama assured, thank you for asking. We're partners now, Naru informed as she wrapped the beads around her right forearm, meaning we're in this together. Thank you Naru-chan. Kurama said gratefully, making Naru smile as she stored the scroll. You're welcome, Kurama-chan. Naru returned using the affectionate suffix as well. You guys ready? Ryu asked. We need to start heading back now. I'm good, Naru informed, inspecting her new beads with interest. Same here, Iko confirmed, ensuring his new gauntlets were firmly secured. Ditto, Makoto said, packing away her scroll. All right, let's go. Should be night when we get to the cave entrance, so we'll head out to rendezvous with Team 7. Ryu informed as they started walking. Me and Kakashi-senpai will head to the bridge. Naru, you'll be taking command of the genin to attack Gato's mansion. Is that a good idea? I mean, they don't have a lot of respect for me, Naru informed, slightly nervous at the prospect. Me and Kakashi-senpai will set them straight, Naru, Ryu informed assuredly. You've been in the mansion and know its layout and the most tactically minded. No offense, you too, not to mention that if things get hairy you keep a cool head. Naru nodded in agreement. Finally, what's our job? She asked, wanting the details. Clear out his vault, kill everyone inside and send the place sky high. Can you do that? Ryu asked with obvious concern. Just say the word and I'll have Senpai take his team to the bridge and go with you guys instead. Naru took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I can do this, she assured with a determined face. Thank you for your trust, sensei. Ryu smiled kindly at Naru and ruffled her hair, earning a half-hearted glare from the redhead. I know you'll make me proud, kid, he informed confidently. Make sure you three show those rookies what first response is all about. Hi. The three replied with a salute as the team started heading back to the cave entrance. Day of the fight. Kakashi looked over to a currently disguised Ryu who was under a henge, making him look like Sasuke. Meanwhile, they each had made a single Kage Bunshin that had henged into Sakura and Lin as they headed to the bridge. He had to admit that his protégé's acting skills were pretty good. He had Sasuke's brooding down to a T, not that surprising considering the fact that he had met many Uchiha in the past, as well as Sakura's worship of Sasuke. The sooner this done, better. Ryu signed subtly as Tazuna walked nervously behind them. Kakashi smiled with a slight chuckle. I find amusing. Kakashi replied, getting an eye twitch from the disguised Jonin just as they walked on the bridge through a heavy mist. Tazuna. A voice groaned out ahead of them, calling their attention to a man on the ground in pain. Daisuke. Tazuna shouted as the group rushed over to the man. Monsters. Mist. The man groaned out the warning before falling unconscious. The shinobi reacted instantly, forming a protective formation around the client as a dark chuckle emanated from the mist as a dozen water clones of Zabuza stepped out of the mist and surrounded the group. Surprised to see me, Hataki? Zabuza's voice asked, filtering through the mist from seemingly all directions through the use of a vocal jutsu exclusive to Kiri. You're alive? Kakashi asked in false shock as Ryu and the close acted afraid. How is that possible? I confirmed your death. Zabuza chuckled gleefully at his foe's seeming ignorance. Next time you should make certain, he admonished mockingly, not that you'd have the chance to, as you die now. Sasuke suddenly sighed in what seemed to be boredom. Senpai? He asked, getting Kakashi's attention as Zabuza stared at the bored genin. Can I? Kakashi smiled. Go for it, Kohai, he encouraged. Crush their hopes and dreams. Sasuke suddenly was enveloped by smoke as Ryu dropped the henge and the two clones disappeared from existence. When the smoke cleared, Ryu was seen wearing his full battle gear. Gone was his usual outfit, replaced by a black sleeveless shirt under a dark green Anbu-like chestplate and black standard shinobi pants, and topped the outfit off with a cloth mask like Kakashi's own covering his lower face. Not that Zabuza and his partner had a chance to get a good look at the rookie Jonin-sensei before the water clones fell apart into water seemingly of their own accord. Zabuza's eyes, however, caught the flicker of movement from Ryu's arm, indicating that he was the one who defeated them. Well, it seems that you have a challenge for speed, Haku," he said as he lightened up the mist to show him and his false Hunter-nin partner, who was apparently named Haku. Said person was wearing a stripped brown turtleneck sweater under a dark blue-white trimmed kimono that was tied off by a brown obi and a pair matching brown pants that flared out near the bottom. "You deal with him while I deal with Hataki." "Senpai, did he just imply that that kid is faster than me?" Ryu asked, scandalized, making Kakashi chuckle as I smiled. "I think he did, Ryu," Kakashi agreed, knowing that Ryu took such comments as a personal insult. "Are you going to teach them a lesson?" While it was covered by his mask, Kakashi could tell the grin on his protege's face was downright evil. Outside Gato's Massian, GR5 shuddered as one as they went over the plan with the genin of Team 7. "Someone just challenged Sensei's speed," Iko said, white with fear. Poor, delusional fools," Makoto said with a shake of her head. Naru simply sighed and snapped her fingers to get the twins' attention back to the briefing. "Anyways, insane homicidal senseis aside," she said with a groan, pinching the bridge of her nose, unable to shake the feeling that her sensei was going to do something utterly insane. "Our plan for the mansion is simple. Get in quietly, kill Gato, seal anything of value, monetary and intel, then blow the place sky high and mop up anyone left standing." She unrolled a rough blueprint that she and Ryu had sketched out when they had returned from their infiltration and pointed out several areas circled in red. "These are the main structural points," she informed. "Me and Sensei have already planted high-powered explosive tags here." She then pointed to 2 points circled in yellow. "These are barracks for Gato's mercenaries as far as we could figure out. We didn't want to risk running into any actual rogue samurai that would blow our presence to confirm it, so avoid if possible." She then pointed to an area circled in green. "This is your team's target," she informed Lin, who was intently studying the map. "This is one of Gato's vaults. Do you have storage scrolls?" Lin nodded, patting one of her pouches. "These are lined with storage seals that I hold my various equipment in," she informed, while Sasuke frowned at not being the one in command but didn't say anything, realizing for once in his life the world didn't revolve around him and that their 2-year senior had more experience than them. "I take it you'll be hitting the other one in Gato?" Naru nodded, moving her finger to an area circled in black. "These are quarters for Gato and his bodyguards," she informed. "Hopefully we can take him out quietly without raising the alarm, but the plans of mice and men often go awry." Lin finished with a grim smile and distant eyes, no doubt remembering a FUBAR mission. "So, do not initiate contact unless left with no choice?" Sasuke asked, sounding slightly disappointed. "Don't be so eager for bloodshed, Uchiha-san, especially if you have not had your first kill," Makoto admonished with a sad look. "That's how we lost our team." Sasuke blinked and blushed slightly in embarrassment. "Sorry," he whispered, getting shocked looks from his teammates and former classmate. "Did Sasuke Uchiha just apologize?" Naru asked in false shock. "Oh dear God, it's a sign of Armageddon." Sasuke growled at Naru as the other chuckled, the mood lightening. "Let's get going, the sooner we're done this the better," Lin said with a slight smile. "Sakura, Sasuke, stick close, go when I go, stop when I stop, and I hope you're ready to do the tree walking on walls." The pair nodded, Sasuke with confidence and Sakura in apprehension, as the two groups leapt off, leaving no sign that they were even there in the first place. "Bridge." Haku stared at the approaching Jonin with a calm gaze as Ryu muttered the entire way, "Dare to call yourself faster than me?" Ryu asked in a growl. "Prove it, little girl." How twitched as he pulled out a pair of Sinbun. "I am a boy," informed, getting a bark of a laugh from the Jonin. "Bullshit," he called out, pointing at Haku. "You sound like a girl, you look like a girl, you smell like a girl, You act like a girl. Ryu suddenly vanished, reappearing beside Haku, who yelped as he suddenly groped her developing chest that was bound by wrappings. She lashed out at Ryu only to hit empty air as Ryu appeared back at his original starting position. And you feel like a girl. Girl. Haku growled at the man, her face red in embarrassment behind her mask, resisting the urge to cross her arms over her chest. What speed? She thought as the man picked at his ear. I didn't even see him move. Who are you? She has cautiously as she prepared for anything. Ryu grinned under his cloth mask as he settled into a loose taijutsu stance. The name is Ryu Hizanaga. Although in some circles I am known as Speedy Gonzalez, other circles call me Speed Racer, but those are in Konoha. Outside of Konoha I am known as the Blade Master. Haku swallowed tightly as she narrowed her eyes at the man for an entirely different reason. He was a Hizanaga. Many celebrated the fact that they were mostly killed during the Kyuubi attack, save the one before her. The reason, you ask? Hizanaga were notorious in battle for 3 reasons. 1. Their Fuinjutsu abilities, which were said to be second only to the Uzumaki clan of Yuzushiogakure. 2. Their innate skill with weapons. It was said that the founder made a pact with the goddess of war Azura to allow his clan to have unsurpassed abilities in anything weapons. 3. Raita ninjutsu. Every Hizanaga in history had lightning at the very least for a sub-element. I see. Haku said, slowly eyeing Ryu carefully. The speed he showed was almost superhuman, even for a shinobi, meaning he had to be a Shuinpa user, an extremely rare ability that popped up in only a handful of people every generation. I am Haku Yuki, and, cheesy I know, I hope you can forgive me for killing you. Ryu let out another bark-like laugh, his eyes boring into the false hunter Nin. Try. It was a single word that spoke volumes about what the man thought about Haku's boast. Haku grabbed 2 handfuls of Senbon and launched them at the Jonin as she charged forward, a pair of Senbon in her hands. Ryu's expression didn't change as the Senbon hurtled towards him at a speed that a normal rookie Jonin would have trouble following. Ryu, however, was far from normal. As his right arm blurred, a series of metal clashing on metal sounds echoing on the bridge as the Senbon were knocked aside by what seemed to be an invisible force to the untrained eye. To Haku's trained eye, she clearly see the katana he held that was unsealed in an instant, knocking away the Senbon. Haku surged forward, trying to get to him before he could bring his katana down. Unfortunately for the girl, he was far too well trained for such a move to work as the blade blurred down, making Haku spin out of the way as she jabbed out with a Senbon to the back of his neck, only for him to crouch down out of the way before lashing out in a kick that caught Haku in the gut, forcing the air out of her lungs as she flew back from the force of it. She grunted in pain as she hit the railing to the bridge and gasped to refill her lungs with air. Looking across the bridge, she saw Ryu holding the katana at his side calmly as he walked forward with ease, his eyes showing the smirk that was on his face. Well now, this should be fun. He mused, getting into a loose stance, his blade held angled before him with one hand while the other was held by his chest as if he was about to do a karate basic punch. Let's get this party started. With Kakashi and Zabuza. Kakashi and Zabuza watched as their respective protégés went off into the mist in the midst of their fight before turning back to face each other. So you set us up, Zabuza said with a hint of respect. You made us think that you thought we were dead. How tricky. Kakashi I smiled at Zabuza. I must admit, Ryukohai was the one who made that plan. Kakashi admitted. He sensed the presence of your friend there when we were having a chat. Zabuza snorted, glancing off into the mist where a clash of metal on metal could be heard before turning back to Kakashi, pulling on the hilt of his Kubikiri Hocho and brought it up to his shoulder. No matter, Haku will deal with him, he stated with the utmost confidence in his weapon. As for you, your Sharingan will fall to me. Kakashi stood calmly as he waited for Zabuza to make his move as he lifted up his Hi-8, revealing a single 3-tomoed Sharingan. We'll see. He countered, preparing himself for combat. 5. Nara led her team through the halls of Gato's mansion, sticking close to the ceiling and shadows to avoid the small army of mercs that were assembled there. Lin, what's your progress? Naru whispered softly into her throat mic. After a couple heartbeats of silence, Lin's voice softly whispered into her ear. Slow, she admitted. Were there this many mercs when you and Hizanaga-sensei broke in? No, Naru denied as her team slipped up to the next level where Gato's rooms were. Gato must be preparing to strike at the town. Right? Lin confirmed in a grim voice. I'd say we should pick up the pace slightly. Agreed, we are outside of Gato's rooms now, we'll radio when he's dead. Naru informed as she and her team quietly opened the doors and slipped in without even the barest of squeaks. Inside they quickly slipped into the shadows as they heard a group of voices. Our boys saw those Konoha shinobi heading to the bridge with the bridge builder. A cocky voice stated. That other team seemed to have run home tails between their legs. A chuckle was heard as the team approached the door leading to the voices and peeked in. Gato was standing behind a desk with what Naru assumed what he thought to be an evil smirk on his face. To Naru it looked like the midget was constipated. If this guy showed up in Konoha's red light district he'd be killed within the hour. She thought in amusement, remembering her old stomping grounds before becoming a genin. I should stop by sometime, thank them for their help. Focusing back on the mission, she spotted the two bodyguards that were with him. One had brown hair and wore an eye path with dark skin, while the second had a white-silver hair covered by a hat. Both were armed with standard katanas. No chakra, Makoto signaled after she performed a quick check to see if the pair were possibly shinobi or samurai. Take out two, she signed to the twins. I take boss. The pair nodded in understanding as they prepared themselves to move. Closing her eyes, Naru focused for the briefest of seconds before blurring forward using Shunpa to get behind Gato, her Tonto already heading for his temple. His two goons looked confused at first as everything seemed to move in slow motion for the genin. She saw realization dawn on the pair as their hands leapt for their katanas, their mouths opening to shout out a warning. Her hand moved of its own accord to cover Gato's own mouth as Makoto and Iko grabbed the pair, cleanly snapping their necks just as Naru's Tonto buried itself into Gato's skull, killing the would-be tyrant. Panting, she looked down at the blood that covered her hands and barely suppressed the urge to vomit at the sight, but closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Right, let's clean out the office. She ordered a bit weakly, getting a concerned look from the twins, to which she replied with a tired smile, I'll be fine. The pair nodded and joined Naru in clearing the place of anything of value. Nar, we've cleared the vault and heading to rendezvous. Lin's voice stated clearly through the radio. He had to kill a couple of guards and stash their bodies. Naru took a second to compose herself. Understood, she replied. Gato's dead and we are just finishing cleaning out his office. Meet you in 5. Right, see you then. Lin confirmed, closing the link. Let's go. She ordered, pacing a couple of explosive seals for added insurance before slipping out the office through the window and hurried to the rendezvous as their stealth would allow. Landing at the rendezvous, she spotted a shaken Sakura and a perturbed Sasuke, both of whom had some blood on them. They obviously tried to wash some of it off with the water in their canteens, blowing charges. Naru muttered, forming the seal for the tags, and in 2 seconds massive explosions tore through the building, killing all who occupied it and ensuring that all evidence of their presence was turned to ash. Taking a look at the burning building, Naru promptly turned to a tree and violently vomited the contents of her stomach as the reality settled in on just how many people were killed by that single-hand seal. Shivering and sobbing against the tree, she started slightly as Makoto placed a hand on her back and rubbed it gently, holding Naru's hair out of the way as she continued to vomit until she was dry, heaving. Breath, Nuryan, Makoto ordered gently as she pulled the red-haired genin upright as she sobbed. It's okay, breath. All those people. Naru sobbed out as tears streaked her face. All of them. Naru-chan, Makoto said sternly as she hugged Naru tightly. If you didn't kill them, they would have hurt many more people than they already have. Naru choked out a sob as she buried herself into Makoto's hug, clinging to the Witet who was patiently soothing the girl after her first kill. The academy and senseis tried to prepare the genin for their first kill, but in the end, nothing can prepare the person for seeing the blood of another person on their hands. Eventually Naru's sobs died down as the Jinchuriki gathered herself together with some help from Makoto and Kurama, both of them assuring her that she had done the right thing by killing Gato and his goons before reluctantly separating herself from Makoto's hug and nodded to the girl who smiled. Let's get back and get you into a hot shower, Lincoln, and you go with Iko and I to report to Kakashi-sensei and Ryu-sensei? Lin nodded with a slight grin. Not a problem, she assured, patting Naru's shoulder. You did the right thing, Naru-san. She leapt off, followed by Iko, who offered his own assurances before following at the rest, headed back to Tazuna's house to recuperate. Bridge, Ryu vs. Haku. The fight between the two had started to get even more deadly as they started to sling jutsus at one another and landing blows and cuts. Haku looking cut in several places, her mask gone due to it being cut after a particularly close call from Ryu's sword, making her throw it away, revealing her soft features and surprisingly warmer brown eyes. Ryu had a couple of sinban in non-vital areas that were more of an annoyance than a danger. He had a rather long cut on his own face from when he and Haku had been in a deadlock, the girl shocking him as she formed a set of one-handed hand seals, making it a rather close call. "I must say, Haku-san, you truly are a good opponent," Ryu informed calmly as he and Haku stood across from one another. "It's almost regretful that we're enemies. You'd make a great sparring partner." Haku panted, lightly eyeing the jonin across from her warily. While she had started to sling water and wind justice at the elusive opponent, he had yet to use a single one aside from the basic kawarimi to dodge some of her more dangerous attacks. "I must agree, Ryu-san," she agreed reluctantly as she straightened and put her hands into a seal unfamiliar to the jonin, "but I am afraid that I must end this. Be witness to my curse, the Hayutan bloodline." Ryu frowned as he heard Haku's declaration, "The bloodline purges?" He stated, "You were a victim of it, weren't you?" "Yes," Haku replied as the mist around her started to freeze into ice droplets and hung around her. "I discovered my curse when I was young and showed my mother, who forbade me from using it again lest my father found out. But he did, and when I had returned home the next day, he and a group of villagers had killed her and attacked me. I don't remember what exactly had happened, but when I woke up my father was dead. I had reacted to defend myself instinctively using my bloodline. After that I wandered the land as an orphan until Zabuza-sama found me and gave me a purpose. I am his tool to be used as he dash." "Bullshit," Ryu growled with a light glare to the girl. "Not the story, I believe that. I know some people who escaped the purges. The bullshit is the fact that you are a tool. No one, not even shinobi who answer to their kage, are tools. We all have a choice. That alone makes us as human as the person next to us. As for your curse, trust me, there are places who would treat you like a queen for your abilities." Haku frowned as Ryu challenged her entire beliefs in a single speech as he sealed his sword before reaching up to his shoulder. "What do you know about my burden?" she asked with a bit of anger. "How would you know?" Ryu's eye turned blank as he pressed his hand to a seal on his shoulder, cause a small cloud of smoke to envelop him that quickly dissipated to reveal that he had unsealed another sword. It was another katana, but this one sheathed in a dark blue sheath with a sun symbol on the bottom of the hilt. "I know pain," he informed, his eyes flashing with regret, sadness, and unbridled fury and fear. "My life may not have been as harsh as yours, and would not wish your life upon my worst enemy, and believe me, I am planning some twisted sheet for him, but I know pain. I lost my fiancée when her cousin went on a rampage slaughtering his clan. My second teammate was lost on that day as well. I was unable to save him, so trust me, I know pain." "I see," Haku whispered, her voice soft before hardening herself, "but that changes nothing." "No, it doesn't," Ryu agreed, getting into an Ayatsu stance. "Come, Haku-san, show me the strength of your will." "Very well, Hyan, 8,000 needles of death," Haku shouted as she formed a series of hand seals and, stomping her foot, causing a massive amount of water turned to ice in the shape of needles and launched themselves at Ryu, who narrowed his eyes before Haku, his sword in the process of being drawn, showing the light blue metal the sword was made of. Haku quickly leapt back out of the way as it barely slipped past her nose. Just as she was about to let out a sigh of relief, however, she felt an invisible force slam into her, throwing her back as she let out a shout of pain. "This is no normal sword," Ryu informed. "This is Tenken, Heaven's Fist. Trust me when I say its reach is far more than you think." Haku blinked before her eyes widened as a cut opened up across her nose, right where Ryu's swing would have hit. "What the hell?" she asked, resisting the urge to bring her hand up to it. "I see," she said finally. "A Hizunaga's sword is a fearsome thing indeed, but so are my jutsu's Hyun, rapid ice shots." Ryu blurred out of the way, closing the distance between him and Haku as spears of ice tried to gore him repeatedly. "Hyun, ice blade," Haku shouted, forming a sword of pure ice, ducking under Ryu's sword as the construction equipment behind her were suddenly destroyed as if the hand of Kami stuck them. Growling, she swept her sword at Ryu's feet only for with a poof of smoke Ryu summoned a massive Zanbato nearly as tall as Zabuza's but much wider appeared between her sword and his legs. Quickly resealing Tengen, he used both hands to grab the hilt of his new sword and started dragging it through the ground where it was impaled, pushing the ice user back while doing so. Kaijin no Yude, arm of the giant. Ryu informed with a grin as he brought it up to his shoulder before surging forward with a speed that should not be possible with a sword that size and swung at Haku, who deftly dodged, her eyes widening in shock as the sword slammed into the concrete, crumpling it like paper as the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Dragging the sword again, he swung it at Haku horizontally, making her duck. She nearly lost her footing as the blade passing caused a violent displacement of wind to appear. With a quickly stab forward, she forced Ryu to sidestep to avoid a critical strike, instead receiving a slight cut just under his breastplate that ended just above his stomach. With a wince, he leapt away, resealing his sword as he brought a hand to the cut that seemed to be freezing slightly. That's not good, he mused, bringing his hand to another seal and unsealed a new pair of swords, a pair of wakizashis. One had an angry red metal while the other was a calm green, Hajin Fujin, fire god and wind god. Haku's eye widened as he swung the green one even though he was nowhere near her, but the streak of wind that cut her shoulder informed her that it was very dangerous to sit still. She started moving, doubly so when a stream of fire was launched at her by the Jonin nearly burned her. Hayaton, ice spike. She shouted, forming a set of hand seals, causing the mist above Ryu to form into a spike that tried to plant itself into his head only for him to move out of the way with his Shuinpa. Once he was clear, he swung both of his swords at once, causing a literal firestorm to bear down on the ice manipulator as the wind and fire abilities of the swords infused and powered one another. Haku formed a set of hand seals at such speed that Ryu raised an eyebrow, impressed, as she called out her jutsu, sway, water encampment wall. She shouted, causing the mist to form a wall of water to surround her right before the wave of fire hit. When the steam from the collision of fire on water cleared, Haku was seen looking slightly singed with a couple of burns on her clothing, causing her to ditch her outer kimono as it was ruined. You are a very dangerous and unpredictable opponent, Ryu-san. Haku complimented, impressed. You are a very elusive person, Haku-san. Ryu countered, equally impressed. You keeping up with my swords is no easy feat, let me tell you. Haku snorted and gave the universal, you don't need to tell me that. Looks like I have no choice but to use it. She sighed as she formed a string of hand seals at her impressive speed. Hyan, Makyu Hayushu, demonic crystal ice mirrors. She intoned as dozens of ice mirrors surrounded Ryu even above him, making him frown. I'm sorry, she said before stepping into the mirror before her. Ryu's eyes widened as he saw all the mirrors reflect Haku's image, who held a handful of Sinban in both hands. I know that had the circumstances been different we would have been friends, but now you must die. Gasped as he started flickering with Shuinpa, trying to dodge the massive amount of Sinban being launched at him. Even with his mastery of the legendary speed technique, he was still getting cut at an increasing rate. With a shout, he slashed with both swords, launching another firestorm wave that impacted against the mirrors. When the steam cleared, Ryu let out a gasp of shock at the mirrors were only slightly melted, a fact that was quickly repaired as they refroze. I'm torn between frustration and respect, Haku-san, Ryu informed as he resealed his now useless, for the moment at least, swords. You are forcing me to use one of my most powerful ninjutsus. He clapped his hands together, and surprisingly it is an offensive technique. He formed a couple of hand seals, Kinraten, Rakurai Kaioshin, forbidden lightning release, lightning resonance. Ryu shouted as the seals on his body shifted before glowing an electric blue as sparks of electricity started emitting from his body. Haku, wary of the technique that Ryu just used, launched a massive wall of Sinban at the Jonin, who simply appeared to stand still as the Sinban passed through him, burying themselves in the ground around him. Ryu at his opponent with a slight amount of regret. Sorry, Haku-san, he said, his voice sounding slightly off, but when this jutsu is activated, I will never be touched. Rakurai Kaioshin turns the chakra in my network into pure electricity, granting me unsurpassed speed and reaction time. He pulled down his mask, showing face to the ice user, who blinked at the slightly sad smile on his face. Forgive me. With those words, he vanished as one of the mirrors shattered from pure kinetic force. She briefly spotted an after image of the Jonin as he bounced off said mirror before heading to the next one. Damn it. She cursed as he shattered another 3 before she finished said curse. Showing her impressive hand dexterity and speed, she formed a long string of seals as he destroyed another 3 mirrors. Hein! Demonic ice explosion. She shouted as she launched herself out of the mirrors right before they exploded with massive force, sending a cold gust of wind that froze the immediate area into a block of ice. Haku gave a sigh of relief as she saw Ryu, whose face was contorted into one of frustrated concentration almost out of the blast radius. I will be sure to remember you, Risen, she said in way of apology before she started to turn to aid Zabuza. However, she stopped when she saw something curious. The seals on his body were starting to glow even brighter. She was about to move closer to inspect the phenomenon when hairline cracks appeared in the block of ice. Her breath was caught in her throat as the ice suddenly exploded while Ryu dropped to the ground before vanishing right before Haku registered a pain emanating from her stomach and that she was flying back. Before she could locate the cause, her vision doubled as pain exploded on the back of her skull. Another blast of pain from her stomach, and she realized the source. Moving at a speed only thought possible through the use of the 8 gates, he was tossing Haku around the bridge like a rag doll before appearing in front of her as they seemed to float in the air. Lightning Devil's combo, he intoned before he launched a final punch that sent Haku flying back into the ground with such force that she was rendered unconscious as the concrete shattered into a crater. Heaving for breath, Ryu landed next to the crater from her landing and collapsed to a single knee as the glowing subsided, marking the end to his jutsu. In my bleeding heart, he grunted as he checked Haku's pulse and nodded when he felt the steady, albeit weak pulse of the girl. In the chivalry sensei and Suki-chan forced down my throat, he muttered, pulling Haku out of the crater, limping back towards Tazuna, Haku's arm thrown over his shoulder as he dragged her along. In my conscience, wanting to help the pretty girl with emotional problems and daddy issues. As he moved forward, he could hear what sounded to be at first 1,000 birds chirping at once, that then shifted to that of a bolt of lightning striking the ground. The mist started to clear, showing Kakashi, who had his hand that was emanating lightning chakra shoved through Zabuza's chest as 5 dogs of various shapes and sizes held the now dead man in place. Looks like you're finished, Ryu said as he limped forward as Kakashi yanked his blood-drenched hand out of Zabuza's chest before turning to face his protege. Your sensei's chivalry lessons? He asked, eyes smiling, gesturing to Haku as he pulled his headband back over his eye. Ryu grunted, damn it to hell. He groaned, setting the girl down as he collapsed against the railing. I'll take responsibility, he assured with a groan, rubbing his eyes. Don't think she's an official missing nin anyways. Zabuza picked her up off the streets and trained her himself. Kakashi sighed heavily but nodded as he helped his kohai back to his feet while Tazuna approached cautiously. Sorry Tazuna, but I kinda ruined some of your equipment and the bridge a bit, Ryu said apologetically. Tazuna sighed as he saw the damage now that the mist was clearing. It's alright, he said with a regretful sigh, but demon you shinobi are destructive. A loud explosion ripped through the air as a smoke cloud rose up from the direction of Gato's mansion. You have no clue. Kakashi sighed as he helped Ryu with his prisoner and started back to Tazuna's house, meeting up with Lin and Iko on the way. Tazuna's house, GFRT5's room. Haku groaned as she felt the dull throb of pain associated to a not quite healed injuries, and the fact that she felt her entire body resonate. The throb told her just how much she had been beaten. Letting out another groan as the throb prevented her from fall back into blissful unconsciousness, she slowly dragged her eyes open, wincing slightly as the light stabbed at her eyes. Looking around, she was confused at the wooden ceiling and the soft lapping of the waves, both of which were not of the hideout that Zabuza owned. Oh, you're awake, a male voice stated, making Haku turn to face Ryu, who was sitting in a chair next to her bed, making the memories of how she got unconscious in the first place rush back. Easy now, Ryu said as he placed a restraining hand on her shoulder when she attempted to sit up. Your ribs aren't completely healed yet. Where is Zabuza-sama? She demanded with a glare to the jonin, who sighed. Dead, he informed with only the slightest hint of remorse in his tone. Something that actually surprised Haku, as he was an enemy shinobi. Kakashi-senpai killed him shortly after I knocked you out. Haku sank back onto the bed, her entire body having gone numb, Her entire reason for living was now dead. Why? She asked, her voice wavering. Why did you leave me alive? Ryu sighed as he scratched his scalp. A twisted form of chivalry that my sensei pounded into me, he answered honestly. Pretty much I want to help you, Haku-san. Your entire life should not revolve around the will of a single person, no matter what he has done for you. You might as well kill me then, she informed dully. My life was Zabuza-sama's, and now that he is dead I am just a broken tool. Tool. Ryu stated with such conviction that Haku couldn't help but stare at the man in shock as his eye bore into her, as if he was looking into her very soul. His eyes softened after a couple of minutes. If you really feel the need for someone to rule your life, then I will claim you life for myself, he said finally with a sad sigh. But you must realize one thing, Haku-san, you are a beautiful young woman just reaching the beginnings of your life, and just because Zabuza's ended does not mean that yours should as well. He stood up, ignoring the blush on Haku's face as he moved to the door. If you want, I can take you to his gravemaker tomorrow, he said over his shoulder, exiting the room to give the ice user her space. Can I really be more than a tool? She thought to herself after the man left. Can I live? Common room. Ryu sighed as he walked down the stairs, rubbing his temples between his middle finger and thumb. Well? Kakashi asked the younger Jonin with a serious look. The biggest threat from her is to herself, Ryu replied to Kakashi's unasked question. Both teams were out aiding Tazuna in repairing and finishing the bridge, but I'm certain that I can bring her around though. Kakashi nodded. Just be careful if you bring her back to Konoha, he ordered. I'm certain the Civ Council will try something. I'd bet my vest on it, Ryu said in agreement with a grim face. I'll be ready with blackmail in hand. Kakashi smiled at Ryu's statement. Should be amusing to say the least. Kakashi replied, you always seem to know how to get the best blackmail. Ryu grinned and tapped the side of his nose before heading to the kitchen and put together a meal for Haku. She should be good to go day after tomorrow if all goes well, Ryu informed. Hopefully I can get her to live her own life. Kakashi nodded in agreement, remembering the reports on what Danzo was doing to the children he kidnapped for Root, making them even worse than Haku in regards to their mental thought processes. Haku at least felt emotions. In Root there were no emotions. Good luck with that, Kakashi encouraged, honestly secretly giggling inside of his mind. Methinks that this'll lead to many amusing situations, he thought to himself in amusement. Ryu, unaware of Kakashi's thought, sent a thankful smile to Tsunami, who passed him a couple of cups and a pot of tea before climbing back up the stairs and knocked on the door. Yes. Haku's voice came through sounding slightly rough, as if she had been crying. It's Ryu, he announced before entering. I brought some tea and something to eat. He looked at Haku, whose eyes were looking rather red and the tear stains on her cheeks spoke volumes about how she was feeling. Here, let's get you sitting up so you can eat. Haku accepted his aid to sit up comfortably so she could eat. Accepting the tray, she looked deep into Ryu's mismatched eyes. Can I really do what I want to do? She asked softly as Ryu sat down next to her with a cup of tea. Can I really be more than just a tool? Ryu smiled in a reassuring manner and nodded. You are your own limiter, Haku, he informed. The sky is the limit, so on and so forth. Haku smiled a bit at his joke. Would I be able to go to Konoha with you? She asked nervously. I really have no place else to go. Of course you can, Ryu answered without hesitation. I take it you were never an official shinobi of Kirigakure? Haku shook her head. Zabuza-sama found me as he was fleeing after his assassination attempt, she informed him with a slight smile of remembrance. I was trained on the road. Ryu nodded. Then there'll be no problems with you getting citizenship, and if you want a high 8, although there will probably be a probation and a light interrogation to ensure you won't betray us or are a plant, he explained. But since you'll be a ward of the Hizanaga, that'll make things smoother, and any attempts to force a marriage will have to go through me. Haku smiled in relief towards the Jonin. Thank you, Ryukun, she said, switching the honorific, surprising Ryu slightly. He recovered quickly and smiled. Not a problem, Haku-chan, he assured, chuckling at the light pink that dusted her cheeks. Bridge. Naru sighed as she relaxed, taking a break from helping finish and repair the bridge in a far better mood than yesterday. She smiled, remembering the conversation she had with her sensei that night. Flashback no jutsu. Naru shivered as she sat out on the dock next to Tazuna's house, staring out over the water as the moon reflected off it. "Can't sleep, Naru-chan?" Ryu asked, surprising Naru as he sat down next to her using the affectionate suffix he only used in private. I keep having nightmares," she said fearfully. "Every time I close my eyes I see myself killing everyone, not even caring, all the blood covering me completely, yet I don't even shed a tear. Rinai, I'm scared of that being true." Ryu pulled Naru into a gentle hug, letting her sob into her chest as he thought about how to handle the fears of his pseudo-little sister. "Naru, the fact that you're afraid of that happening proves that it won't," he assured, his eyes showing his confidence in her. "I know your childhood, Naru, and the fact that you are a kind, loving, intelligent, and very compassionate young woman, and trust me, the first few kills, not just the first, are hard. Yeah, it'll get easier and that will be scary, but you know the vital difference that will prevent you from becoming that person." What is it?" Naru asked between a mix of hiccups and sobs that Ryu couldn't help but think on how adorable it made her look. "The people that are precious to you, Anko, Makoto, Iko, myself, the Hokage, and anyone else you hold precious to you," he answered. "You fight to protect them, right?" Naru nodded with a nod, a look making Ryu chuckle. "Then remember that killing isn't fun, but in the end, it protects those who you hold precious. Just don't let it consume you." Naru sniffed and nodded as Ryu continued to hold her gently. "Thanks, Rinai," she whispered, gratefully relishing the warmth that emanated from her chest whenever she had moments like this. "Thanks for everything you've done." Ryu smiled as he held Naru, who eventually drifted off into a dreamless sleep. Flashback, and she had slept solidly after her talk with Ryu, making her thankful that she was placed onto his team, despite his unorthodox training style. Her hatred for it had turned into something akin to an annoying habit of an older brother. "Naru said." A hesitant voice spoke up, making Naru turn to face Sakura, who had a slight sheen of sweat on her body from working on the repairs. "Would it be all right if I ask you something?" Naru shrugged. "Depending on the question, I may not answer," she replied. Seeing as that was the closest to a yes, as she was going to get, Sakura moved ahead with her question. How are you so strong?" she asked. "I mean, you were below me in the rankings." Naru looked at Sakura with raised eyebrow. "Haruno-san, what is the greatest weapon of a shinobi?" she retorted. Sakura blinked and thought about the question, making Naru sigh in frustration. "It wasn't in any book we've studied, Haruno-san, and the answer is deception." Her ocean blue eyes bored into Sakura's green. "And when nearly the entire village is against you, deception is the greatest weapon in the world." Before Sakura could ask what she meant, Naru walked away to get back to work on the bridge, leaving Sakura even more confused than before. With Makoto and Iko, the twins were currently occupied with cutting I-beams to be fitted as supports, using their bloodline to produce sharp beams to do said action. "Man, when Sensei suggested we train today, I didn't think he meant this." Iko grunted as he concentrated on maintaining the density of the beams so that it could cut the thick beams of steel. Makoto panted as she finished a cut. "Be thankful Anko isn't here," she groaned. "I'd rather not do this while trying to dodge snakes." "Touché," Iko agreed, grunting as he finished his own. "Can you imagine if Anko was our sensei?" Makoto glared at her twin. "Thanks for the nightmare," she growled. "How can I repay you and Isama?" Iko gulped as he felt the killing intent of his sister wash over him. "Oh, I think Sensei's calling me. Bye." He stammered out before fleeing his sister hot on his heels, putting their recent training to good use as the workers laughed merrily at the antics of the twins. Later that week, the Konoha Ninja +1 stood at the end of the new bridge as the entire village came to see them off, cheering and calling out well wishes for the group, as well as several marriage proposals that made Sasuke grateful they weren't aimed at him, but the redhead of GFRT5, who was steadily turning an interesting shade of pink. "You guys take care now," Tazuna said, shaking each of their hands, "and be sure to visit when you're in the area. I can guarantee you not recognize the village when you see it again." "We'll hold you to that," Kakashi replied with his patented eye smile. Seriously, it was patented. He could sue anyone who didn't have his permission to use it, and be sure to let us know if anyone tries to fill Gato's shoes. Like we'll let them," a villager shouted out, receiving a roar of approval. Inari rubbed his eyes as he tried to hold back his tears. Thanks for everything, One-chan. He shouted to Naru, who smiled and patted his head. I'll make sure I'll honor Tusan's sacrifice. Naru giggled as she crouched down to his eye level. I know you will, Inari-kun, she with a smile that made the boy blush. And if you are Veer in Konoha, look us up, okay? Inari nodded and smiled brightly, making Tsunami laugh as he shouted he'll come as soon as he could. Haku stood back watching the farewells with a slight amount of apprehension, knowing that if her and Zabuza succeeded this would not be happening. Don't worry, Haku-chan, Ryu said, surprising the girl as he appeared behind her, making her jump and glare at him as he grinned, unrepentantly taking pleasure in constantly reminding her that he was far faster than her. We showed them proof that Gato was planning on betraying you too, so they're rather neutral towards you. Haku sent him another glare before huffing and pouting slightly, making many males in the area twitch as she crossed her arm under her impressive C-cup bust, jutting them out slightly. The light blue sleeveless battle kimono she was wearing already showed some cleavage. Added to the outfit was a set of detached sleeves that went down to mid-palm, flaring out, allowing for her to hide plenty of sunbon in the sleeves, and a pair of heeled shinobi sandals topped her borrowed outfit off. Until they got to Konoha, where Ryu promised to get her a new wardrobe, now showed even more, making many young males about how the hottie was leaving. I know, Ryu-kun, she assured him, but still, I regret that we would have ruined their live permanently if Zabuza-sama succeeded. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Ryu dismissed. If you keep focusing on what might have been, you'll miss what can happen next. Haku smiled and nodded to Ryu before giving him a confused look. I have to ask though, why do you have women's clothing in your storage seals? She asked innocently, making Ryu blush and full body spasms erupted. Oh, it's great story. Kakashi chirped as the group started off towards Konoha. See, it all started when he was a Chunin dating Suki. Ryu's spasms got worse and worse as Kakashi continued retelling the story he had learned from Ryu's sensei. All the while the group howled in laughter. You'll pay for this, Hataki, was heard distantly by the citizens of Nami as they laughed. Well, we need to name our new bridge, don't we? Tazuna said, looking back to the gathered villagers. How about the Great Tazuna Bridge? No way, came the unanimous response, sending the elder construction worker pouting to the corner, a dark cloud hanging over his head. The Bridge of Hope, came one suggestion. Great Konoha Bridge. Great Nami Bridge. Wait, I got it. Inari shouted over everyone, getting their attention. The Bridge of Unity. The gathered villagers thought about it for a minute before a roar of approval rose up, lifting the kid and throwing him into the air amongst the cheers. Konoha, Sarutobi's office. Sarutobi looked up to his window as a tap alerted him to the presence of small golden-furred Theandrike pup outside. The said window holding a scroll in their mouth. Opening the window, he allowed the pup in and cleared his desk of some of the paperwork to allow the pup some space. It set down the scroll it was holding. I asked that I give this to you, Hokatsama. The pup said excitedly. He said he'd give me some steak if I did it really fast too. Sarutobi chuckled at the pup's enthusiasm and opened the scroll, reading through the contents, his eyebrow raising near the end. Well, now this should make things interesting, he mused, pulling out a fresh scroll to write a reply. Tell me, Kaimaru, how long did it take to get here? Sarutobi asked curiously. The pup thought a minute before answering. The 5 hours, I think it's called, when the small hand moves. Kaimaru answered uncertainly before cheering up. Papa says that if I keep practicing, then I'll be as fast as Ryu and I and can go hunting with him. Sarutobi chuckled as he rolled and sealed the scroll before patting the pup's head and handing him the scroll. This is for Ryu-kun, all right? He informed, making sure the pup understood. Kaimaru barked before picking up the scroll and leaping out the window quickly, becoming a golden blur that had many civilians and shinobi confused. Thing will be interesting, that's for sure, he murmured to himself, grinning much like a certain group of Jinchuriki did when a prank was coming together. Who knew Mito could be so vindictive? Shaking off that thought, Sarutobi returned back to his thrice-damned paperwork. With the group half a day out from Konoha, Ryu knelt down as he accepted the scroll from Kaimaru, giving him a steak he had sealed for just such an occasion, making Kaimaru's tail blur as it sped back and forth. Unrolling the scroll, he scanned over the contents before snorting with a grin and passed it over to Kakashi, who repeated Ryu's snort. Hokasama is one vindictive bee, Ryu stated as the scroll was torched, making the genin and Haku look at him curiously. Now I may have a fair load of blackmail, but him? Jesus makes my collection look like a bad tabloid column. Kakashi laughed in amusement to Ryu's statement. Well, he did train Jiraiya, Konoha's leading spy master, he reminded, plus he's been playing this game before any of us were born. Lin looked between the two of them. Okay, definitely missing something here. She stated, and I'm guessing it had to do with that scroll. I was giving Hokage-sama a heads up about our guest and a brief overview of our mission, Ryu explained as Kaimaru barked for attention. Haku had picked the puppy up and started lavishing him with attention. Hokage-sama's response had to do with a plan should the civilian council wish to take action. What about Danzo though? Kakashi mused. He didn't mention him at all. Ryu snorted. I'm sure that the old windbag knows the score with Hokage-sama. Ryu said, after all, Hokage-sama most likely knows the location of every root base in Konoha and is only holding off from destroying it for some reason only Hokage-sama knows. What is root? Makoto asked, and who's Danzo? Danzo Shimura, founder of the Root ANBU cell, whose clandestine operations will never be publicly acknowledged due to the questionable morals employed, is widely recognized as Hokage-sama's rival, for a lack of a better term, and has often been described as the opposite side of Hokage-sama's coin. Kakashi explained as he read his precious Ika. Root is, like I said, an even further clandestine cell within ANBU who, during the height of the Second Shinobi World War, had been formed to run questionable missions with a low survival rate. Assassinations of high-profile targets and making it look like another village, sabotaging fortified fortresses and the like. Ryu continued picking up where Kakashi left off. In order to keep their ranks strong, they ended up recruiting orphans off the street. That's when they slid down into the void, so to speak. The training they put the kids through was horrible, robbed them of their emotions, destroyed their sense of self. They lived and died for Root, doing whatever Danzo ordered them to. Sometime during the Yandame's reign as Hokage, he had ordered Root to be shut down. Ryu continued, his eyes going distant, but Danzo didn't shut it down. However, before the Yandame could do anything, the Kyuubi attacked, leading to the Yandame's untimely demise. After the attack, our forces were weakened so severely that the Sandame had no choice but to allow Root to continue to operate as it has in order to help keep up the illusion of our strength. Rumors have also been circulating of Danzo ordering children of the various clans of Konoha to be kidnapped and inaugurated into Root. Naru continued, surprising everyone once again with her knowledge. While this has never been proven, it has caused much distrust between him and the Shinobi Council. Another rumor states that the only reason that he has yet to attempt a coup to take the mantle of the Hokage is due to the fact that Sarutobi-san said that should he die during a coup, any and all missions operated by Root will be leaked out all over the elemental nations, including any and every bit of information tying Danzo to Root. Lin looked at Naru with adoring eyes. Naru-chan, with your skill at info gathering and my skill at blackmail, we could rule the world, she stated, excitedly glomping her fellow redhead, much to said redhead's surprise as she blushed from the affection showed by the 2-year veteran genin. Think about it. All of the Kages and daimyos bowing before us, offering tribute, all of the hot-oiled men to tend to our ever wish and desire. Everyone stared at the girl as she trailed off, drooling from her own fantasy. Right, Naru said, inching away from the girl. Kakashi-san, is she, all there? Kakashi sighed as his eldest genin started to giggle in a way that was pretty much identical to a certain white-haired son. Honestly? He asked. I don't know. Chuckles swept through the group as they continued on towards Konoha, joking with each other and bonding as a group. Later that day, Konoha's gate. Haku swallowed nervously as the group approached the massive gateway into Konoha early in the evening. She could feel her stomach start to knot itself in apprehension to the upcoming meeting with one of the most powerful and influential men in the elemental nations, a man who held her fate in his hands. Relax, Kakashi said to her calmly as Ryu presented the passes for the group to the 2 chunin manning the booth. Hokama is a reasonable man, and with me and Ryu Kohai vouching for you, he'll let you stay here in Konoha unhassled. He placed a hand on her shoulders, causing her to look up into his piercing eye. Do not betray the trust Ryu has placed in you, for finding a place to live will be the least of your worries. Haku nodded with a sharp gulp, realizing now how the silver-haired jonin came out on top in his bout with Zabuza. The man was absolutely deadly when it came to the safety of his friends. I have no plans of doing that, she answered honestly. Ryukun is giving me the option to live my own life as I see fit, and I want to spend it repaying his kindness to me. Kakashi's eyes softened as he patted the shoulder his hand was on. If you want to repay him, then live a happy life, he advised, that will pay him back more than any other action you could do. Well, almost any other action. He added mentally with a silent perverted giggle. So Ryu, who's the hottie with you guys? Asked one of the gate guards. Izumo, your girlfriend? Ryu deadpanned at Izumo as his partner. Kotetsu laughed in amusement. Haha, Ryu said sarcastically, nothing like that, just a person looking to start a new life. Right, the twisted chivalry of your sensei at work once again. Kotetsu sighed, and this will be number what of girls you've beaten the sheet out of in an effort to better their life through gratuitous violence directed at said girl? Ryu grinned suddenly, be that as it may, at least it gets me more action than the both of you combined. He said in triumph, snatching back his papers as the pair cried anime style in a corner. It's no fair, Izumo cried out, what chick wants to bang a gate boothman? Life's not fair. Kotetsu echoed, making the group laugh as they passed. The streets were fairly quiet as the group made their way to Hokage's tower for their debriefing, with the Hokage Haku staring around in amazement, especially with the Hokage mountain in the background. This place is amazing, she whispered in awe. Kirigakure was always surrounded by mist so you couldn't see the scenery, but this place. It's so beautiful. You should see it at sunset when you're on top of the Yandame's portrait, Naru said with a soft smile. It's really the best view of Konoha. The two jonin exchanged amused looks at Naru's statement as they came up to the Hokage tower, and after a brief conversation with the guard the group headed up to the Hokage's office. Hokage-sama is waiting for you, the secretary said with a pleasant smile. Welcome home. The group smiled their thanks and filed into the office, assembling before Sarutobi with the genin before their sensei and Haku between the two jonin. Good to see you all have safely returned home, Sarutobi greeted. Please submit your report. Kakashi saluted. Sir, 2 weeks ago Team 7 left on a C-ranked escort mission to the neighboring country of Nami, he reported. En route we were attacked by a pair of C-ranked missing nins. Their target was our client Tazuna. The team decided to continue the mission after listening to Tazuna's story on the plight of not just his village, but his entire country. We managed to make landfall without issue and went further in ground where we were ambushed by Zabuza Momochi. During the fight Haku-san here had intervened when she put Zabuza into a death-like state through the use of Sunban and posed as a hunter nin. I had checked Zabuza's pulse, although I admit that I should have ensured it myself. Haku-san then proceeded to remove Zabuza under the pretense of deposing the body. I had collapsed shortly after, in which my team carried me to Tazuna's house. When I awoke I had summoned Pakin to get reinforcements. We had left last week under orders for a A-ranked reinforcement mission. Ryu picked up. Our orders were to enforce Kakashi-senpai's squad as Team 7 completed the mission. Upon arrival we fortified the area surrounding the client's home with traps and scouted the surrounding area, locating Gato's base of operations. That night Naru and myself infiltrated the mansion Gato was using, and we managed to plant explosive tags for later use and gathered as much intel we could for analysis. Myself, Kakashi-senpai, Naru and Lin looked through them and have written down our findings. The next day I had took temporary control over Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno for training in the tree climbing exercise, as Kakashi-senpai was still recovering from his fight with Zabuza. Me and Kakashi-senpai had a private word at one point in which I had detected Haku-chan watching us. I had informed Kakashi-senpai through the use of ANBU seals of Haku-chan and that me and my team were going to go to ground until the suspected time of attack. During this time we had taken refuge in a local cave until the designated day. On the day I had sent my team to rendezvous with Kakashi-senpai's, leaving Naru in charge of them while I linked up with Kakashi-senpai. We had both created a Kage Bunshin that hinged into a member of Team 7 as well as myself in order to surprise the enemy. I had ended up fighting Haku-chan here and was forced to resort to Rakurai Kaioshin in order to keep up with Haku-chan's technique. Sarutobi raised an eyebrow at that and looked over to the girl who squirmed under his gaze. In the end I had defeated Haku-chan and taken her prisoner. My fight with Zabuza was rather straightforward and I had ended up killing him using my Raikiri, lightning blade. while he was pinned by my summons. Kakashi inputted, getting a slight flinch from Haku. Naru stepped forward. My team had been split up into two groups, myself, Makoto-chan and Ikokuin on one team. Lin-chan led Haruno-san and Uchiha-san in raiding the vault while my team assassinated Gato. She reported getting a slight look from everyone when she used the affectionate suffix on Lin's name. Our teams had managed our tasks without being detected and exfiltrated. Once we met up, I blew the explosive charges, destroying the mansion and killing everyone inside. Sarutobi gave his surrogate daughter a sympathetic look before settling his gaze upon the nervous Haku, who swallowed as his aged but powerful eyes sized her up. I am of the understanding that you wish to obtain citizenship here in Konoha, he stated. Is that correct, Haku-san? Haku swallowed but nodded firmly. Yes, Hokusama, she answered. I would like to become a citizen of Konoha and become a shinobi of this village. Sarutobi hummed. You managed to get Ryukun to unleash one of his most powerful jutsus and have the Hayutun bloodline, he mused. Both point towards you being an asset to the village, although there is the fact that you were aiding a known missing ninja who tried to assassinate the Mizukichi. Haku squirmed as Sarutobi studied her again. Tell me, Haku-san, why do you wish to join Konoha? Haku swallowed. To repay Ryukun for giving me my life back, she answered honestly. If it means spending my life in servitude to him, I would gladly do so. Ryu shuffled as if he wanted to say something but remained silent as Sarutobi looked to him with a very familiar look in his aged eyes. I see. Sarutobi murmured, his eyes moving back to the ice manipulator. Both Ryukun and Kakashi-kun have vouched for your citizenship for Konoha and your application to join the shinobi forces. I will allow both. Haku-yuki, you are a citizen of Konohagakure and a chunin in my forces. However, you will be on probation for 6 months, and you will be the retainer for the Hizanaga clan as Ryukun, as the clan head vouched for you. Haku sagged in relief as Ryu looked at Sarutobi in confusion. This will block any attempts at forcing you into a marriage, as any marriage contract will have to go through Ryukun for his approval. Realization dawned on Ryu, who opened his mouth only to be cut off by Haku, who bowed. Thank you, Hokage-sama, she said gratefully, her soft voice full of emotion, before turning to Ryu and bowing to him deeply. I would be honored to be your retainer, Ryu-sama. Ryu sighed as he scratched his scalp, glaring at Sarutobi, who grinned at Ryu. Haku-chan, I accept you as the retainer of the Hizanaga clan, Ryu announced formally. You will safeguard the clan and their interests, and you will guard any Hizanaga with your life. I swear it, Ryu-sama, Haku answered, bowing again. When Ryu placed a hand on her head, she shuddered slightly as she felt something attach itself to her skin and move across her skin like water. The others saw Ryu's Kami Hogo, God's protection, seal shift as some of it seemed to break off and slide down Haku's body before forming a seal between her BRSS and just under throat. And so, just as you shall protect the clan will protect you, Ryu informed seriously as the seal on Haku's chest pulsed white, making the girl wince as it embedded itself into her chakra network. You will carry the Hizanaga name as your own, and all of the privileges of the Hizanaga will be yours as well, and should you need any sort of aid, the Hizanaga will stand beside you as your brothers and sisters in arms. Welcome, sister and retainers. Haku nodded as the seal dimmed and returned to its black color. Thank you, Ryu-sama, she said gratefully, making him sigh. Haku-chan, please don't call me that, he requested kindly. Yeah, you're my retainer now, but I'd prefer it if you thought of me as a friend first. Haku blushed and nodded happily. Of course, Ryukun, she replied with a smile as the others looked on. Sensei? What was that? Sakura asked curiously, keeping her voice low. It's a tradition that dates back to before the forming of the hidden villages and is used by many shinobi and even samurai clans, Kakashi answered. When an outsider of the clan did an action of worthy note, saving a member, or in the case of the Hizanaga, a noteworthy feat in combat, they can be accepted into the clan as a retainer, which essentially are guards to the clan. For the Hizanaga, it's a bit more lax than, say, the Hyuga or Uchiha in how retainers are treated. They treat them as family instead of a bodyguard. Sakura made a small noise of understanding as the group turned back to Sarutobi. Haku-san, he said, getting the girl's attention. During your probation you will be reporting to Ryukun, and due to your status of retainer you will be attached to GFRT 5 as an assistant. You are all dismissed. Naru-chan, would you mind staying behind? Naru nodded and gestured her team onward. Once the door was closed, she and Sarutobi embraced tightly. "I'm home, Gigi," she said, her eyes tearing up slightly. "Welcome home, Naruto," Sarutobi said affectionately. "How are you feeling? Not only did you have your first kill, but the mansion." Naru smiled confidently. "I'm fine, Gigi," she assured. "I really helped me out." Sarutobi smiled. "I'm very glad I listened to him during the selections," he announced, "and to think I was this close to putting you on Kakashi-kun's team." Naru made a face that made the elderly Hokage laugh. "Uchiha and Haruno?" she asked, appalled, narrowing her eyes at the leader. "Have you been smoking pot again, Gigi?" Sarutobi laughed even louder at her question as he hugged her once again. "I'm glad you're doing well, Naru-chan," he said honestly. "You have opened up much since joining Ryukun's team." "He made me realize how I acted just like the villagers. I lumped everyone in the same category as the ones who treated me horribly," she admitted. "They were the exception, not the rule." Sarutobi cupped Naru's cheek. "Your parents would be so very proud of you, Naru-chan," he said proudly. "You are very much their child." Naru beamed at the Hokage. "Thanks, Gigi," she said with one last hug. "I better go let Ankone. I'm all right. Don't want her breaking through the window." Sarutobi chuckled as he watched the girl leave the office before his face shifted into a serious one. "Bear, get me Danzo and Fox," he said as he returned to his seat. There was no reply of indication that the ANBU heard, but in scant minutes the door opened to admit both Danzo and Fox, who stood in front of his desk. "Have we found her?" "We found the base they are holding her in," Danzo confirmed with a nod. "I have 4 root cells ready to move in. We have demolition, infiltration, Fuinjutsu and medical squads on standby for support," Fox informed. "They'll move in when Root sends the signal." "What's the timeline?" Sarutobi asked, crossing his fingers in front of his face. "We'll be moving in a couple of days," Danzo informed, "and we'll have her back within the week." Sarutobi sighed and nodded, dismissing Danzo, who nodded and left without another word. "Hokusum, about your offer." Fox began, sounding slightly nervous, making Sarutobi gesture for her to continue. "I would like to take you up on it," she informed. "I even have a candidate for my replacement ready." Sarutobi nodded as Fox removed her mask, revealing an attractive heart-shaped face with soft pouty lips and SL green eyes. "You are certain of this?" he asked as she handed him her mask. "There is no going back." Fox smiled and nodded. "I'm certain, Hokusama," she said, brimming with confidence. "That team is the next generation of Konoha's leaders. I want to do my part to ensure they are ready to live up to that role." Sarutobi accepted the porcelain mask, running his thumb over the designs absently. "Jiraiya has sent me some disturbing news about Suna," he informed his now former ANBU commander, who blinked in surprise. "Orochimaru has formed an alliance with them. Because of the Wind Daimyo foolishly sending most of his contracts to use, Sunagakure has lost a lot of funding and they are becoming desperate." "You don't think they'll go to war with us, do you?" she asked in shock at the news. "They are planning to attack us during the Chunin exams using the Jinchuriki of the Shikaku," he continued, answering her question. "And the boy is less than stable, but we can't make any actions without tipping our hand, at least, not any official actions." Fox blinked in confusion, tilting her head to the side. "What do you mean, Hokusama?" she asked, wanting clarification. Sarutobi smirked in a way that showed Fox just how he survived 2 shinobi world wars. "Well, it would be a shame if the Jinchuriki's team were knocked out of the exams," he said, "and barring that, a suitable counter in place." Fox blinked in realization. "Do you think she'll be ready for that?" she asked. "I mean, sure, Ryukun trained her well, but to suppress a psychopathic Jinchuriki, even the Ichibi, is a task all in itself. And that is where you and the others brought into this come in," he informed. "That team is our ace in whole." Fox grinned in a vulpine manner as she fully understood the Kage's intention. "I understand, Hokusama," she said in anticipation, "and I will do my best to fulfill my part in it." "I know you will, Rei-chan," the aged leader assured. "I know you will." Makoto and Iko's home. "We're back!" the twins shouted as they entered their simple 2-story home they shared with their aunt and uncle, who quickly came and engulfed the pair excitedly. "Oh, I am so relieved that you two are back in one piece," their aunt, a woman in her mid-30s with the signature white hair and green eyes of the Seishin clan wearing a simple dress and an apron. Her name was Haruka. You are in One Piece, right? They're fine, sweetie. Their uncle, a man around the same age with a rather plain appearance of short brown hair with brown eyes. The most striking feature of the man was a small scar near his temple. His name was Keijin and he was wearing a tunic and pants. If they weren't, we'd be seeing them at the hospital where you'd probably string their sensei up by his entrails. The twins laughed as their aunt huffed and turned onto her husband of 15 years and poked him in the chest. Listen, bucko, you may be willy-nilly with the safety of my sister's children, she growled threateningly as the twins continued to laugh, all too used to this familiar scene, but I swore on her grave that nothing bad will happen to them. Hey, I'm just as concerned for their safety as you are, you know. Keijin defended. I just realized that they are growing up and are ready to accept the responsibilities of their choices, even if it leads to them getting injured. Hell, you nearly went on a manhunt for their sensei when they got back from their training that they were told there was a high chance of injury. Haruka glared at her husband. I just think that that boy should not be their sensei. He's obviously far too young for such a responsibility. She accused. Oh, you're just cross because he didn't even have to try to block your attacks on him, Keijin countered, rolling his eyes, because I remember quite clearly when he stopped your frying pan of doom with a single finger. By this point the twins were on the ground rolling in laughter, making the two adults look down at the pair before starting to chuckle themselves. I suppose I was acting a little silly, Haruka admitted, and their sensei isn't all that bad. Keijin laughed with his wife. And you're saying that because he got them out of our hair for 2 months? He teased, making his wife blush as she smacked his chest before turning to the twins who were managing to get themselves back together. Welcome home, she said, accepting the massive hug the twins gave her. Hizanaga clan home. Ryu and Haku walked up the small pathway leading up to the clan household with Haku's eyes widening in surprise as the house came into view. This is your home? She asked, amazed. It's beautiful. Ryu smiled as he walked up next to her carrying some bags of clothing they had bought for the ice user. Yeah, he said softly, this is my home. Come on, I'll show you around and let you pick out your room. Later. Haku sighed as she unpacked the last of her new clothing. She was now wearing a new outfit she had chosen for herself. It was a black sleeveless kimono top that fell to her waist and had a dark green trim and had the Hizanaga clan symbol on the back. A western dragon in a circle, its head by its tail, while a pair of swords were crossed in the center of the circle. She had the top held closed with a thin dark green obi and wore a pair of black, mid-thigh length, biker shorts under a black skirt that fell to the same length. She had a few other outfits like the one she was wearing along with a series of various clothing for her off-duty hours. Leaving her room she had chosen out across from Ryu's own, she looked around her new home in curiosity when she heard Ryu quietly muttering to herself from a room she was passing. Looking in, she spotted the Jonin kneeling before a pair of small shrines, each bearing a picture and a weapon. One picture was a man who held a striking resemblance to Ryu with short brown hair and sharp green eyes, although his face seemed sharper than Ryu's own. The next picture was a female with dirty blonde hair and shimmering golden eyes with a slit iris. Haku realized that they were his parents and was about to close the door when Ryu spoke up. It's all right, Haku-chun, Ryu said over his shoulder, making the girl start. Come on in. Haku blushed as she entered before her eyes widened at the sight before her, all around the surprisingly large room where pictures of various people with a weapon of some kind underneath their pictures save for a few. What is this room? She asked softly, her eyes roving around trying to take it all in. The Hizanaga Hall of the Dead, Ryu informed as his own eyes looked over the familiar, to him, pictures. A Hizanaga will always know when they are going to die, nothing specific, but they know in their hearts that the Shinigami is waiting for them. It has always been a tradition for a Hizanaga to forge what is known as the soul weapon when they first start to get the feeling of death. It is said that during the forging process a piece of our soul is imbued into the weapon, giving it shape and power. Then after the body is cremated we hang the weapon under a picture of the forger. And when a Hizanaga becomes a genin they enter the room and meditate for the night. During the night the spirits of our ancestors will come forth and judge if the descendant is worthy to wield their weapon in combat. Haku's eyes widened in realization. Your weapons? She said in shock, making Ryu smile sadly and nod. Tenkan is my Aunt Hikari. he said, pointing up to a picture of a smiling woman with green eyes, black hair, and hawk-like features. Kaijin no Ume is my uncle Saiga. He informed, point to a bald man whose shoulder muscles could be seen, his green eyes sharp and dangerous. Fujin and Hajin are my twin aunt and uncle Foko and Hatoru. I have a couple other ones as well, but there are also some missing. Sometimes an enemy shinobi will steal the sword from a dead Hizanaga in the hopes of being able to harness its power. Ryu grinned as he looked over to Haku, but the soul in the weapon rebels, causing terrible luck for the thief who more often than not dies. One strange thing though is that our founder had forged one, but no one has ever seen it, let alone wield it, Ryu admitted, pointing up to a picture of a youthful-looking man with a strong resemblance to Ryu, with bright green eyes and tousled brown hair that fell to just above his ears. Clan legend states that he had given it to the Rikudo Sannin for his battle against the Jubi, although I think just about every clan has a legend like that. Haku giggled as Ryu whispered the last part conspiratorially. I think that it's a great tradition you have, she said, looking around. It allows you to remain connected to your family even though they're dead. Ryu sighed and nodded, looking over to his parents' pictures again. I remember them a little, my mom and dad the most obviously, he said. I was 6 at the time of the Kyuubi attack. The killing intent from that beast. He shuddered as he palmed his eyes. I still have nightmares about it sometimes, but I remember that my clan stood on the front lines against that beast. None of them backed down, not even as they began to fall. They never faltered in the slightest. I just hope that when my time comes, I am that strong. I hope it's not any time soon. Haku huffed, making Ryu laugh. If I see you forging something for your deathbed, I will lock you in the house. Ryu laughed even louder as Haku joined him, with her own giggles filling the hall with their laughter. Naru and Enko's apartment. Next day. Naru yawned as she stumbled into the kitchen about an hour past dawn, making Enko chuckle as she watched the sleepy-eyed redhead. Mornin', Red. Enko greeted. How'd you sleep? Real bed. Naru murmured. Real coffee. Enko chuckled at her pseudo-sister's morning habits outside of missions as she watched Naru stumble around the kitchen getting a cup of coffee ready. By the time Enko got up to go to work, Naru was looking far more alert, having down half the cup. I'll be working most of the day. Got a shipment of shinobi from a raid on an enemy base, so I'll be late tonight, she informed, throwing on her overcoat and headed to the door. You know how to get a hold of me in an emergency. Naru waved as the purple-haired interrogator left the apartment and finished off her coffee. What to do today? She wondered, heading for the shower. Maybe I should look in on Konohamaru? Naru showered and went through her morning routine and got dressed in crimson spaghetti strap top that showed off her stomach under a black trench coat similar to Anko's, with a crimson miniskirt that had a pair of belts on it, one around her waist and the other on a slant, while wearing a pair of heeled shinobi sandals that went up to mid-knee. She picked up the beads of the Rikudo and wrapped them around her right arm, beginning at her palm and went up to her elbow. Looking at herself in the mirror, she nodded in satisfaction and left the apartment, locking and sealing the door behind her. Academy, classroom. Konohamaru sat in his seat trying to keep still as Irika continued his lecture on the different styles of ninjas that they could develop themselves into, and while Konohamaru found the topic cool, he was antsy because he wanted to learn a jutsu he had been working towards all week using the book his secret ally had given him, training in the secret training ground that he was directed to. A knock at the door interrupted Irika's lecture and Konohamaru's thought process as the class turned to the door. Looking slightly confused, he went to the door and opened it to reveal a red-headed girl with whisker marks on her cheeks. Hey, Irika-sensei. Naru chirped, greeting the one academy instructor who treated her decently during her time at the academy. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Irika smiled at the girl he had treated to ramen on occasion and easily one of his best students, even if she was hiding her full potential. Not at all, Naru-chan, he assured as he gestured for the girl to enter. Actually, I was doing a lecture on the various types of shinobi teams there are in Konoha. Really? Naru asked, grinning slightly. Have you done first response yet? Irika shook his head in a negative. Not yet. You can do that if you want. He offered, getting a universal of course dumbass look from his former student. All right class, listen up, he said to the class who were muttering about the new arrival. While I didn't plan for it, we now have a guest speaker about one of Konoha's squads. The first response, this is Naru Uzumaki. Some of the student muttered, remembering their parents warning them about staying away from the girl. They were obviously wondering why when the girl seemed so nice. Some of the boys, including Konohamaru, were even blushing, several crushes developing then and there. Hey guys, no need to worry, I'll try not to put you to sleep like Irika-sensei, Naru assured, getting some laughs as Irika gave a mock glare. Like Irika-sensei said, I'm Naru Uzumaki and I recently graduated to Genin and was enrolled into the first response teams of Konoha. Many don't know this, but FRT are the backbone of Konoha in many fashions. We are the first ones to respond to any emergency calls. We are the first to reinforce battle lines. We even aid local departments for situations like robberies and fires. The key thing you need to know about FRTs is that we are all about speed. Naru continued as the class became enraptured in her lecture. We have to arrive at our target within a very limited time. PRD. Actually, I just got back from a reinforcement mission yesterday from Nami. We got there in less than 12 hours. She chuckled suddenly. Our training was tough too. Still is. We trained for 2 straight months before our sensei considered us on par with the bare minimum for FRT. So I'll tell you this. You want to join us? Work on moving fast and try to learn as much as you can about everything. Sensei described first response once as jack of all trades, master of one, survival. Because we will be called into various situations, we had to be ready for anything from infiltration and assassination to escort assignments. First response does it all. Naru stepped back as the class broke in whispers. Konohamaru looked at the redhead with an almost reverent expression as Irika thanked her. So, do you have anything planned for today, Naru-chan? He asked with a smile while Naru shrugged. Unless I get called, nada. She admitted. Sensei said that we'll get it easy till we are fully in the groove of things. Irika nodded. How would you like to help out with my class today? He asked hopefully. It helped break the monotony of a regular day. Naru thought about it for a second before nodding with a grin. Sure, sounds like fun, she agreed. Does that mean I get to scare the living daylights out of them? Irika chuckled as he shook his head. No heart attacks, please. He replied, getting a giggle out of Naru as the entire class shivered, a chill running down their backs. Later that day, Academy schoolyard. Konohamaru couldn't help but stare in awe at the temporary assistant teacher as she lightly sparred with one of his classmates, Hanabi Hyuga. The spar mostly consisted of the younger girl trying to hit the elder while the elder just slid out of the way, offering pointers much to the younger's rising ire. Sloppy Hanabi-san, Naru's voice rang out as she deftly dodged a finger move from Hanabi's Juken strike. You're telegraphing them too much, it needs to flow. Like how water flows around a rock, you need to flow around your opponent's defenses. How can I do that if you keep moving? Hanabi shouted angrily, her frustration getting the better of her. Her response came in the form of a flick to the forehead as Naru appeared before her, a light grin on her face. Rule 5 of the shinobi, always keep moving. She replied, disappearing from the young Hyuga's senses only for her to feel something lean on her head. My sensei beat that one into my skull with a frying pan. Ankone can be evil with those snakes. Her eye twitched. I can't even touch sensei in a spar unless he lets me. Hanabi growled as she tried to strike Naru in her side, only for the redhead to disappear again and reappeared before her. Not to mention you letting you anger getting the best of you skews you aim badly. Hanabi huffed for air as she glared at the genin. Who are you to lecture me? She growled. I'm a Hyuga. You're just some lowly orphan girl. Naru sighed as she shook her head in disappointment. Shows what kids know these days, she said regretfully. You know that spiral on the Chunin and Jonin flak vests? That is the symbol Uzumaki clan of Yuzushigakure, a hidden village that fell during the Second Shinobi War when Kumo, Kiri and IWA launched a joint attack on them. Even against those odds, they still defeated over 2/3 of the enemy forces before falling. I am also distantly related to the wife of the Shodai Mito Uzumaki, and the red hot-blooded habanero. One of the few shinobi that stood toe-to-toe with the yandame was my mother. Can any of your clan claim those things? Also, are you a fully registered shinobi in one of the most difficult professions to get into? If not, then I suggest you get yourself a reality check. Next student. Naru dismissing Hanabi, who scowled and stomped away. Konohamaru leapt into the ring with a wide grin on his face as he stood in a ready position for the academy basic. I'm Konohamaru Sarutobi, please teach me well. He said, introducing himself. Naru grinned. He stood across from him, not even realizing that she had already indirectly taught him a lot. "I know your Uncle Asuma," she said in greeting, making the boy blink in surprise. "He really helped me out a while back." Konohamaru smiled widely as the genin saw him as just another kid and not the Sandame's grandson. "Here I come," he shouted, leaping forward with a haymaker that Naru deflected as she smirked at him in amusement. Konohamaru continued to attack the redhead with a zeal that impressed the girl, even as his attacks, sneak attacks, below-the-belt tricks and anything else he could think of failed spectacularly as she dodged, blocked, deflected and pushed his attacks away from herself, all the while that amused smirk on her face. Despite him failing spectacularly, Konohamaru couldn't help but keep the grin off his face as Naru pointed out his flaws and mistakes during their spar. Finally, Konohamaru lay flat on his back gasping for air as Naru knelt beside him. "Good work, Kono-kun," she congratulated, using her nickname for the boy, making him blush. "Keep using the book I gave you. Also in the back flap is a list of other books to use." Konohamaru blinked and shot up his mouth open to say something when he saw Naru staring at something. Following her gaze, his jaw dropped alongside every other academy student as the biggest wolf they have ever seen approached the redhead. "Hey Jinkan, Ryu-sensei need me for something?" The wolf nodded and shocked everyone when it spoke. "Yes, your squad is being summoned by Sarutobi Dano," he said, his gaze sweeping the yard. "He has a special assignment for your team." "Right, I'm on my way," Naru said, standing as she dusted herself off. "Thanks, Jin." "Later, Irika-sensei." Irika waved a bit dumbly as Naru vanished in a burst of speed while Jinken looked around in amusement. "What?" he asked. "Never seen a summon before?" And with that he disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving a silent yard filled with shocked students who quickly clamored to ask their teacher about summons. Hokage's office. Naru entered the office just as her team members, each looking as confused as she was when they entered to see their sensei, Haku, and an unknown female jonin, along with a couple of Anbu, Jiraiya, Enko, and Ibiki. "Ah, good you're here," Sarutobi said in full Hokage mode. "I have a mission for you. It is related to the upcoming Chunin exams being held here in Konoha." The three genin swallowed as they saw their sensei looking even more serious than when he had tested them not even a month ago before turning back to the Hokage. "This is the situation. Several of Jiraiya's sources have found disturbing intel of an alliance between Sunagakure and the newly created Otogakure, a village founded by my former student Orochimaru," Sarutobi said as everyone stiffened save the female jonin and Jiraiya. "They plan on attacking Konoha during the Chunin exams, hoping to catch us with our pants down. However, we know on how they plan to do the most damage. They will use a Jinchuriki genin by the name of Gara no Sabaku. He is the youngest son of the Kazekage and is a well-known psychopath, claiming that the Shikaku who has been sealed within him is his mother. Naruchan, Shikaku went insane years ago when a mad priest tried to fuse himself with Shikaku to gain his power," Kurama told her host in concern. "But it shouldn't affect the host unless they used a crappy seal." Naru blinked. "Do we know what kind of seal they used to seal the Shikaku?" she asked, getting everyone's attention. "Kurama-chan, the QB, I'll explain later." Gigi said that Shikaku went insane when a mad priest tried to fuse himself with Shikaku to gain his power, but it shouldn't affect the host unless a crappy seal was used. "It wouldn't surprise me," Jiraiya agreed, frowning in thought. "The reports state that he's an insomniac because if he sleeps the Shikaku takes control." "The perfect weapon," Ryu spat out in disgust. "Can we reinforce the seal? Add in the 8-point sealing method maybe?" "I'll have to see the seal to be certain," Jiraiya informed, "but it is an idea." Sarutobi nodded. "The reason I called you all here is because I want GFRT5 to be our counter against the Shikaku and anything else they can throw against us," he revealing, getting surprised looks from the majority of the room. "It is time to usher in a new generation of heroes. That will be you three. Naruchan, Makoto-chan, Ikokuin, do you accept this mission?" The three looked at each other, communicating through their eyes alone. The time they spent together resulted in them being able to understand one another through even the slightest of gestures. "Yes, Hokage-sama," they responded as one, saluting the aged leader. "GFRT5 will accept this mission." Sarutobi nodded. "Very well. May I introduce Rei Mari, Bear, Rat, Owl, and Ibiki. They will be aiding your sensei, Enko, Jiraiya and Haku in your training to ensure that you are ready for the exams. I will be faking the reports of your mission completion." He informed, making the genin swallow tightly. "This mission is off the books and is not to be spoken outside of this room or the Hizanaga compound, understood?" "Hi Hokage-sama." The group chorused before Ryu stepped forward. "With your permission, I would like to bring my former sensei in on this mission, Hokage-sama," he requested. "She would be a valuable asset with training them." Sarutobi hummed and though approved. He said, "If that is all, you are dismissed." The group saluted before filing out of the office. "Looks like the compound will be having guests again for the next while." Ryu sighed, rubbing his temples as Haku giggled. "Right, get your things and meet me at the compound. I have an idea for where our first location for training will be." The genin swallowed as their sensei exchanged an evil smile with their new trainers. One thought ran through their mind: we won't even survive till the exams. Kanahagakur, Shinobi Residential District. Ryu sighed apprehensively as he walked up to a simple two-story house near the edge of the Shinobi Residential District, his eyes taking in the mediocre-sized front lawn as memories of his genin days came to the forefront of his mind. "Ryukun?" Haku asked from what was rapidly becoming her accustomed place to his right and slightly behind him, despite his wish for her to walk side by side with him. "Is everything all right?" Ryu nodded. "Yeah. Just some old memories," he informed before moving up to the door. "Haku-chan, whatever happens, do not take any actions." Haku was about to ask what he meant but was cut off as Ryu knocked on the door. Her shinobi-trained senses picked up a muffled shout before hearing a pitter-patter of footsteps approaching the door. It was opened to reveal a young girl of about 10 with straight black hair and wide ebony eyes that quickly lit up as she saw Ryu. She was wearing a black t-shirt and a pair of dark red pants. "Ryunai." The girl shouted, throwing herself into Ryu's arms, who laughed as he hugged the girl. "I've missed you so much." "Hello, Hikari-chan." Ryu greeted the girl, who giggled as he flipped her upside down. "How are you doing? Have you been good for your Oka-chan?" "Yes." Hikari shouted as she was righted before noticing Haku standing there with a surprised look on her face that quickly changed into a wary one. "Who are you?" "Hikari-chan, don't be rude," Ryu admonished. "This is a friend of mine, Haku Hizanaga. 1. She's my new retainer, Haku-chan. Meet Hikari. Hikari-chan, my sensei's daughter." "It's very nice to meet you, Hikari-chan," Haku greeted with a pleasant smile and a slight bow. "Stay away from my Onii-chan," Hikari said, glaring at the ice user, who blinked in surprise while Ryu sighed. "That's not nice, Hikari-chan." A woman's voice commented from inside the house as another person made their presence known. It was a woman who looked to be in her early 40s that Hikari obviously took after. Her ebony eyes shined with kindness. Her mouth was set into an amused smile. Her black hair fell to back in waves. She wore a simple apron over top of a simple white long-sleeved shirt whose sleeves were rolled up to the elbows, and a pair of black pants. Haku-san is obviously an important person to Ryukun if he made her his retainer. "But I want to marry Rai when I'm old enough," Hikari protested, clutching Ryu, who seemed to have developed a rather nasty twitch at the girl's statement. "You're a bit too young for me, Hikari-chan," Ryu managed to get out in a strangled voice. "Not that you're uncute or anything, it's just you'll always be my little sister." Hikari pouted as Ryu set her down back on the ground, glaring at Haku, who was sweat-dropping at the scene and wondering why Ryu had told her not to take any action, when suddenly the woman reared her arm back, a sandal in her hand, and smacked Ryu clear across the lawn, making Haku blink in surprise. "No messages, no notes, no visits, and now all of times. You show up, not with your team but with some girl you just made your retainer." The woman ranted as she stomped towards Ryu. "Hello dear. It's nice to meet you. I'm Ritsuko Ikari," she added with a kind smile, introducing herself as she passed by Haku, her entire demeanor shifting for those few seconds. "Well? What have you got to say for yourself, brat?" "And nice to see you again, sensei," Ryu groaned out before yelping as Ritsuko grabbed Ryu's ear and pulled, lifting the jonin up by said ear. "Awawo." Ritsuko sighed as she let go of his ear, dropping Ryu, who grunted as he landed, rubbing his ear before smiling down at her former student. "It's good to see you too, brat," she said, engulfing the jonin in a hug that he returned before separating. "So what's up, brat? You wouldn't come to see me without your team unless you needed something." "Well, it's kinda complicated, and you never know who might be listening." Ryu informed, his eyes turning serious, his former sensei's mirroring his own, getting the hint of a classified op. Ritsuko nodded. Hikarin, go get your brother and do your training around back, she ordered in a tone that the girl knew not to argue with, and darted back into the house with the older shinobi following her in at a more sedated pace. They entered the kitchen as Ritsuko gestured for them to sit at the table as she poured some tea. So what is it, Ryu-kun? Ryu took in a breath and released it. Sunagakure is planning an invasion using the Chunin exams as a cover to get their Jinchuriki into Konoha, Ryu informed, seriously, getting straight to the point. They're teaming up with Otogakure, a village formed by Orochimaru. Ritsuko's eyes widened at that particular statement, making Ryu nod grimly in confirmation, knowing her hatred for the man. Hoka-sama wants my team to be the counter for their Jinchuriki. Uzumaki-san, Ritsuko said in realization, is she up for it? Ryu nodded confidently, easily, and if she isn't right now, she will be when the Chunin exams roll around. He informed, Hokage-sama wants my team trained as the next generation's leaders. Ritsuko's eyebrows rose in surprise. I see, she murmured. I take it you want my help training them? Ryu nodded with a grin. If you're up for it. He replied, we'll be operating out of the compound with daily excursions to various training ground and areas outside of Konoha. Ritsuko mused for a minute, looked out the window where Hikari was showing off to a boy of about 6 with dark blonde hair and bright blue eyes, throwing kunai at the targets as the boy cheered her on. Well, I suppose I could. Would you mind rooming them as well? She asked, gesturing to her 2 children. Ryu rolled his eyes and gave his sensei a look that said, of course, wouldn't ask if I wasn't willing, sensei. He answered, getting a smile from his sensei. Right then, I'll meet you at the compound. Her smile turned evil, making Ryu very glad he was no longer a genin under her command. We'll get those kids ready, or they'll die trying. Haku suddenly felt a great sense of pity for the genin. Not that she'd try to help save them, she was going to assist the jonin and NBUs after all. With Naru, her and Anko's apartment. Naru suddenly froze in her packing as a deep feeling of dread filled her entire being. She could hear Kurama whimpering inside of her. The force, it's crying out in agony. The Bijou shouted in panic, run Naru-chan, run far, run fast. Naru sighed as her shoulders slumped in dejection. You know as well as I do that's it's useless, Kurama. She thought mentally, Sensei would just catch me making it look easy all the while. With Makoto and Iko, Seishin household. Both Makoto and Iko dropped the forks they were using to eat as they stared at each other, Haruka and Keijin looking at them in confusion as the twins started to shake. We're dead, Iko groaned out, holding his head between his hands. We're going to die. Plain and simple, we're going to die. It must be Ryu-sensei, Makoto said fearfully. There can be no other explanation. The 2 adults shared confused looks before shrugging and going back to their meals. After all, it was best to stay out of it when an insane sensei was mentioned. Hokage's office. Sarutobi sighed as he looked over the various reports and messages that required his attention when a knock at the door caused him to look up as his secretary poked her head in. Hoke-sama, the council is ready. She informed, getting a nod from the man who stood and made his way to the council chambers for the usual weekly council meeting. Entering the chamber, he looked over the chamber. To the right of his chair were the various heads of the major shinobi clans such as the Hyuga and Inazuka. To the left were the heads of the major civilian families and merchant guilds. Danzo, Koharu and Hamura stood near his desk as his advisors. Taking his seat, he gave the itinerary handed to him by Danzo, whose visible eye seemed to hold a speck of anticipation in it, a brief look over before banging his gavel, beginning the meeting. This meeting is now in session, he announced. Now on my itinerary I see a request for approval for a marriage contract for the newest member of our village, a request that was already turned down by Ryu-kun. His eyes flicked over to the civilian council, of whom the majority were shuffling slightly save for a couple, who sneered, and for what reason do you wish to bring this to my attention? We are wondering why is it that the Hizanaga clan is allowed to have access to such a powerful bloodline when they already have one, said a rather heavy-set man with a bulbous nose and at the very least 3 chins. He was the head of the Clothing Merchants Guild and was named Kojin Hasakusa. Sarutobi looked the heavy-set man over, hiding his disgust at the man. Ryu-kun has not married Haku-chan. He has named her the retainer to the Hizanaga clan, he informed, and he will only turn down the marriage proposals that Haku-san doesn't wish for. Another one of the civilian council snorted. She had vibrant pink hair and emerald green eyes. This was Abi Haruno, the head of the Gem Merchants Guild, and the mother of a certain pink-haired banshee fangirl. How can he even be allowed clan status? There is only one Hizanaga left, she said angrily, making some of the more sensible-minded civilians groan as she walked right into a trap. Well, if you think that the Hizanaga clan is not eligible for clan status due to there only being one member left, then I suppose the same could be applied to Sasuke-kun, as he is the only remaining loyal member of the Uchiha clan here in Konoha. Sarutobi countered, making Abi pale as she realized the trap she walked right into. I don't think that will be necessary, Hokage-sama, a gentle-spoken young man with soft brown hair and sharp red eyes said as he sent a disgusted look to the pink-haired councilwoman. He was Kai Deus-hun, the head of Smithing Guild, surprising at his 19 years old, and one of the few on the civilian council who wasn't trying to usurp more power. I think Haruno-san realizes that if she tries that, then she loses all chance of gaining the Uchiha seat through her daughter. Abi snarled at the young man who dismissed her glare, making many of the shinobi council snicker. Besides, not that dissolving the Hizanaga clan would do ya any good. Sum Inazuka said, a feral-looking woman with wild brown hair and slitted black eyes with red markings on her face. They employ a special seal bonding the retainer to the clan. They've been using it since the days of the Rikudo Sennin. The civilians grumbled as the realization of what Sum said settled upon them. Basically, no matter what they did, Haku was beyond their reach unless she wanted to be within said reach, which was highly unlikely. Next on the itinerary is the possibly reaching out to Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri for an alliance and changing the terms of our alliance with Suna. Opinions. How big of an alliance are we talking about? Shikaka Nara, a heavily scarred man with black hair pulled into a pineapple-like ponytail and sharp black eyes. Full trade and military, Sarutobi answered, getting surprised reactions from both sides of the council. I believe it is time for the 5 great nations to put aside their petty squabbles and take the first steps towards peace. I'm not expecting them to trust us right off the bat, and I will not trust them right off the bat. But I believe for our future generations we must strive for peace. The council members for the most part seem to be considering his proposition, while a few seem to sneer. Renegotiate with Suna? One of the civilians asked in contempt. We crushed them. They should be thankful we allow them to be a great nation. It is mindsets like that cause wars and hatred to continue. Hayashi Hyuga pointed out, his pupilless lavender eyes staring hard at the civilian, his long brown hair behind his back. While I certainly hold a dislike for Kumo, I will do my utmost to ensure my clan will uphold any treaty made with the village. How troublesome, Shikaka groaned. It'd be too troublesome to not support the treaties. The Akimichi will do the same. Chuza agreed, munching on some of his chips. It sounds like the best option. Same with the Inazuka. Sum pitched in, grinning all the while. Sounds like it'll lead to some interesting times. Yamanaka are for the alliance. Inochi agreed. We'll have to be on guard, however, to ensure that they don't use it to get us to lower our guard. The rest of the shinobi clans had given their approvals for the alliance, while the civilians for the most part remained silent, as all matters regarding alliances and treaties were decided by the Hokage and the shinobi council. The meeting continued with various issues being raised, debated, and voted upon before finally the group meeting was brought to the close and the civilians filed out, while the shinobis and advisors remained seated for a few shinobi-only matters. The first issue that needs to be raised concerns the upcoming Chunin exams. Sarutobi informed, seriously, making many of the shinobi unconsciously straighten. Suna has formed an alliance with a new village called Otogekure, a village formed by Orochimaru. Several sharp intakes were heard as eyes widened. As I'm sure most of you have figured out, they are planning to invade us during the Chunin exams. No exact details are known. One critical piece is known to us. They plan on using the Jinchuriki of the Ichibi during the final stage of the exam. The boy is mentally unstable, and whenever he falls asleep the Shikaku will take over his body. We think that is what they plan on doing during the exam. You have a plan in place? Shikaku stated, in realization he had always been a sharp one, even by his clan's standards. Sarutobi nodded. I have a team of genin being trained by our best in order to prepare them for the Chunin exams. He informed, one of the members will be our counter to the Shikaku and suppress him until we can hopefully reinforce the seal, barring that, kill the boy and reseal the Shikaku when it's released. You plan on using Uzumaki for the task? Hayashi half asked, half stated, his pale eyes studying the Hokage. She just graduated, and if I remember the standings correctly, she was only average. Danzo spoke up before Sarutobi could answering Hayashi's question. Uzumaki had been hiding her true potential throughout the academy. He informed, his one eye sweeping over the clan heads. She is actually a very capable kunoichi, and apparently soaks up fuinjutsu like a sponge. Many of the clan heads were muttering at this revelation as Hibari Namakura, the current clan head and mother of Lin Namakura, spoke up. She had the same rust-red hair as her daughter, with hers falling to mid-spine with a pair of bangs framing her soft face and sharp hazel-colored eyes. What about her parents' techniques? Will she be learning them? Hibari asked, getting stunned silence form one half and confused mutters from the other half. She has already started to learn her mother's techniques, Sarutobi said, which is one of the reasons why she was chosen to counter the Ichibi Jinchuriki. As for her father's abilities, she will be given them when she reaches Jonin or turns 18, whichever comes first. Hibari nodded, her curiosity sated for the moment as Inoichi spoke up next. Was this the plan for the invasion itself? He asked, how will we prepare without tipping them off that we know? That is the entire point of this meeting, Inoichi-kun, Sarutobi informed, sitting back in his chair. I am opening the floor to suggestions on how we can move and place our troop deployments. And with that, the Shinobi War Council got off into full swing. Hizanaga clan grounds. The genin of GFRT5 apprehensively walked up the pathway to the Hizanaga clan household, dreading the upcoming months that promised a lot of pain and a lot of humiliation at the hands of their sensei's borderline psychotic training schedule, not to mention the fact that the person who trained Ryu was also waiting for them. Who knows, maybe she'll be a nice person? Iko offered, hopefully getting 2 deadpan stares from the females on the team. Not a chance. Naru replied, shooting down his hopes. Ryu-sensei learned how to train genin like so many other jonin senseis, by how their sensei taught them. Much like how I'm going to have a psychotic training schedule if I take on a genin team. Makoto sighed before perking up slightly. Who knows, maybe you'll get sensei's kid on your team? She pointed out, making her 2 teammates consider that fact. I mean, have you seen the way Haku-san looks at sensei? How true. Naru agreed, an evil grin spreading on her face. Sounds fun. Show that child terror, Naru-chan. Kurama cheered on in support. Torture that child like sensei tortured us. Show them the meaning of misplaced aggression. Naru's 2 teammates started edging away as Naru started chuckling evilly, lighting flashing ominously overhead despite the fact that there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Then again, if Ryu-sensei does hook up with Haku-san, that would mean they would have the Hayutan and Hizanaga traits, Iko pointed out, making Naru freeze as the information filtered through her brain. Abort mission, abort mission. Kurama shout in panic, running around Naru's mindscape as red lights flashed and an air raid siren sounded. Abort mission. Freezing electrical death by sharp, pointy objects imminent. F-. Naru groaned as her shoulders slumped, and our luck would be that the kind seems as kind as Hakusen, but is actually far more like sensei. She started crying anime style as her teammates patted her back comfortingly, not to mention will be first choice for babysitting. And so with a heavy heart, our heroic trio entered into the clearing that held the Hizanaga household and approached the main entrance. In sight. Ryu perked up as he was going over the lesson plan with the trainers, looking out towards the main door, and the genin have arrived. He announced the perimeter seals that were spread out throughout the entirety of the Hizanaga clan grounds. No one could sneak onto the grounds without the Hizanaga clan head knowing about it. They're heading up the main path right now. Rei nodded as she grinned. The Hizanaga seals never fail to impress me, she commented, shaking her head. I could only imagine what that kind of seal could do for Konoha. Ryu grinned. Who says that there isn't a variant already? He asked, getting a surprised look from the former ANBU commander. It's a more specialized seal that was added in when the Hizanaga joined Konoha during the founding. It's handled by the Hokage's personal sealing corps. Rei made a small noise of understanding. Not many were privy to the knowledge of the Hokage's personal sealing corps, They were responsible for the safety of not only the Hokage by placing seals on his place of residence and the Hokage Tower, but they were also responsible for the seals all throughout Konoha, dealing in its protection and defenses. It was considered the highest honor to be invited into that particular corps, not that it was public knowledge on who was or is in the corps, although rumor has it that both Jiraiya and the Yondaime had both served in the corps. So, we start training them tomorrow then? Owl asked as he leant against a wall on the far side alongside his two ANBU compatriots. Ryu nodded. We'll be heading to Training Ground 11 for the first week. He informed Rei, Haku, Sensei and Rat will be working with Makoto to help develop her Iriajutsu and Genjutsu abilities. Ibiki, Bear and Owl, you three will assist Iko in developing his taijutsu while me, Enko and Jiraiya help Naru develop her Fuinjutsu capabilities. The next week we'll be heading to Training Ground 8, all be pitching in as we help them develop their elemental affinities. I always want to have Naru sign the Toad summoning contract while we are working on jutsus. Jiraiya informed, getting a nod from Ryu. What about the other two? Should we look into summoning contracts for them as well? I'll talk to Fem-Naru and see how he feels about having Iko sign the contract. Ryu said, Makoto wouldn't be frontline enough for them. Too bad Tsunade-sama wasn't around, Rat said lazily. It would be troublesome, but we could have convinced her to take Makoto as an apprentice. What about my serpent contract? Anko offered. A little-known fact was that when Orochimaru had abandoned Anko all those years ago, a group of summons from the Snake Clan broke off from under Manda and had formed their own summon clan, with Anko being their first summoner. They actually know a fair bit about Iriajutsu, and perhaps we can use the third week for summoning training instead of breaking into their jutsu training. Good point, Ritsuko agreed. With the fourth week further developing their teamwork and formations, what is the fifth week going to be? Ryu frowned. A dangerous one, he informed, getting all of them to unconsciously straighten. It'll mostly be the same as the first save. Anko, you will be swapping with Sensei, and we will have Tenzo joining us as well, and we will be outside of Konoha. You're going to have Naru-chan use the Kyuubi's chakra, aren't you? Anko asked, her concern for her pseudo-sister evident in her voice and stance. Ryu nodded. She and the Kyuubi, who is not only female apparently but also is named Kurama, got a few surprised looks from the group, in particular Jiraiya, who had whipped out his notebook and had started writing, ignorant to the growls from the female population. While they are apparently on decent terms with one another, during our mission with Wave they had managed to hammer out a mutually beneficial deal, in exchange for sharing of senses and being able to converse with Naru. Kurama agreed to share her chakra and knowledge with Naru. Jiraiya actually paused in his writing to stare at Ryu with the other trainers. The Kyuubi's knowledge? He asked in shock. The Kyuubi is willing to share knowledge with Naru? Ryu nodded. Preaching to the choir, Jiraiya, he announced. Apparently it's all in book form in her mindscape. Kurama didn't want to overload Naru's brain with too much information at once. That will be extremely helpful, especially in the long run, Ritsuko said contemplatively. The Kyuubi will hold knowledge of so many forgotten things, not to mention all of that forgotten history. Ryu nodded. Don't push her to look for anything specific though, he warned. She works best when she's allowed free rein. I should know. She tore through what I had allowed her access to in the Hizunaga library like wet toilet paper. He shook his head. Anyways, back on topic, the sixth week will run them through Tandai training. Ibiki, Anko, you two will be heading up the torture part of the training. Jiraiya and myself will teach them the information trade. It'll mostly be around the compound and Tandai complex if Ibiki decides they need some hands-on practice. The seventh week will be their own individual training. I will also be occupied with some training. I had acquired a rather rare sword during my last mission, and I have a feeling I'll need its strength. That got nods from the rest of the trainers just before the main doors opened and the genin walked in to find their trainers all staring at them. Yup, this is going to hurt, isn't it? Iko asked as the entire group of trainers grinned. All three genin swore at once, their heads dropping. Later that week, Kumogakure, Reikich's office. A heavily built dark-skinned man with his almost white blonde hair in a series of dreadlocks, wearing a pair of shinobi pants and what looked like a championship belt with no shirt, grunted as he worked on the paperwork that was stacked on his desk. "Sama," a feminine voice called as his secretary looked in. "We have just received a message from Konoha. Your eyes only. He looked up with a surprised expression on his face. Bring it in, he informed, almost fearing what it held. He accepted the scroll from his secretary and eyes the red trim on the scroll. See, with intervillage communications, the scroll's messages are written on each have a particular colored trim that tells if it is critical or not. Green trims are used for ceasefires during a wartime. Red trims were a request for a meeting. Blue trims were returning of the dead, and black trims were declaration of war. Well, at least it's not black or blue, he thought grimly as he opened the scroll, his eyes darting across the page reading the message within. His eyebrows rose with each line as his jaw started to slacken. Mubui. He shouted out for his secretary, have the council assemble immediately. I also want Kurabi and Yujito's teams in my office by the time I get back. The secretary looked rather surprised. It was a well-known fact that the Raikage hated meetings of any kind, mostly because he had to pay attention to what was said rather than the people involved, but nodded as they swept his Raikage robes and hat on and headed to the council meeting room. Meeting room. This is a rather rare event. One of the members of Kumo's council, unlike Konoha's, they only had a single elected civilian representative that was elected by the entire civilian population to ensure they had a voice on the council. You try to avoid these meetings as much as possible, Adano. Well, it's not every day I get a message from the Hokage, he informed, making everyone stiffen in surprise their attention on the Raikage. He wishes to form an alliance with all of the great shinobi nations. He what? One of the members shouted out, his shock evident. He had storm gray with spiky black hair, wearing what looked like to be a karate uniform with a Kumogakure Jonin's vest over top. He was Kai Arisawa, a clan that, despite not having a bloodline, were quite well known for their martial arts. What kind of alliance? Full military and trade, A replied. He has invited Kumo to the upcoming Chunin exams to discuss the treaty and its terms. Are you planning on going? Asked the civilian representative, a rather attractive middle-aged woman with chocolate brown hair and blue eyes. Her name was Natsumi Namikumo and had been elected for her blunt honesty and sharp intellect. What if it's a trap? That's not Sarutobi style, an elderly member of the council informed. This was Yamamoto Genryusai. He was bald with a long white beard, his black eyes closed. His clan was rather well known for its ages-long rivalry with the Hizanaga clan, both of them masters of weapons and seals. But whereas the Hizanaga mastered Raiton, the Genryusai mastered Katon. Something both sides found rather ironic, with one of the Hizanaga making a rather well-known joke that they had accidentally mixed up which village they were supposed to join. He opened up one of his eyes and looked at it. So he is bringing together the 5 great nations for a peace conference. I'm in support for at least listening to what he has to say. Who will you be sending? Yujito and Kurabi's teams, A informed, getting a round of surprised murmurs. I have no doubt that the other nations will be sending their strongest teams as a show of force. Yamamoto nodded his understanding as the council looked on with nods. They went around listing off their votes, with the majority going for an alliance with Konoha. With the meeting concluded, A headed back to his office where there were 8 people waiting for him. The 2 most prominent were his top 2 jonins, Yujito Ni and his brother Kurabi. Both of them were the Jinchuriki of the Nibi and Hachibi respectively, and were highly respected by both the shinobi and civilian populations. Yujito had long, straight, blonde hair bound with taut bandages and dark eyes, wearing a short-sleeved black and purple blouse, black pants, both of which have a design similar to clouds on them, purple fingerless gloves, and a chain of white beads wound around her left hand. She also was wearing the standard Kumo Hi-8 sandals and kunai holster, which was strapped to her right thigh, and also had bandages wrapped around her arms and legs, as well as a red belt around her waist. Kurabi was wearing a pair of oval-shaped sunglasses and a white-colored Hi-8, along with his village's standard one-strap-over-one-shoulder flak jacket, and a long, red rope belt tied around his waist, the standard Kumo hand and shin guards, shinobi sandals, and a white scarf around his neck. Before Kurabi was his genin team, comprised of a boy and 2 girls named Omoy, a dark-skinned young man with spiky white hair with dark-colored eyes that was accentuated by lines that curved upward. He was wearing a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, with red bandage hand guards, Kumogakure shin guards, and a black Hi-8. He wore a katana over his shoulder and perpetually had a lollipop in his mouth. Karui, a young woman, Also dark-skinned, with long red hair and amber-colored eyes. She was wearing a short-sleeved with frilly edges and 2 simple yellow earrings, fishnet stockings, thigh-high boots with white soles and a high 8 which she wears like a bandana. She also carries a long sword on her back. And finally Samui, a fair-skinned woman of tall stature and curvaceous build with a large bust. She has blue eyes and straight blonde hair framing her face with a shorter cut in the back and the front bangs reaching her shoulders. She generally wears a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She wears a very low-cut outfit with mesh underneath, a short skirt and red hand guards, high boots and what appears to be a modified Kumogakure flak jacket that covers her stomach only, similar to a girdle. She also has a tanto strapped horizontally to her lower. Yujito's own team was comprised of 2 boys and a single girl. Kenmaru Genryusai, the great-grandson of the current clan leader, a young man with black hair and dark brown, almost black eyes, wearing a dark long-sleeved shinobi shirt and pants with a white sleeveless overcoat that had the Genryusai coat of arms, a tilted square inside of a normal square with the kanji for 1 in the center of the squares and a katana at his waist. Next to him was another male named Ichigo Kurosaki, a clan who specialized in pure chakra manipulation through chakra-conductive weapons. He had orange-colored hair with brown eyes and a face that seemed to be set in a perpetual scowl. He was wearing a pair of black shinobi pants and a white t-shirt under a brown hoodie with an elegant cleaver-like sword on his back that was as large as he was tall. The final member of the team was Tatsuki Arisawa, daughter of the current clan head with dark, spiky black hair and storm gray eyes, wearing a karate outfit. "Thanks for coming so promptly," he said, stressing the final part to his brother who didn't even respond to it. "I have recently received a message from Konoha requesting a meeting not only between us, but with IWA and Kiri as well. Sarutobi wishes to form an alliance between the 5 great nations. To that end he proposed we use the upcoming Chunin exams to meet and discuss this alliance. I have chosen your teams to represent us at these exams. Do not disappoint me." "Yo, you need to relax, bro," Kurabi said in his usual rapper-like fashion, making everyone's eye twitch. "My team here is ready to go." Yujito sighed and shook her head at her fellow Jonin and Jinchuriki's way of talking. She really pitied the Hachibi, Gyuki, to have to deal with that all the time. At least she could get out of hearing range. "My team is ready for the exams as well," she said aloud, getting HR mind back on topic. "When do we leave?" A nodded as he looked them all over. "The exams begin in 2 months," he informed. "We'll leave in 6 weeks, so spend your time wisely." The assembled shinobi nodded before they filed out of his office, leaving us sitting at his desk staring out over Kumogakure, wondering how his fellow leaders were reacting to Sarutobi's request. Iwagakure. The Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, a rather short old man with a bulbous nose named Owanoki, many referred to him as Owanoki of the Scales, grunted as he read the blue-trimmed scroll from Konoha, reading the message his old war rival had sent him. "I wonder, do you truly want this? Or have you finally gone senile, Sarutobi?" He muttered to himself as his eyes darted across the scroll, his mind racing through the pros and cons. Unlike the other villages, Iwagakure was a true dictatorship, and that Tsuchikage handled all military affairs including alliances. Civilians nor the shinobi clans held any input unless they were amongst the rare individuals called to be an advisor, something rarely done. On the one hand, many IWA shinobi hated the tree huggers with a strong passion, something Owanoki was actually concerned about passing on to the younger generation. While there was no lost love between him and Konoha, he still realized that they were shinobi, and shinobi dying is as common as taking a crap. On the other hand, peace. A rare commodity for shinobi, one that he found he enjoyed. Of course that was all relative. To a civilian, peace was the absence of fighting. To a shinobi, peace was the absence of clear-cut battle lines. If they met a rival village during a mission, all bets were off. He reached over and paged his receptionist. "Get me Yoruchi Shihoin's team." He ordered his secretary and settled in for the wait. A few minutes later there was a knock on the door and 4 people entered. The eldest was Yoruchi Shihoin, an attractive woman with dark skin, her long purple hair in a ponytail, 2 bangs framing her face and golden cat-like eyes that gleamed with mischief. She was wearing a black leotard under an orange jacket and a pair of tan arm and shin warmer. She, the current clan head of the Shihoin clan, who was well known for having many members with the capabilities to use the Shunpa technique and the ability to transform into an animal they take after, Yoruchi herself being a master of the Shunpa technique and being able to transform into an average-looking black house cat. Her 3 students were comprised of 2 females and 1 male. The first student was Oenoki's granddaughter Kuratsuchi. She had short, black hair and pupil-less, pink eyes and are accentuated by her eyelashes running upwards at the corners. She wears the standard attire of the IWA nin, consisting of a red uniform with her right sleeve missing and a lapel over her right leg, fishnet tights and a skirt over it. She was also wearing regular shinobi sandals and a pair of gloves. The second female was named Soifon, and was a part of a clan of retainers for the Shihoin clan. She was wearing a skin-tight leotard like her sensei along with a pair of kung fu slippers and a mask over her lower face with a wakizashi strapped horizontally on her lower back. The final member was Akatsuchi, a rather large young man with dark eyes and hair that spikes out at the back from underneath his hayate, which he wears like a bandana. He also has big cheeks and a plump nose. He wears the red Iwagakure uniform, which has both its sleeves in addition to a yellow scarf that adorns his neck. "Yo, what's up, old man?" Yoruchi asked with a rather feline grin. "You got a mission for us?" Oenoki grunted off her almost insubordinate behavior. "I have recently received a message from Sarutobi requesting a meeting during the upcoming Chunin exams to discuss the possibility of an alliance between the 5 great nations," he informed, getting shocked and surprised looks all around. "I have decided to attend the meeting and you 4 will be accompany me to Konoha to participate in the exams. I do not want a poor showing." Yoruchi's face split into a massive grin that seemed to take up her entire face. "Sounds like fun," she purred happily. "I've heard a rumor that Konoha's Blade Master took on a genin team. I'll have to make sure my team kicks his brat's butts." Oenoki smiled, recalling the mission where Yoruchi had encountered the young surviving Hizanaga during an opposing mission, and the young man showed he was just as capable with the Shunpa as Yoruchi. "I hope you will do that," he announced. "We leave in a month and a half. Be prepared." Kirigakure. The Council of Kirigakure sat in the meeting chambers as they looked over the scroll sent by Sarutobi, as they had yet to elect a new Mizukage due to the civil war that had been plaguing them for the last decade. They handled most of the matters concerning the village. "I say we accept the offer," one of the members announced, starting the conversation off. "We cannot afford to turn away any help at this time." "Agreed," another one replied. "We will need to elect a Mizukage, however." "What about Mei Terumi?" an elderly member said. "She was the leader of the Bloodline faction. We know she's powerful, having stood against Yagura-sama multiple times and surviving. That would help solidify the peace." Another agreed. "She's level-headed and intelligent too. Her love for Kiri is well known." "So be it," said the chief counselor. "Have Mei Terumi and her genin team come." In a few minutes the council doors opened to admit a group of 4 people. The most prominent one was a very attractive woman with very long rust-red hair that fell to her calves, wearing a dark blue dress that exposed her cleavage and wore a fishnet shirt underneath. Her green eyes scanned the room as her genin shifted slightly. This was Mei Terumi. Before her stood 3 students. One was a rather nervous-looking young man with shark-like teeth that revealed him to be a potential member of the 7 Swordsmen, with light blue hair and wearing glasses. He had strapped to his back a rather large, almost fish-shaped sword. His name was Chijiro. Next to him was a young woman with very short dark green hair and vivid red eyes. She was wearing a black skin-tight t-shirt and pants with a piece of chest armor over top and was wearing a pair of steel boots. She was Yuna Kimimura, a young woman of civilian descent who quickly showed herself to very proficient with the claymore strapped to her back. The final member was a young man with dark brown hair with a darker shade of red eyes than his female teammate and was wearing a dark shirt with a pair of arm guards that disappeared into the sleeves and a pair of dark blue shorts with a set of standard shinobi sandals. He was Kaijin Hamaru, whose clan was well known for their ability to infuse their taijutsu with their respective element. "You called for us, counselors?" Mei asked respectfully with a bow of her head. "Mei Terumi, we have received correspondence from Konoha in regards to a possible alliance with the 5 great shinobi nations." The chief counselor informed, his wizened voice echoing throughout the chamber. "We have chosen you to be the Mizukage and for your team to represent us in the Chunin exams. Do you accept this responsibility?" Mei bowed with a smile flickering across her ruby lips. "It would be my honor, honorable counselor." she replied, straightening as the counselor approached her, the Mizukage hat in his hands. Then represent us well, Mizukage-sama, he said, bowing with the rest of the council as Mei accepted the hat and placed it on her head. Konoha, week 1 of training, Makoto. Makoto panted as she focused on the large fish in front of her as healing green chakra poured out of her hands. Sweat dripped off her brow as she worked under the watchful eyes of her current trainers. Calm your breathing, Makoto-chan, Haku advised as she saw the genin's breathing become erratic. If your breathing become erratic, then you'll waste chakra. Feel the coils in the fish, Rei inputted, let them spread the chakra instead of try to spread it out yourself. Makoto nodded as she regained control over her breathing and relaxed, pushing her healing chakra into the chakra coils of the fish, and within second it start flopping around. Stepping back, Makoto smiled proudly as she mastered a new technique. Iko grunted as Bear punched him into a tree and quickly rolled out of the way of a sharp jab form owl. Get in close. Ibiki shouted from the sidelines, they can't hit you if you are in their comfort zone. Iko wiped away the blood that was dripping from his mouth and glared at Bear, a massive man with muscle on his arms thicker than Iko's head, before charging forward. He became intangible just as Bear's counterpunch would have hit and went through the man before deactivating his bloodline and grabbed Bear's head and used his forward momentum to bend Bear back enough so that Iko was under his center of gravity and threw the man to the ground and grabbed his arm in a bar hold, his legs wrapped around Bear's neck. Bear simply grunted as he flexed his arm and threw Iko away, showing just how strong he was. Not bad, he rumbled in a deep baritone again. No. Naru panted as her pseudo-sister, sensei and godfather surrounded her. She suddenly blurred as Ryu moved his open palm, hitting the tree she had put her back to as a seal appeared to flow off of him and onto the tree in less than a second. A groaning heard before the tree collapsed under its own weight, making Naru wonder just what level her sensei had set the gravity seal to. She pulled out a tag as she moved and started to rapidly draw a seal on it, only to be interrupted by Anko, who threw an explosive tag attached to a kunai. Catching the tag, gotta be faster than that, Naru-chan, Anko sang as Naru blurred again, getting out of the way of the explosion with her shuinpa, only to run straight into Jiraiya, who was standing in a ceiling array that light up, robbing Naru's strength in her limbs, making her collapse to the ground, panting for breath. Too fast, she panted out, you're all too fast. Ryu crouched down next to her and helped her into a seated position. You need to discover your own way of Fuinjutsu, Naru, he explained as she caught her breath and regained her strength. Jiraiya learned through sheer repetition how to speed draw seals. Anko took her time for advanced preparation. I learned how to create advanced chimera seals that have a life of their own. We can only show you the basics, you need to find your own way to make them battle usable. Naru nodded and looked down to the beads wrapped around her arm before a determined face settled in and stood up, making her 3 trainers grin. I can do this, she told herself, I will do this. That's the spirit. Jiraiya said proudly as his goddaughter got into a ready stance and waited for them to make their move. Uchiha District, 1 week before the Kages arrive, main household. Sasuke stood before his father's office, mentally preparing himself for the memories that were sure to assault him when he entered. Taking a breath, Enter soldered up and pushed the door open and entered, wincing slightly at the memories. Allowing them to pass over them, he headed over to the desk and pulled out the clan ledger that contained all the information on marriages and unions to ensure minimal amounts of interbreeding, and opened it. His eyes ran through the list, seeking one name until he found it. Suki Uchiha, engaged to marry Ryu Hizanaga, so he was telling the truth. Though his eyes following the list, showing parentage until his eyes froze on one phrase and name, vouched for by Itachi Uchiha, relation, teammate. Sasuke blinked before collapsing into the chair at the desk. He was brother's teammate? He asked himself in shock before his mouth set into a determined line. I have to talk to him. I have to know. With that, Sasuke left the office, heading for the Hizanaga compound. Hizanaga clan grounds. Ryu sighed as he felt the subtle alert sound in the back of his mind. He excused himself from the table where he and Jiraiya were teaching his students that finer arts of the information trade before heading to the main entrance and awaited the visitor. He was only slightly surprised to see Sasuke approaching the household and sighed as he saw the determined expression on his face. I think I know why you're here. he said looking into the Uchiha's searching eyes. Wait one, Ryu disappeared back into the house for a second and came back out with a six-pack of sake. He jerked his head indicating Sasuke to follow him as he leapt up to the roof with Sasuke right behind him. Ryu sat down facing the entire compound, setting the drinks down beside him and handed one to Sasuke as he sat down next to him. At the boy's curious look, Ryu shrugged. If you've got a high 8 then you're old enough to drink, he informed, popping the tab on his and taking a swig. Sasuke mimicked him, coughing slightly as the alcohol seemed to burn. Ryu chuckled. You get used to it, he assured. I take it you looked into the clan ledger then? Sasuke nodded. You were his teammate, he confronted. He vouched for you to marry our cousin. Ryu nodded, looking off into the distance. Yeah, he whispered. He did. He sighed heavily. We had met in the academy. Obviously Itachi and Suki-chan already knew each other beforehand. Me and your brother. I guess we were rivals really. We were both heralded as geniuses while Suki-chan was definitely well above average. Me and Itachi competed a lot, testing out skills against one another. Suki-chan meanwhile was doing her damnedest to make Itachi laugh hard. He's PSS himself. Ryu smiled fondly, remembering his days in the academy. We then graduated early due to the war and we were all placed on the same team under Ritsuko-sensei. Me and Suki-chan, as you can guess, grew close, as did me and Itachi, to the point we were no longer rivals, no longer friends. We were brothers. I had actually met you before. I would often visit your home at your mother's insistence to make sure I was eating properly. He chuckled, remembering those days. Your father often called me Ryubaka, something you were more than happy to emulate. Kami that set me off. Sasuke blinked as the memories rushed him, memories that he had suppressed because they were too painful to remember, until the point he had almost forgotten them. How though? He asked. Aren't you angry at him? Don't you hate him? How are you so happy then? Ryu sighed as he finished his can and grabbed another one, feeling the buzz of alcohol in his system. I did hate Itachi very much, Sasuke, he informed heavily. To an extent I still do, but remembering that day, something feels wrong about it. I don't know what, but the entire thing reeks. Itachi killing the entire clan? Both in Jashit, Itachi loved his family. The only thing he loved more was Konoha. Ryu looked at Sasuke, his eyes serious. But to me the Itachi I knew is dead, he informed. The man who walks now with the name Itachi Uchiha is just a fake to me. Sasuke, don't follow the path of hatred. I've been there, and in my hatred, I almost made the most grievous of sins. I almost killed an innocent child whose only crime was trying to survive. Sasuke looked at the can in his hand as silence fell. So, you and Itachi were like brothers then? He asked, looking over to Ryu, who smiled softly and nodded. Should I start calling you then? Ryu barked out, laughing as he handed Sasuke another can. I don't care, although I do got some good dirt on your brother for you, he said with a wide grin. Me and Suki-chan actually managed to make him once think he was a girl for an entire week. Sasuke spit out the alcohol that he was drinking, choking as he laughed. Really? He asked, wide-eyed. How? Fuinjutsu and an unexpected genjutsu combo, Ryu answered. Call him Itsuko when you see him and he'll turn bone white. Sasuke continued to laugh as he listened to Ryu's stories about his time as Itachi's teammate. He laughed until his laughter started to turn into sobs. Ryu smiled calmly as he patted the boy's back as he cried for his lost childhood and family for the first time since that night. You have a lot to answer for, Itachi, Ryu thought, looking up into the sky with a frown. Unknown to them, Jiraiya was standing below them listening to the conversation, his face heavy. They need to be told, he thought. They deserve to know. Konohagakure, Hizanaga compound, night before the Chunin exams. Naru sighed as she lay on her back on the roof of the main building, staring up at the sky with searching eyes as she reflected on her training. She knew objectively she was ready for the Chunin exams. She knew she was ready to be a Chunin, but she felt uneasy. She felt a cold feeling in the pit of her stomach, a feeling that she had been feeling ever since a week ago when she had run into a team from Suna. Flashback. Let me go. Naru blinked in surprise as she heard the familiar voice of Konomaru shout from around a corner leading to an alleyway she was approaching. Taking a look around the corner, her eyes narrowed at the sight of Konomaru being held up by his scarf by a tall teen wearing a black bodysuit with a black cap. A large package on his back and purple paint on his face, a high-8 with a gourd-like symbol on it told her that he was a Suna genin. Before him Moegi and Udon, two of Konohamaru's friends at the academy, who were looking on in fear, while next to the teen was a girl that looked slightly older than the man with dark blonde hair pulled into a quartet of ponytails, wearing a light purple battle kimono with fishnet armor underneath, and a large battle fan was strapped to her back, a puppet user and a wind specialist. Naru thought grimly, damn it, if it comes down to a fight. But I do have the home field advantage. Come on Kankuro, put the kid down and let's go. The girl said in irritation as she crossed her arms and tapped her foot. I'll just be a second Temari, Kankuro assured cockily, just going to teach this brat some manners. Naru growled as she stepped around the corner. You better put him down Sunanin, she called out, getting the pair's attention. After all, I doubt you'd want to piece us off the ANBU who are assigned to protect the Hokage's grandson. Even if he wasn't the Hokage's grandson, you are still attacking a citizen of Konoha, a good reason to go to war, don't you think? Temari paled slightly as she looked to Kankuro, who was merely growling at the kunoichi. Kankuro, she hissed, placing a hand on his shoulder. If we blow this. Kankuro snorted, she's bluffing. He said, no way, a little brat like this Matt Dash. Are you certain on that? Naru asked as she suddenly blurred right behind him with a tanto resting against his jugular vein, her other hand armed with a sealing tag shot out towards Temari before she could react and placed the seal onto her arm. Temari suddenly collapsed as she felt a heavy weight settle upon her, making her unable to move, because I am quite willing and able to kill to protect him. Now, gently set him onto the ground and let him go. Kankuro couldn't help but shudder as he heard the edge in her voice and gently let Konohamaru go. He shouted thankfully. Run along Kono, she ordered with a slight smile. I'll be right behind you. Konohamaru nodded as he and his friends darted out from the alleyway. Once Naru was certain they were clear, she removed the tanto and shunput away back to her original starting point. The seal will wear off in 10 minutes, she informed over her shoulder before looking up into the trees. Next time reel in your teammates. Kankuro and Temari's faces went from pale to sheet white as with a whirl of sand a young male with red hair and pupilless teal eyes and the kanji for love tattooed in red on his forehead. He was wearing a brown outfit with his high-8 worn as a sash across his chest and a massive gourd on his chest jura. Kankuro stuttered out fearfully. Quiet before I kill you, Kankuro, he growled tonelessly, yet extremely deadly at the same time, making Naru certain he would follow through with it and subtly prepared to fight. I am sorry for the actions of my teammates. I am Gara no Sabaku. Who are you? Naru Uzumaki, she announced as she began to slowly gather chakra into her limbs. Naruchan, that's the container of the Shikaku, Kurama warned inside of her. Be very careful, he grants his container mastery over sand, it'll move to his very thought. I see. Naru mused mentally before turning carefully and walking away. I'll see you at the Chunin exam. Ichibi, she said over her shoulder, causing the two other Suna genin to freeze up as Gara started to grin maniacally. And flashback. Naru shuddered as she remembered the killing intent flooding off of the Jinchuriki, all of it being directed at her. Naru-chan. Makoto's voice drifted up to her, causing her to look over the edge of the roof to see Makoto looking up at her with a concerned look. Can I come up? Sure, Makoto-chan. Naru agreed with a slight smile as she laid back and Makoto hopped up to the roof and laid down next to her. What's up? Makoto sighed. How do you do it, Naru-chan? She asked quietly. How is it you can remain calm in the face of everything that's happening? Naru let out a low, shaky chuckle. I only look calm, Makoto-chan, she informed, getting a surprised look from the snowy-haired kunoichi. I'm sheet but scared, to be completely honest. Makoto couldn't help herself as she giggled a bit. Well, I suppose since you are going up against a Jinchuriki with a little mental instability, it is understandable, she said, trying to keep the topic light before sighing miserably. I hope we're ready for this. I mean, the missions were one thing. But war. I know, Makoto-chan, I know. Naru agreed, staring out at the stars, and reached up with her hand. Sometimes, I wish that I could just go up there, see the world from up there. I bet everything, the wars, the missions, all of the problems that tear our world up, I bet it all looks insignificant up there. Makoto smiled slightly as she looked up to the sky as well. Yeah, you probably right, she agreed. I bet if anyone could make it up there it'll be you, Naru-chan. She looked over to Naru, who had a strange look on her face. What's wrong? The Ichibi Jinchuriki, Naru whispered, barely audible to even Makoto's shinobi hearing. He is what I could have become, if Gigi wasn't there, if I hadn't met you, Iko-kun or Ryu-sensei. I think I would have become that. That monster. You never could have, Naru-chan. Makoto assured, her voice brimming with so much confidence that Naru couldn't help but stare at her. You have a heart filled with so much kindness that you never could have become a monster. You care too much about Konoha, Naru. Even with everything the villagers have done to you, you still want to protect them as their Hokage, do you not? Naru smiled as she turned back to the stars, remembering when she had made that declaration to Sarutobi almost 5 years ago. I remember, she said fondly. Gigi couldn't help but laugh for an hour until I finally kicked him in the shins. The pair laughed at the image of the Hokage jumping around holding his shin in pain. Besides, it never happened, Naru-chan, Makoto said empathetically. You are where you were meant to be. Where you want to be. Naru smiled at Makoto, her heart much calmer than before. You know, Makoto-chan, if being a kunoichi doesn't work out for you, you'd make a hell of a motivational speaker. She teased, making Makoto laugh. Inside, with Iko. Iko sighed as he lay sprawled out on the couch staring at the scroll Bear had left for him before he left, stating it had advanced grappling techniques from the Tetsu no iron hand taijutsu style that he was working on memorizing the movements for. He had discovered, much to Bear's sadistic glee, that he had an innate understanding of grappling techniques, allowing him to actually mimic moves if he has read a detailed description of the technique. Bear drove him hard to perfect the moves, but he had been able to advance in leaps and bounds simply by getting his base set so quickly. Iko-kun. Iko looked up to see Haku standing in the doorway with a slightly apprehensive look on her face. Have you seen Ryu-kun around? I think he and Jiraiya were summoned by Hokage-sama, he replied, recalling the two of them taking off after a carrier hawk stopped by. I'm not sure when he'll be back. Haku sighed as she rubbed her forehead slightly. Iko had noticed that she seemed to get stressed out easily whenever Ryu wasn't around and attributed it to a fear of abandonment. What's up? He asked as she saw her morose expression. Oh, I know it's stupid, but I'm scared of Ryu disappearing. She admitted after a few seconds sitting on a chair across from him. It's just after my Kasen and Zabuza-sama. You're scared Sensei will disappear on you too, right? Iko asked, hitting the nail on the head and getting a slight nod from the ice user. Well, I know for a fact that Ryu-sensei is the toughest son of a beach to kill in the world. We tried before, and he didn't even bat an eyelash at our attempts. Hell, there was the one time during our final test for becoming the GFR-5 Naru, creating a flaming tornado around him. And he walked out without even the slightest of burns. Haku giggled as Iko started to regale her with some of the tales of them trying to kill, maim, get revenge on their sensei, feeling her fear start to ebb as she realized that he was certainly able to take care of himself. Hospital, private ward. Ryu and Jiraiya walked down the hallways through the private ward of the hospital, a place where you could only get in with the permission of the Hokage and had to have several rigorous psychological screenings before any nurse or doctor was allowed to work there. Why is Hokage-sama calling us here? Ryu muttered, sparing only passing glances to the injured ANBU in the various rooms. Not much we can do for the injured that the docs can't already do. You'll see in a minute, Jiraiya informed gravely as they came up to a set of double doors that had a visible pair of ANBU guarding it. Jiraiya and Ryu to see the Hokage and his guest. ANBU nodded as Ryu couldn't help but frown as he followed the Toad Sannin into an even more secure section of the private ward. He could feel the seals coursing around them, powerful and ancient ones at that. Ryu couldn't help the tight swallow as he recognized a pair of Hizanaga seals in the mix. They were Kenjutsu seals, and for dead good reason. They had a tendency to cause death on a large scale when needed. Jiraiya Dano, what is this place? Ryu asked coldly, not from anger, but from a deep-seated fear of the seals in this place. A ward that caters to a mixture of extremely important people and S-ranked captured ninja. Jiraiya answered, understanding Ryu's concern. We are here about someone who could turn out to be an EIP or an enemy. It just depends on what Orochimaru did to them. Ryu rose an eyebrow as he followed Jiraiya to a door that had no less than 8 open ANBU guarding it, with easily another dozen in the shadows. After a brief scan, the two were allowed in, and when Ryu saw who was lying on the bed, he froze. It wasn't hard to recognize her, as her daughter was essentially a carbon copy clone with only more angular features, blue eyes and spiky hair reminiscent of her father, setting them apart. Kushina Uzumaki was lying on a bed in front of him, her entire body covered by seals. "Thank you two for coming," Sarutobi said, making Ryu break out of his stare to see the venerable Kage standing at the foot of the bed with Danzo at his side. "I'm sure you know who this is, Ryu-kun." "Considering who my student is?" Ryu asked, his tone a little off from his shock. "But how?" "My father's journal pointed towards her being a Jinchuriki, and they can't survive the extraction of the bijou." Sarutobi nodded, not all that surprised at Ryu's knowledge. His father Raiga had quite the laundry list of intelligence from all aspects of Konoha, from the dirty little shinobi secrets to the mundane civilian ones. "You could never know when blackmail would come in handy," was a saying he used quite often. "We are not certain of that ourselves, to be honest," Sarutobi admitted as he looked down on Kushina with a regretful face. "We have only recently found her, in the clutches of Orochimaru, who used a body double to trick us into believing she was dead. Which is why you want me and Jiraiya to look over these seals," Ryu concluded, "to ensure that there are no trigger seals or SLV seals." Sarutobi nodded in confirmation. "We managed to recover her about 3 weeks ago and have kept her under strict observation. Only the ANBU guarding her know she is here. They were also the ones involved in her extraction." "When do you plan on telling Naru?" Ryu asked, "as I doubt you'd be able to keep Kushina from her if it is truly her mind in control and not Orochimaru." Sarutobi nodded, his understanding, a slight smile on his face, while Danzo merely snorted. "I was planning on informing her as soon as the Chunin exams were finished," he explained. "I think she has enough concerns on her plate without having to worry if this is truly her mother or not." Ryu nodded as he looked back to Kushina and began studying the seals imprinted on her body. "The biggest seal is a stasis seal," he said, his fingers ghosting over the lines. "Chakra drainers. Suppression. HMM.IT appears that she still contains some of the QB's chakra, large by normal standards, but I imagine for the QB it would only be a trace amount. That could account to her still being alive." "So she doesn't have any mind seals?" Jiraiya asked, sounding surprised, leaving it to the Jonin to inspect the seals. "Hard to tell when she's in stasis like this," Ryu answered. "You can only detect them when the mind is active. So she would need to be awake in order to find out," Sarutobi surmised, getting a nod from Ryu. "Are you able to remove the seals?" "Easily," Ryu assured. "If I impart a part of the Kami Hogo, then not only will it remove the seals, but it should be a good safeguard until we can confirm that any and all seals in her mind are removed." Jiraiya couldn't help but watch in awe as the chimera seal that was contained on Ryu's body shifted and moved on its own, separating a large section of itself onto Kushina, spreading throughout her body, seemingly absorbing the other seals before creating a new pattern over her body. "Right, it has removed the known seals. Stasis is removed. It's up to time when she wakes up now." Sarutobi nodded. "Thank you for your aid, Ryu-kun," he said appreciatively. "I'm sorry to ask this of you when the Chunin exams are starting so soon, but I need you and Jiraiya here to watch over Kushina for when she wakes up. Jiraiya will be able to hold back Kushina in case there are complications with your seal, Ryu-kun, and I want you on hand when she does wake up so that you may sweep for mind seals." "I understand, Hokasama," reassured with a slight bow. "May I send a clone to at least inform them that I will be away for a while and to see them at the start of the exam?" Sarutobi smiled and nodded his assent before leaving the room with Danzo. Once they were gone, Jiraiya let out a sigh as he stared at Kushina's comatose body. What the hell did Orochimaru want with Kushina? Jiraiya growled. "I can't see why he would go through all the trouble of healing her and only putting her into stasis." Ryu shrugged as he leant against a wall across from the bed. "I got me," he admitted as he studied the woman before turning his curious gaze to Jiraiya. "I do have one question though. Why do you need me? I mean, you are a fully fledged Fuinjutsu master. I'm just an expert in them." "Honestly? That's all you think yourself as?" Jiraiya incredulously. "Kid, I trained Minato Fang Namikaze, and I'm saying you're close to being on par with him. He wasn't even able to get a level 2 Chimera seal, and here you are walking around with a level 3 imprinted on you very body. Not to mention your ability to understand seals. While I grant you that is in part from your Hizanaga heritage and growing up around seals, you're a master in your own right, kid. Stop selling yourself short. Ryu sighed reluctantly as he looked down at the seals on his arms that started to shift as if mirroring Jiraiya's statement, making him sigh. All right, maybe I am selling myself short here, he admitted, raising his arms in defeat. But that doesn't answer my question. Why do you need me with this? 2 parts really. Your detection skills are higher than mine, to put it bluntly, Jiraiya answered with a shrug. Even if you don't know what the seal is, you can detect it. Secondly is the fact that this is Naru-chan's mother and you're her daughter's sensei. You'll be able to keep her calm by informing Kushina of parts of her daughter's life. Ryu nodded his understanding as he moved his gaze back to the unconscious Kushina before sighing and forming a shadow clone that left to inform his team and Haku that he'd be gone for the night, and settled himself in for the night. Namakura Compound, Dojo. Hibari Namakura smiled as she watched her daughter dressed in loose clothing move through the katas of the clan's personal taijutsu style, showing a remarkable proficiency. While the Namakura were not a battle shinobi, like the ones that seem to be becoming most popular these days, they still kept themselves battle-ready for when they're in a position where they had to fight in order to survive. You're doing great, Lin-chan, she praised as Lin finished the kata with a sheen of sweat covering her body. When you've changed, come see me in my office. Lin nodded to her mother as she moved to the change rooms as Hibari moved to her office. It was rather standard, with a desk with a couple of framed photos on it sitting before a rather impressive bookcase. Outsiders to the clan made rumors that the bookshelf contained every secret that the clan had gathered since their founding. The truth was that it was just an average books collection. That collection was stored in a vault in the basement of the compound that they had employed the Hizanaga and the Uzumaki to seal shut. Hibari sat in the rather comfy chair behind the desk and formed a set of hand seals, unlocking the seal on her desk, and pulled a small black book out of one of the drawers and placed it before her on the desk and glanced at one of the photos. It showed her as a genin beside a teen girl with dirty blonde hair and golden eye with slit irises, and another teen girl who had darker crimson hair that hung down to her waist and rather expressive gray eyes. The 3 were bunched together, their arms over each other's shoulders as they posed for their photo. Kushina-chan, Shinko-chan, you 2 would be so proud of your children, she thought, speaking to her deceased teammates. Ryu-kun has become such an amazing shinobi, and Naru-chan is a clone of you, Kushi-chan. She let out a nostalgic sigh as her ears picked up the sound of Lin walking towards her office. What's up, Oka-chan? Lin asked as she entered the office, her hair still slightly damp from her brief shower. Hibari smiled at her daughter as she pushed the black book towards her. I believe it's time you had access to the next level of information gathering skills our clan has gathered over the years, she announced as Lin's eyes widened. Now most of this information you cannot share with anyone outside of this clan. Do you understand, Lin? Hi, Oka-chan, Lin assured as she picked up the book with an almost reverent look on her face before she grinned and squealed like a fangirl as she clutched the book to her chest as if she were hugging it. Finally. Hibari couldn't help but laugh as her daughter as she fled from the room to start reading the book. So much like her father, she sighed with another headshake. But I have to wonder, where the hell did she pick up that perverted streak? Haruno household. Raiga Haruno, Sakura's grandfather on her father's side, was a man in his late 60s with gray hair and sharp green eyes that still held a dangerous glint to them. He was well respected within the shinobi community at large for a very simple fact. He lived long enough to retire. While, at first, he looked to be a shoo-in for the venerable grandfather, the reality was that he was in actuality still a very deadly individual, much like the Sandame. When he heard that Sakura, his only grandchild, wanted to join the ranks of the shinobi, he couldn't have been more proud. Until not even a year into the academy, she shifted her focus from training to stalking. He blamed his daughter-in-law for that. She had been a hardcore gold digger who tried to get into the Yandame's wallet only to have her head shoved up her butt by one Kushina Uzumaki. Since that day, she had decided to go after non-shinobi rich males and set her sights on his son, who ran a rather successful publishing company. He didn't approve of his son marrying her and voiced his disapproval, but in the end accepted the fact that his son was hopelessly in love with the woman and just told his son to manage the funds himself. which he did rather successfully, giving Abi access to only a limited amount of money, much to her displeasure. You see, Sakura didn't join initially to impress Sasuke. She didn't even know of his existence until she started at the academy. She had wanted to become a kunoichi because she wanted to be just like her Sofu, grandfather. However, the rather prominent forehead she had inherited from her mother had ostracized her from her fellow students, with them teasing her save for the Yamanaka heiress who stood up for her, something he was grateful to the young girl for. And when Sakura had broken their relationship off for a boy, she had gotten an earful about it from him, not that she had listened. Ever since she had become obsessed with the last Uchiha, the two of them had gone from being near inseparable to extremely distant because of the fact that Sakura chose to stalk the Uchiha rather than train to be a more effective kunoichi, something that set Raiga off to no end. So you could imagine his surprise when his granddaughter approached him asking to train her for the upcoming Chunin exams. Why? He asked as Sakura sat across from him in the living room. He didn't bother to hide his surprise. Because if it's to impress that Uchiha brat, then you can forget it. Sakura flushed slightly in embarrassment, remembering the argument they had gotten into when he had refused to train her so that she could impress Sasuke. During my mission in Nami, I learned something rather humbling, she admitted. There was this girl in my class, pretty much ranked average across the board. However, during the mission, Kakashi-sensei and Ryu-sensei both put her in charge over Lin-san and her teammates, all three of whom were already genin when we graduated. Not only that, but she was strong. When I asked how she was so strong when she only ranked average, she said, "Deception is the greatest tool of the shinobi, and when the entire village is against you, it is the greatest weapon you have." Raiga leaned back slightly as he rose his eyebrow. "You speak of Naru Uzumaki," he stated, getting a surprised look from Sakura. "She has had an unfair blame placed on her shoulders. She is neither the demon nor the where your mother and the ignorant claim she is. She is a greater hero to us than the yondaime." Sakura blinked as she stared at her grandfather. "What do you mean?" she asked. "Didn't the yondaime kill the Kyuubi?" Raiga remained silent as he gave his granddaughter a blank look, as if he was restraining himself from saying something. "The greatest tool of the shinobi indeed," he whispered finally. "So how does this play into you wishing to get stronger?" Sakura forced her mind back on track after it got diverted from Raiga's whispered comment. "Well, it's just, next to her, Makoto-san, Naru-san's teammate, and Lin-san, I am really weak. You were right, if I stay like I am I will get my team killed when they have to protect me in a fight." Raiga looked his granddaughter over carefully, his eyes seemingly staring into her soul. "You are entering the Chunin exams, correct?" he asked, making Sakura nod in confirmation. "Very well. Should you manage to reach the third stage of the exams, you will have convinced me that you will take the training seriously." Sakura swallowed tightly but nodded. "Then I will make it to the third stage," she announced, "no matter what it takes." Raiga nodded in approval as he saw a familiar fire burn in her eyes and let an anticipatory grin slip onto his face. "Take that, Abi, the real Sakura is on her way back," he thought with pride as Sakura left to prepare for tomorrow. "I wonder, how will the real Sakura react to the truth of Uzumaki-san? Will she be like her mother? Or her father?" Uchiha clan compound, main household. Sasuke sighed as he looked around his home. "I think I might take Ryu up on his offer to move in with him," he mused. "Really, it would be better than continually being assaulted by memories that keep the wound fresh." He looked over to the scroll he had just finished sealing supplies in for the Chunin exams and sighed before he set it with his clothing for the next day and headed to get ready for bed. Ever since confronting Ryu about his connection to Itachi, he felt like a burden had been lifted off of his shoulder. Here was a person who had lost someone very dear to him because of Itachi's actions, yet unlike Sasuke, he didn't wallow in his hatred and self-pity. He instead forced himself to continue to take those steps out of them. He chose to let go of his hatred and anger and became one of the strongest shinobi of Konohagakure. Yes, his was a path that was slower, but Ryu had told him an important difference between the two ways of strength that Sasuke perceived. While wallowing in your anger and hatred can be compared to a fast-burning flame, yes, it's intense, but it burns out incredibly fast. However, if you let go of your hatred and take it one step at a time, you can create a just as intense flame that lasts for much longer. Sasuke smiled as he looked at a picture of his team snorting. Lin had taken the brief pause of when the camera was about to shoot the picture to trip Sasuke and shove Sakura on top of him, but all of that had been a distraction to get at Kakashi-sensei's mask, only to fail spectacularly. It certainly made for a hilarious picture, even if he hated it at the time. Letting out a light sigh, he turned off to head to the bathroom to get ready for bed. It wouldn't do to be tired on the big day. Next day, Academy. GF-RT5 stood outside the academy as they mentally prepared themselves for the upcoming challenge that would no doubt test everything they have learned to this point. All three of them were wearing the ANBU variant outfits that Commander Fox had gifted onto them during their first mission with a few additions. Iko had replaced the normal gauntlets with the ones he had taken from the Rikudo's stash, while Naru had added on the sealing beads and the sleeveless trench coat and didn't wearing any of the arm armor, leaving her arms bare. Mikoto had brought up her cloth mask to cover her lower face and had added on several extra pouches, including a bandolier all chock full of medical supplies, and had seals that Naru stitched into them to put them into stasis, making sure they didn't go bad or get contaminated. So, anyone else have a feeling of dread like when Sensei grins? Iko asked rhetorically, getting some giggles from his teammates as his joke alleviates some of the tension they were feeling. The sooner we get in, the better, Naru announced as she stepped forward with the other two right behind her as they stepped through the threshold. Was anyone else expect an explosion or an ambush? The team giggled with her as they mounted the stairs and started climbing. Room 301, right? Mikoto asked, double-checking their instructions. Yeah, these stairs only go up to the second floor. We'll have to cross the hall and go up another flight. Naru confirmed as they rounded the bend in the stairs, recalling the layout of the building from her time in the academy. The group paused as instead of a semi-deserted hallway they were expecting, instead a large group of the Chunin hopefuls were gathered around a door that had the numbers 301 above it and a pair of oddly familiar Chunin guarding the doorway. Decoy, Naru whispered to her team as her eyes swept the area and focused in on a particular team. Guy's team is right there, and those two guarding the door are Kotetsu and Izumo. They're thinning the competition, Iko pointed out as the team watch Rock Lee, a guy mini-me, get hit by Izumo. Not only is that not 301, but they're intimidating the competition. Let's slip around. Naru nodded as Tenten, a young teen girl wearing a pink Chinese shirt with tight blue pants with her chocolate brown hair tied up into a pair of buns, seemingly tried to plead with the two as she stepped forward before getting backhanded by Kotetsu. You're right, she agreed as the group skirted the crowd. I would have liked to have fun with those two though, but the less that get past here the easier our mission. Mikoto looked over to Naru, sensing the tension in the young Jinchuriki as the redhead tried to keep herself calm. Mikoto reached over and placed a hand on Naru's shoulder, causing her to jolt slightly in surprise as she looked over her shoulder to the Witet. We're with you, she assured with a gentle smile. You won't be alone in this, Naru-chan. Naru's body visibly relaxed as she nodded in response to Mikoto's words with a grateful smile before they ascended the final flight of stairs and into a hallway where a familiar figure was waiting. Sensei! Naru exclaimed in surprise, seeing the tattooed Jonin lazily leaning against the wall with a wry grin on his face. What are you doing here? What? Can't a sensei come and wish his students good luck? Ryu asked teasingly as he pushed off the wall while they walked up to him. He looked the three over, a nostalgic look on his face and in his eyes. I'm here to tell you two things. First, stick together. You three have some of the strongest teamwork out of your generation, and you guys can handle anything they throw at you as a team. Secondly, and most importantly, it doesn't matter how you do in the exams. I'm proud of you three. You've come far since you've been assigned as my team. No matter what happens, I will always be proud of the three of you. For Naru, who throughout her childhood received almost nil amount of positive feedback, Ryu's words had the most profound impact. She had to blink back the tears that had started to build up in her eyes, and despite her best efforts, she couldn't hold back the emotions in her voice. Thanks, Sensei, she whispered. That means so much to me. Ryu smiled understandingly as he placed a comforting hand on the top of her head. Naru-chan, you guys are my family, for better or for worse, he informed, looking each of them in the eyes, his own reflecting a calm confidence. Remember that during the exam, it doesn't matter how you do in it, even if you don't get promoted, I'll be proud of all of you. Naru wiped away her tears before beaming a wide, confident smile at her sensei older brother, who nodded back at her, a smile of him own. We'll put your training to good use, sensei, she announced with a nod making Ryu chuckle. We'll sweep them all out of the park. Good, he agreed as he stepped aside to let them in, show them the unpredictability of the first response teams of Konoha. Yes, sensei. They coursed, saluting him before striding into the room. He shook his head with a chuckle. They'll be just fine. He said to himself, they survived me and sensei after all. With that, Ryu poofed out of existence. Inside of the examination room, GF5 paused at the threshold as many of the eyes already in there swept them over before returning to their waiting, marking the team as good enough not to be intimidated. Naru-chan. A soft voice greeted, causing Naru to turn to spot Hinata approaching with her team consisting of Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame, a good tracking team. Hinata-chan. Naru greeted, hugging her friend, making her blush at the positive attention. How are you? Are these two treating you all right? Do I have to kick their butts? Hinata shook her head quickly as the two males exchanged quick, uneasy glances. Being a part of major clans, they had a greater grasp of shinobi gossip than others, such as the fact that Naru had been placed under Ryu Hizanaga, a powerful shinobi who was hailed as the fastest shinobi of his generation inside and out of Konoha. That's not unnecessary, Hinata stuttered out. They are treating me well, as is KKK Kurinai sensei. Naru sighed as she looked at Hinata with an exasperated look. I swear, one of these days I'm breaking you of that stutter, Hinata-chan, she swore, shaking her head before she felt a killing intent directed at her. She glanced off deeper into the room where Gaara stood, his arms folded and his face expressionless and his teal eyes boring into her. Whatever you guys do, avoid the Suna team that has the guy with a gourd on his back. He's not right in the head. Just avoid him, even if it means dropping out of the exam. It's not worth fighting him. Shino rose a hand to cut off Kiba before the dog ninja could say something stupid. Thank you for your advice, Uzumaki-sen. Anyone else we should look out for other than yourselves? He asked, his sunglass-hidden eyes taking in Naru and her team. Naru shrugged. Not a clue, to be honest. Oh, and these are my teammates, Mikoto and Iko Seishin, she introduced. Guys, these three were my classmates, Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and most importantly Hinata Hyuga. Hinata-chan's been pretty much my best friend since we started at the academy. Iko grinned and saluted, making Hinata blush prettily as Mikoto used Kakashi's eye smile. He had given permission to Ryu and his team to use as they wish, and bowed slightly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Hinata-san, Kiba-san, Shino-san. She greeted pleasantly. Kiba flushed slightly as he took in her figure, easily visible in her tight-fitting outfit. Man, I wish I was on that team. He whispered to himself as his eyes shifted to Naru before suddenly he felt 3K eyes pinning into him as Mikoto, Hinata, and Naru caught on to where he was looking. Maybe not. He added, feeling sweat trickle down his back. The female's response was cut off by a male voice. How troublesome, Shikamaru stated as he approached with his team consisting of Ino Yamanaka and Chuji Akimichi. Shikamaru looked at Naru and smirked. Looks like you're no longer holding back. Naru smirked back at the shogi champ of their generation. And why should I hold back in the Chunin exams? She countered before her face became serious. Besides, there are some here who will consume rookies like us in a second. What do you mean, Naru? Ino asked contemptuously. I know you're only average, but we're amazing. I'd be careful there, Ino, Chuji announced, munching on his chips. Naru-san has been holding back in the academy. Out of all of us, she's the most dangerous. Ino snorted. As if she could be stronger than my Sasuke-kun, she said, sighing dreamily at the end. In all honesty, right now she could kick my butt, Sasuke stated as he and his team came up to them. There was a pause of shock as they caught sight of Sakura next to Sasuke. Instead of the dress she had been wearing, she was now wearing a far more practical battle outfit, consisting of what seemed to be a tough spandex outfit that stopped mid-thigh and left her arms bare aside from a pair of black gloves and pink elbow protectors. She also had a pair of black boots, black shorts, and a short red apron skirt, the Naru Uzumaki we thought we knew never existed. Sasuke-kun, Ino shouted, totally ignoring the words he said as she jumped at him. I missed you so much. Lin sighed from the sidelines. And people wonder why the current generation of kunoichi are mocked the world over, she said in irritation, glaring at the blonde who looked at her in suspicion, because of fangirls like you giving us real kunoichi who understand what it means to be a kunoichi, a bad name. Ino glared at Lin, refusing to let go of Sasuke as he did his best to get her off of him. You're just jealous that Sasuke-kun like me more than you, she announced haughtily as Lin's eyes narrowed dangerously at the heiress. Right, Sasuke-kun? No, Sasuke denied bluntly. In fact, if I were to choose, I would actually choose her over you. That statement caused Ino to freeze as she stared at Sasuke in shock. I am not interested in someone like you who only wants my name. You don't know anything about me. Meanwhile, Lin-san there is more concerned with her own career than trying to get in someone's pants, for the most part, and I respect her for that. Using Ino's shocked state to his advantage, he pushed the blonde off of himself and stepped back with his team. You are just a burden on your team, Sasuke said with finality as he turned to talk with Naru and her team. Naru-san, Mikoto-san, Iko-san. Sasuke-sen, they returned politely. Ryu-sensei told us you were planning on moving into the Hizanaga compound, Naru said conversationally. Sasuke nodded in confirmation before shrugging. I'd rather live in a place that would have somebody waiting for me than bad memories, he informed before looking over the crowd. A lot of strong people are here. Naru nodded in agreement, her eyes flashing over to Gaara, who had yet to turn away from her or stop the slight killing intent that he was sending her way. More than you'd think, she informed, turning away. We've got representatives from every ninja village here. I think something is happening soon. Understood, Sasuke said, understanding her underlying message to be careful. Any team in particular? Suna team with a red head with teal eyes and wield sand, Naru stated in a low tone. Goes by Gar. He's unstable, even for a ninja. It was an undisputed fact in any hidden village that the majority of the ninja were considered unstable in some way, shape, or form, Might Guy and Kakashi being prime examples of this fact in Konoha. The reason for that was due to the nature of their work. Killing takes its toll on the human psyche, so in order to cope with this, shinobi will often develop quirks and habits. There were those, however, that couldn't handle the strain and broke down, and, while rare, it can happen when the person is a genin. Sasuke swallowed at her warning and nodded, casting a look over to the Suna Jinchuriki, and shuddered at the blood-thirsty look in his eyes directed straight at Naru. Right, I'll keep an eye out, he informed warily before turning away from the teen and back to the teams. Still, most of these people don't seem that tough. A group of their fellow Chunin hopefuls caught wind of his comment and glared at the group, sending a wave of killing intent that had the teams aside from Naru's and Sasuke stiffen in fear. Naru's team went through training to resist the effects of killing intent, while Sasuke's team had felt stronger in the form of Zabuza. Maybe you and your friends should quiet down, a humble voice recommended to them, causing them to look over to a silver-haired man with glasses and wearing a purple outfit. Wouldn't want to cause an incident before the exams even begin, now would we? Who are you? Kiba asked suspiciously, the Ki being sent towards them by the various shinobi in the room putting him on edge. Ah, where are my manners? The man asked in a disarming manner as he pushed his glasses up his nose. My name is Kabuto Yakushi, a pleasure to meet you all. From the looks of it, most of you are just out of the academy, can't be helped though for your exam. I was like that too. Kabuto-san, right? Sakura asked warily, getting a confirming nod from the silver-haired genin. So, is this your second time taking the exam? Nope. This is my 7th time taking this exam, he explained, getting shocked looks. It's held twice a year, so this is my 4th year taking the exam. Wow, you must really SCK then. Kiba snorted contemptuously. Kiba-san, shut up. No. Sighed, palming her face. Have you ever thought that perhaps the Chunin exams are just that hard? After all, they only promote the best genins to Chunins, so of course they're going to weed us out. You are precisely correct, Uzumaki-san, Kabuto announced as he pulled out a stack of cards. But I must say all that effort wasn't for naught. Over the last 4 years I have managed to collect a lot of information on many shinobi and stored them on these ninja info cards. Ninja info cards? Sakura asked, sounding interested as Kabuto got everyone's attention. These have the information of shinobi of various villages burned onto it using my chakra, Kabuto explained. They may look blank, but when I channel my chakra into them. He placed a card on the ground and channeled chakra into it, causing a map to appear with the symbols of various ninja villages and a number underneath them. This here is a graph on the number of people taking the exam here in Konoha and the breakdown of villages. This is a rather rare event with at least one team from every ninja village present. Do you have info cards on individual people? Sasuke asked, an interested look in his eyes. Of course. Kabuto affirmed with a smirk. The info on this exam's participants isn't perfect, but I do have it, even of you guys. Say something and I'll take a look. Gaara of Sunagakure, Rock Lee of Kanahigakure and... He looked over to Naru and her team. Genin First Response Team 5 of Kanahigakure. Oh, you know their names, that should be easy then, Kabuto announced, not noticing the tightened eyes of Naru and her team, and drew out 5 cards. Show me, Sasuke said, his eyes focused on the 5 cards in his hands. Okay, first is Rock Lee, Kabuto announced, showing a card of the genin with his stats, of which it seemed he highly favored taijutsu. He's a year older than you rookies, but it is also his first exam. His mission history: D rank 20 completed, C rank 12 completed. His sensei is Might Guy and his teammates are Tenten and Niji Hyuga. Last year he gained attention as a talented new genin. Kabuto placed the card on the ground and grabbed a second card. Next is Gaara no Sabaku of Sunagakure, mission history. While he has 8 C ranks and a B rank under his belt, since he's a foreigner I don't have that much information on him, but it seems that has come back from every mission without a scratch on him. Kabuto said, sounding impressed. He then looked up at Naru and her team. Now finally the GFRD5, aka Squad 11, which consists of Makoto Seishin, Iko Seishin and Naru Uzumaki. He announced, getting surprised looks from the rookies save Sasuke and Sakura. Obviously a very rare specialty for a genin team due to the requirements necessary for it, but let's take a look, shall we? Kabuto continued, placing down Iko's card. Iko Seishin, before his transfer to the tutelage of Ryu Hizunaga, seemed to be rather average with an inclination to his Kekai Genkai, Yurei Hantai, Ghost Body, and Taijutsu. His twin Makoto Seishin seems to be more specialized in Irojutsu. He looked up to her with a slight smile. What a coincidence. I'm a medic nin myself actually. Before joining Ryu Hizunaga's squadron they had completed 18 D ranks and 3 C ranks, although on their last mission before their transfer their sensei and teammate died due to faulty intel on the enemy's strength. Finally we have Naru Uzumaki. Now please note that these are the academy stats. And she is completely average across the board save one. Her chakra levels are abnormally high for a genin, surpassing that of even a jonin. Naru didn't react to the information, even as everyone stared at her in shock. Finally Kabuto shook his head to clear his shock and stood up, putting his cards away. Konoha, Kumo, AIM, Suna, IWA, Taki, and many other villages have sent their elite genins to this exam, he announced. Well, the Otogakure was just formed last year so there isn't much info on them yet, but the rest of the villages sent their most talented youngsters. So basically, all these people here are... Sakura said, trailing off with a swallow. Makes you lose your confidence. Hinata inputted nervously. Yup. Kabuto informed with a grin. Like Lee and Gaara, they are the top elite genins of their countries. This isn't going to be easy. Naru looked over to her fellow rookies who were swallowing tightly and back to the elite genin in the room who were all leaking Ki. Hey guys, remember what Ryu-sensei taught us about killing intent? She asked with a grin, making her teammates grin as the others looked at her curiously. Killing intent is mostly used by the weak to make themselves look stronger, she said aloud so that the room would hear her. When a truly strong person uses killing intent, the weak-minded see themselves dying in the most horrendous of ways. She looked over to her fellow rookies. Sorry if you feel this, but I'm not targeting you. Kurama-chan, mind if I borrow a bit? She asked her partner prisoner. Show them what real killing intent is, Naru-chan. Kurama said in agreement as Naru felt some of her chakra surge into her system. She closed her eyes for a second, channeling the chakra in the manner that Ryu taught them, before reopening her eyes and unleashed it upon the room. Within the millisecond it took for the chakra to flood out, everyone froze in what they were doing as they felt what could only be described as death descend upon them. A few actually started screaming in fear as they panicked, trying to get away from the red-headed kunoichi. And just like how it started, it was gone, leaving everyone in the room in a cold, clammy sweat as they gasped for air. There were a few within the crowd, however, that were not as affected by it. Most notably was Gaara, who had a rather mad grin on his face as he stared at Naru. Another was a mint green-haired girl with tan skin and orange eyes from Taki. Her eyes were narrowed at Naru with suspicion as she tried to analyze her. Two of the teams from Cloud were better off than many of their compatriots as they watched Naru with renewed suspicion. And a team of IW seemed more interested in a furious argument they were having in hissing whispers pointing at Naru than out the window. Before anything could happen though, the doors to the classroom slammed open and in strode Ibiki Marino, his glower mode going in full force as his eyes swept across the room. "All right, you maggots," he roared out. "Listen up, because the first stage of the Genin exams begin now." Kanahigakure Ninja Academy, Instructor Break Room. The Jonin senseis of the Genin taking the exams were all gathered together in the Academy Instructor Break Room as they waited for the first exam to finish. They were all clustered together in certain groups, each village sticking with villages of their own. Although there was a betting pool that is always run by a small village called Kaisengakure, Hidden Rivers Village, due to the fact that they were an extremely neutral nation whose only known alliance was with the samurai nation Tetsu no Kuni. Now these weren't the official betting pools of the Chunin exams. Those were exclusive to the always one-on-one battles of the third exam. They were still senseis who wished to put money on their students succeeding. The crowd looked up as Ryu walked in looking slightly tired but otherwise in a good mood. He could feel the glares of several shinobi in the room as he walked over to where the Konoha Jonin were gathered around a couch. He was about halfway there when he suddenly flickered away as an attractive, dark-skinned woman with deep purple hair flickered right where he was at. "Hello, Yuruchi-san," Ryu greeted, causing the Jonin who were unable to follow the movement to look over to the coffee maker neutral zone, right next to the betting pool table where he was leaning against the counter. "I hope you're still not angry about that mission where we ran into each other." He and Yuruchi both had a grin on their face as every shinobi in the room tensed to combat until Yuruchi bursted out laughing. "Still got those lightning reflexes of yours, I see, Rusen," she complimented as she walked over to him. "I wonder, do your students have those reflexes of yours?" Ryu's grin widened as she came up till there was only a foot of space between them. "Perhaps," Ryu said with a shrug. "I can say that they will blow your team out of the park." Yuruchi looked over to the two Jonin of Kaisengakure who were running the booth. 250 Ryo that my team knocks his out of contention in the second round. Match for the opposite. Ryu announced, his grin never wavering. Add in that the entire team makes it to the third round. Eyebrows raised at that declaration. A team was considered lucky if two members got into the final stage. For a Jonin to declare his entire team would make it was a sign of their confidence in them. Interesting. Yuruchi purred as she turned around and strutted back to where the couple IWA Jonin had gathered. "I look forward to the results, Ryu-san." Ryu smirked as he headed over to the other Konoha Jonin in the room. "Yo," Kakashi greeted lazily, not looking up from his book even during the tense situation that just passed. "I take it you encountered her on a clash mission?" Clash missions were what the shinobi called missions that ran counter to one that a rival village was running. They could get bloody very quickly. "Yeah, one of my last ones before taking on my team," Ryu answered, taking a seat on a folding chair, his eyes casting over the room. "A lot of big names here. Kumo's Guardians. The Flash Goddess of IWA. Isn't that Mei Terumi of Mizu there?" "Hoo boy," Asuma said with a grin on his face, a cigarette in his hands. "Not only that, but they got Ibiki Marino running the first exam too." "Ibiki?" Kurinai asked in confusion, looking at the paled faces of the shinobi within earshot. "Who's that?" "Ah, that right, you were recently promoted, weren't you?" Kakashi said in realization. "Ibiki is the head of the Tandai department, doesn't look like it." But he's a real SDST when it comes to mind games. Several Jonin swallowed tightly, sending out a mental prayer to their students. Examination room. Everyone stared at the examiner as he strode in with a group of Chunins trailing in behind him. Many of the genin in the room, already panicked by Naru's mild flash of bijou-enhanced killing intent, nearly lost it at the sight of Konoha's famed interrogator Ibiki Marino. "Faye, what a bunch of brats getting unnerved by a killing intent from a rookie like that." Ibiki growled, his eyes flashing amusement as they passed over Naru's, making her smirk in response. "And the lot of you want to be Chunin? Pathetic." Ibiki stopped at the front of the room as he grinned ferally at the Chunin hopefuls. "You all better listen carefully to the following, if I am forced to repeat myself. It won't be pretty." Ibiki growled out with a fierce look in his eyes. "What?" one of the smartest genin from Konoha asked, only to suddenly find himself pinned to the spot by a killing intent that surpassed the one Naru sent out. A foul smell was heard throughout the room as the man lost control of his bodily functions and sank to the ground, his eyes starting to roll to the back of his head. "Whoever is on his team, grab him and leave, you are all disqualified." Ibiki growled out as a pair of genin reluctantly stepped forward to drag their teammate away. "Any other smartass want to test me?" he asked, his eyes sweeping them over. "No? Good, here are the rules for this exam. First off, you all will come up single file, pull a tile out and sit at the chair that matches the number on the tile. You will also be handed the test paper. Don't look at it until you are given the go-ahead." "A paper test?" Kiba groaned out miserably as they all lined up to follow the orders. "Are you kidding me? All right, now it's time for the second set of the rules," Ibiki announced as he picked up a piece of chalk. "There are 4 of them and I'll be writing them down so that you don't forget them like idiots. First rule, you all start off with the maximum 10 points. For every question you don't answer or get wrong, you lose 1 point. Second rule, this is a team test, meaning passing grade is determined by the total amount. Rule 3, those caught cheating will lose 2 points for each offense. Final rule, those that lose all of your points or fail to answer any of the questions will all fail automatically. The wear mumbles throughout the classroom as the rules settled into the minds, and Ibiki looked up to the clock that was just rounding onto the hour. "Begin." Ibiki called out the minute it hit the hour. The rustling of papers were heard as the genin flipped the pages over to look the test over. "These questions, they are way above the genin level," Naru realized as her eyes flew over the sheet. She could answer many of them, and those that she couldn't, she was certain that Kurama could help her with. Her gaze darted up to the rules that were written on the board. "Losing a point for every question missed or wrong is understandable, but you have basically 5 free passes for cheating." She blinked as her eyes widened. "That's it, we're meant to cheat." Her eyes fell to her gloved hand where underneath was a seal that was worn by every member of the team. The seal was one she had found in Kurama's memories that the Bijou thought that she was ready for. See, the books that she was giving Naru access to was sorted into 3 categories: stuff she already knew, didn't know and is capable of using, and finally stuff she wasn't ready to use yet. She grinned as she put her hands under the table and made a couple hand seals and whispered, "Fuinjutsu, Kokoro no Setsuzoku, sealing art, connection of the mind." The seal on the back of her hand heated up as it activated, linking their minds together. They had tested it a few times when Naru had finally perfected the seal, and they knew it would work and was pretty much undetectable, perfect for when speaking was a bad idea. "You guys read me?" Naru asked, keeping her face straight despite wanting to grin. "Surprised me, but yeah, I hear ya." Iko confirmed. Loud and clear. Came Makoto. "Right, this is a test on how well we can gather information," she informed the pair. "And it just so happens we have a wellspring of info on hand if she's willing to help." "You don't even need to ask, Naru-chun," Kurama informed, while the twins were leery when they learned the QB could speak with them when their minds were connected. "Here's the answer to the first question." And so it went for them. They answered each question with Kurama informing them on each answer. They had the test completed fairly quickly, getting some narrowed-eyed looks from the proctors as they covered their tests and mentally chatted with one another, waiting for the final question of the exam, watching all of the Chunin hopefuls get whittled down one team after another, until they finally reached the 45-minute mark. Alright, listen up. It's time for the final question. Ibiki announced as everyone stopped what they were doing to look at him. But there is a new rule for the 10th question. Should you get the last question wrong, you are automatically disqualified from the Chunin exams, and no longer allowed to take them again. What? Are you kidding me? That's not fair. Shut up. Ibiki barked out. I have the permission of your respective leaders from each nation in this matter. We don't need weak Chunin in our forces. If you chose to walk away now, you can still retake the exam the next time it rolls around. I'm out. A Konoha genin stated, instantly raising his hand. Sorry guys, but I just can't take it. He's bluffing, Naru stated to the others as one by one genin teams trickled out. I highly doubt foreign kages and village leaders would approve of that. Yeah, but look at how many people are leaving. Man, Ibiki-sensei is pulling out all the stops. Iko said, looking around the room. Of course he is, they want to weed out the weak-willed. Makoto asked as a team from Kumo left, grumbling. Anyone else want to leave? Ibiki growled out as his eyes swept over the Chunin hopefuls. Out of the original 85, 42 remained. This is your last chance. Come on man, just give us the question already. Naru called out in a bored voice, wanting to get it done with. She could see that no one else wanted to leave. Ibiki let out a snort as he looked around to see the remaining genin holding strong. Very well then, he growled ominously before he suddenly grinned merrily. The atmosphere that had been building up doing a complete, you all pass. Silence reigned in the classroom as the Chunin hopefuls stared in shock. But the 10th question. Sakura said in her shock. Doesn't exist, Ibiki informed. This entire exam had 2 parts. The first was a test on your abilities to gather information in a discrete manner, in other words, cheating. The second part was to test your will and determination. He reached up to his head and pulled off his bandana, showing off his bald head that was full of scars, causing many genin to gasp. As Chunin, the chances of being captured and tortured by the enemy is vastly higher than that of a genin. And you will need to be able to resist the torture until either your allies rescue you, or you make your own escape. Understanding dawned on the genin as Ibiki replaced his bandana. However, before anything else could be said, a bundle crashed through the window, causing many of the genin to leap to their feet, kunai in hand and ready for anything. A pair of kunai shot out from the bundle, snagging the bundle and spreaded it out, revealing a banner with the words, Number 1 CC Kunoichi Enko Mitarashi, and 1 Enko Mitarashi, who was grinning predatorily at the alarmed genin. Welcome to the second stage of the Chunin exams. Enko announced loudly. I'm your beautiful and CC proctor Enko Mitarashi. From behind the banner, Ibiki sighed as he moved it out of the way. You're early, Enko, he said, half irritated, half amused. Enko looked back at Ibiki with a grin on her face. What gives, Ibiki? You got a lot of brats still here, you losing your touch? She accused, getting a light glare from the tanned-eyed department head. Nah, these brats are just that good, he informed, smirking. They got some spine in them. Enko snorted, turning back to the awaiting genin. Well, I can guarantee that at least half of them will be ousted by the time I'm done with them. She announced, her feral grin taking on a sadistic twist that had many genin swallowing in fear. Alright, you dead genin walking, we're heading to training ground number 44, the Forest of Death. Later, training ground 44. The few genin who had laughed arrogantly at the name of Training Ground 44 were regretting it now as they looked up at the twisted trees and dark interior. Welcome to Konoha's Hell on Earth, kiddies, Enko announced proudly as she stood before the massive training ground. Within here are monstrosities that will devour your very bones, and that's just the flora. But the forest will not be your only enemy within there, but also each other, for your goal in this exam is to acquire a set of these, she informed, holding up a scroll in each hand. One was dark brown with the kanji for earth on it, while the other was a light tan with the kanji for heaven on it. You will each be given one of these scrolls, and in order to advance, you must not only get the other scroll from another team, but you must reach the tower in the center of the forest. Within 5 days with your entire team. 5 days? But what about food? Chuji shouted out in panic, nearly dropping the chips in his hand. Anko snorted. If you can catch it and cook it, the forest will provide you plenty of food, she informed. But be warned, a pack of Theandrites have recently taken up residence here, having moved over from a neighboring field after a Jonin went to town on their buttes and a team of genin killed their alpha. That team is actually in this exam. Any questions? Is killing allowed? Gaara asked in a monotone voice. Cute, kid, but yes, go nuts, you are allowed to kill each other within this exam. She announced as many genin either began to cringe or leak excited killing intent. Anko held up a stack of papers for everyone to see. You're all going to need to sign one of these before your team receives their scroll. This form is a waiver saying that I am not responsible for any injuries or deaths that result from you taking this exam. If you're not all pussies, then sign it and bring it to the booth over there to get your scroll and get assigned. Anko pointed to a random genin. You there, hand these out to everyone, will ya? She asked in a voice that dared him to say no. The genin leapt forward and took the papers from her hand and handed it out to everyone as quickly as he could before rejoining his team. Naru and her team filled out their forms and headed to the covered booth and handed in their forms and received an earth scroll that Naru sealed away into a seal sewn into her pouch. The man at the booth gave them a gate number to go to. As they left the tent, they passed by Anko, who gave them a whispered good luck. Anything you can tell us about this place, Naru-chan? Makoto asked as they waited for the starting signal. Yeah, actually, I used to train here when I was in the academy, Naru informed. They were definitely large animals and plants, although the animals avoided me, probably because of Kurama-chan, and I quickly learned how to avoid those things. I didn't go very far in though, at most probably 30, 40 meters from the fence. So, unexplored territory then. Iko said with a gulp. What's the plan then? Naru closed her eyes in thought as she considered their options. Trap, Naru said finally. We'll get ourselves in deep with our speed and set up some traps. Understood. The twins coursed right before the whistle signaled the start of the exam and the gates opened. GE5 disappeared in a burst of speed that the Chunin watching their gate had trouble watching them. Academy break room. So we're in the second exam now, huh? Ryu mused, looking around the room that had emptied out a bit. Forest of Death, wonder how many will make it out this time? Worried about your genin, Ryu? Kurenai asked curiously. Not particularly, Ryu said, his eyes narrowed as he looked over his shoulder and out the window. I just have a bad feeling. Yeah? Kakashi asked in his usual lazy manner, his one visible eye lifting up from his Ika. Anything in particular? Or did you have bad sushi? I dunno, Ryu admitted before letting out a sigh. Ah well, they'll be fine. They're tough kids. Heh, well my kids are pretty tough too, you know. Asuma declared with a grin on his face. In this kind of exam, they can really show off their teamwork. My genin are no slouches either, you know. Kurenai inputted. I wouldn't be surprised if your team got knocked out by mine. You two are obviously deluded, Kakashi declared with an eye smile. After all, I taught my team. You really sure about that, senpai? Ryu asked, a grin on his own face. After all, I made sure my team can outstrip any of yours in speed, add in Naru-chan's affinity to Fuinjutsu and traps, and your teams are in deep trouble. The four of them stared at one another for a minute before they all started laughing at the situation. Guess we'll find out when the 5 days are up then. Asuma stated once they all calmed down from their laughter. Forest of Death, Naru's team. Tags are set. Makoto informed over the Kokoro no Setsuzoku link. Trip wires are set. Iko informed in the same manner. Fuinjutsu array set, get in the positions. Naru instructed as Iko and Makoto moved to the set point where one of 3 parts to the Fuinjutsu array and prepared to activate it. And now the hard part. Waiting. And so the 3 got themselves into a comfortable position to await the ones unfortunate enough to walk into their trap. 1 day later. Incoming. Makoto alerted as her chakra senses picked up a group of chakra sources coming in. The night had been fairly quiet with the group, Kurama's chakra keeping the predators at bay. They heard screams echoing through the forest as their enemies fell either to the forest or their fellow Chunin hopefuls. Group size? Naru asked, alert in an instant. 3, all have about the same level of chakra. Makoto reported. Typical arrow formation. Strongest chakra level is in the front. You guys know the plan, Naru said as they all formed the seals required to activate the sealing array. With the approaching group were rather nondescript genin from Kusagakyur with the most common 2 boys 1 girl setup of a genin team. In this forest to hell, the girl shouted as she followed their point man through the woods. First Eika's team gets attacked by that swamp thing. Then Reika's team gets ambushed by those leaf BSRS. Not to mention we haven't seen Koguri's team since this whole thing started. Calm down, the boy next to her snapped in a harsh whisper. Unless you want to bring the entire forest down around us? Be quiet, both of you. The male in the lead snapped. He was easily 5 years their senior. Not only did the proctor warn those fools, but I did too. This forest is not to be underestimated, especially with Theandrikes running a dash. He was cut off as suddenly, all around him, a glowing Fuinjutsu array appeared, causing them to freeze in their run, no longer unable to move. Indeed, a red-headed teen said as she dropped down out of the foliage. The leaf hiate around her forehead showed her home village. Not to worry, I'm only here for your scroll, she announced as she began to root through their pockets. We'll release you once we're good and clear. As she rooted through the older genin's pockets, he managed to get a good look at her. She was younger than even his teammates, looking to be a fresh greenhorn out of the academy, yet she moved and acted like a professional. Who's your sensei? The genin asked, surprising his teammates. You move too well to be the rookie that you obviously are. The redhead's eyebrow rose in surprise at his statement but shrugged it off. Ryu Hizanaga, she announced as she pulled out the scroll from the leader's pockets. Talk about being lucky, your heaven scroll is just what we needed, now you should be free in 5 minutes, have fun. She leapt back up into the foliage and true to her word, about 5 minutes later the Kusa genin's muscle control returned. Damn it, come on, we should be able to catch them. The female shouted angrily, only to be stopped as her senior raised his hand. Not if their sensei was the Blade Master, he stated. He's currently the fastest Konoha shinobi alive. You can bet but he made sure they had speed as well. How else would they have gotten to this point so soon? Remember, we ran the most of the night. The pair cursed but eventually followed their leader as he looked for a suitable place for an ambush of their own. With Naru's team. Off to the tower now? Makoto asked Naru once they finally put a sizable distance between them and their victims. Yeah, once we get there let's set some traps up around it to thin the competition, hopefully take out the Suna team, not likely to happen though. Naru agreed, ending with a sigh. I don't think any sane person would want to fight that guy. Iko stated with a shudder. Makoto began to agree, however, she froze as she picked up a massive chakra signal. Hoala shit. She cursed as she froze and spun around, looking at a different section of the forest. That chakra. It's massive, almost as much as Naru had when she used the Kyuubi's chakra on Sensei. Where? Naru asked instantly. Kurama-chan, is it Ichibi? Western section, Makoto answered as she focused her abilities to the maximum. Wait, they're obscured by the larger chakra, but I think Team 7 is being attacked by whoever it is. Concern flickered across Naru's face as she took the information in. Guys. She started in concern only for Iko to speak up over her. We're going, right? Iko asked with a smirk. I certainly hope you're just planning on grabbing them and bolting. Naru let a relieved smile cross her face. Of course, she confirmed. I'm not as reckless as Sensei, you know. Makoto and Iko shared a slight chuckle before they darted off towards the western area. How long should it take us to get there? Iko asked as they ran. I don't know, perhaps an hour at the least if we push it, Naru estimated with narrowed eyes. Then we better push it, Makoto said right before they pushed themselves even faster. An hour later, with Team 7. Sakura sighed as she dampened the rag that was resting on Sasuke's forehead. His breathing was harsh and erratic as his teeth were gritted in pain. Looking over to the side, she spotted Lin, who had been unconscious for the last 30 minutes. Things had started off well enough for the team as they moved through the forest of death. They had fought off a lone aim genin easily enough, but that was when things went downhill for their team. It had started off with a massive gust of wind that when looking back at it Sakura realized was a futon jutsu that the team managed to brace themselves against. Then he appeared, Orochimaru in the guise of a Kusa genin attacked them, and throughout the entire battle, he toyed with the group before slamming Lin into the trunk of a tree, knocking her unconscious, and bit Sasuke, creating some kind of seal on the crook of his neck that was obviously causing him pain. Damn it, she thought, clenching her fists tightly as she knelt between the pair. I was useless in the fight, I couldn't help either of them. No, stop that, I need to stop wallowing. She shouted mentally, her mouth forming a grim line of determination. That's why I went to Sofu for him to begin training me again. A slight noise caught her attention as she flung out a kunai towards the source of the sound only for it to be snatched out of the air by a grinning Naru Uzumaki. Jumpy, are we, Haruno-san? Naru asked teasingly. Makoto-chan felt you guys fighting a massive chakra source, so we came to check it out. Sakura sighed in relief as her shoulders sagged. Thank Kami, she breathed. You guys have medical training, right? Can you take a look at Sasuke-kun and Lin-san? We ended up fighting Orochimaru and he knocked Lin-san unconscious and put some kind of seal on Sasuke-kun. The trio's eyes widened as the blood fled from their faces. Iko-kun, Naru barked out as she strode into Sakura's little hidey hole. Quintuple the traps. Makoto, look at Lin-san. The pair nodded as they went about their tasks as Naru knelt next to Sasuke and took a look at the seal emblazoned on his neck. How was the seal applied, Haruno-san? Naru asked Sakura, who was looking over them worriedly. It appeared after Orochimaru bit him on the neck. Sakura answered immediately. Can you help him? Naru frowned in thought as her fingers hovered the 3 marks of the seal. The cursed seal of heaven, she murmured, remembering the explanation for the seal on Anko's neck. Not good at all. She looked down at the beads wrapped around her arm. All right, I'm starting, don't break my concentration. The pair nodded as Naru unwound the beads from around her arm and wrapped them around her hands while making the tiger seal. After a second of concentrating her chakra, the beads began to glow. Fuinjutsu, Kami Shirohoho. Sealing art, divine sealing method. She called out before one of the beads broke away from the rest and glowed brightly with Naru's chakra flowing through it before Naru snatched it out of the air and pressed it against the seal. Fuin! She cried out as the beads seemed to slip through Sasuke's skin as a new array came to life, surrounding the cursed seal and suppressing it. Almost immediately Sasuke's body relaxed as his breathing evened out. There, he should be all right now, but we should have Ryu-sensei and Jiraiya-sensei look at it. Naru said, How's Lin-san? She'll be fine, Makoto informed as her green glowing hand ran over her body. Broken bones and some internal bleeding that I fixed up, she should wake up with some rest. Naru nodded her understanding. Is she fit to be moved? Naru followed up. We need to get Sasuke-san to the center of the forest as quickly as possible for Sensei and Jiraiya-sensei to further reinforce the seal. Makoto bit her lips slightly as she thought. As she currently is. No, give me half an hour and she will be ready to move. She answered confidently. She paused slightly as she felt something tingle in her senses. Besides, that will give you a chance to deal with the 3 coming here now. Naru sighed as Sakura swallowed slightly. Haruno-san, please stay here and protect Makoto-chan as she works on making Lin-san ready for transport. Naru ordered as she stood up and headed out of the entrance to the tree. Iko-kun. Got some up, Iko confirmed as he looked out into the forest. Heard them snap some of the warning traps I had set up. How are those 2 holding up? Sasuke-san's had a cursed seal placed on him, Naru informed. Makoto-chan is prepping Lin-san to be moved now. Iko nodded, smirking as a yelp of pain came over to them. Yeah, no way we didn't hear that. He shouted out to the approaching team. Why don't you get your buttes out here? Silence met his call, making Naru sigh as she scanned the surrounding area, unwinding her beads. She formed a tiger seal around one of the beads, pumping some chakra into it before removing 2 beads. Fuinjutsu, Holy Shield, she muttered as she threw down one of the beads where it sank into the ground as a massive array appeared underneath them with a shimmering white shield jumping up around them. She then held up her second bead as she charged it with chakra. Fuinjutsu, grand pulse explosion, she called out as she threw the second bead into the woods where she suspected the enemy group was. What followed was a massive explosion that buffeted against the shield that protected everything behind them. After a few seconds, the explosion finally died down as flames consumed the area. Overkill much, Naru-chan? Iko asked skeptically as he eyed the area. When dealing with an unknown enemy group, there is no such thing as overkill. Naru commented as she eyed the fire. She pulled off a new bead and pumped some chakra into it. Fuinjutsu, heavy flood, she said as she tossed the bead. The second the bead passed the barrier, it exploded into a torrent of water that swept over the area, quenching the flames that the explosion had started. Let's see if there's anything of them, Iko muttered as the barrier dropped. Not expecting much, to be honest, Naru admitted as she held out her hand and pulsed her chakra 3 times. Immediately, the 3 beads that she used for her techniques flew back into her hand and reconnected themselves with the bead necklace. I am so very glad that I found these. They are definitely useful. What made you think of using them for sealing medium? Iko asked as they started sweeping over the area. Seems ingenious if you ask me. Naru giggled slightly. Actually, found a reference to it in Kurama-chan's memories, she informed, gesturing to her head. The Rikudo Sannin actually used them himself in that manner. Not certain if what the scrolls said about being blessed by Kami is true, but they definitely have a divine feel to them. Iko nodded his understanding. What else did the scroll say? He asked curiously. I don't know actually, Naru admitted in embarrassment. The rest is in a really high-level cipher that I haven't cracked yet. I just hope that Kurama-chan's memories might hold the key for it. Well, you'll find it eventually, Naru-chan, I know you will. Iko assured confidently as they reached the end of the blast zone. Then, that was a hell of an explosion. Did you amp up your special one? The beads did actually, Naru informed. They give them an extra kick, getting more bang for my buck. Understandable how the Rikudo was able to do all that stuff that the stories said he could. These beads in the hand of a rookie-level Fuinjutsu user would boost their abilities to match that of a journeyman's. In the hands of a journeyman, they could match a master, but in the hands of a master, I don't think I really want to know the potential they have. It's staggering. Glad you're on our side then, Iko informed as they headed back to the tree. I'd hate to go up against you. Naru giggled at his comment. Well, with the upcoming 3rd exam, that is always one-on-one, who knows? She answered teasingly. It may just happen. Iko groaned as they landed in the clearing just as Makoto climbed out of the tree with Sakura. They're ready for transport, but Haruno-san says that they don't have either of the scrolls necessary. Give them ours when we get to the tower, Naru ordered. We'll ambush another squad and take theirs. You would do that for us? Sakura asked in shock. But why? Naru shrugged in response. It won't be that hard to get new ones, she replied. And besides, kinda want to see how far you 3 can go. Thank you, Naru-san, Sakura said gratefully. I'm sorry for everything I've done. Naru looked over to Sakura with a raised eyebrow. Your actions to come will prove if you speak the truth or not, she informed seriously. If you truly do repent, show it through your actions, not your words. The twins nodded in support of their teammate as Sakura nodded her understanding. Who's going to carry who? Iko asked. If we need to move quickly. I have an idea, Naru announced as she formed a crossed hand seal. A little trick Jiraiya-sensei taught me, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. An explosion of smoke obscured the vision of the 3 for a brief second before clearing away to show 5 copies of Naru sitting before them. Solid clones, Naru declared as she high-fived the clone next to her. They'll carry Lin-san and Sasuke-san while a couple others do a roaming patrol. Makoto and Iko helped move Sasuke and Lin onto the back of one of Naru's clones each before they each took up a defensive position and blurred off with Sakura right beside them. It took them a good hour and a half to reach the tower in the center of the forest, and Sakura brought Sasuke onto her own shoulder as a clone of Naru's carried Lin in on her back. Naru didn't dismiss her other clones though. Instead they were sent out into the surrounding area to check for possible marks to take out of the competition. A flood of information hit her as her clones dispelled themselves. An IWA team to the east, Konoha team to the north, Mizu team to the south and an AIM team to the west, Naru informed as she sorted out the information. AIM team looked to be the easiest ones. Then those are our victims, Makoto said with a nod that Iko mirrored. What's the plan? Naru frowned in thought for a minute as she considered their options. They're using a genjutsu for their trap. So perhaps a 5-point disruption seal around them with an overlying chakra-draining seal. She muttered, her fingers etching out a rough map in the ground. But that would cancel out our abilities as well. We could do a 3-point inverse barrier jutsu and then just knock them out from there. What do you guys think? Sounds like a plan, Iko confirmed, nodding alongside his sister. Will you have your clones set up the seals? Naru nodded in confirmation. Be ready to move in, she ordered. Let's go. The twins nodded as they tensed their muscles and launched themselves into the trees following Naru. In Konoha, hospital VIP high-risk ward. Ryu sighed as he leaned against the wall, idly wondering how his student were doing. Across from him, Jiraiya was sitting in the chair next to Kushina, busily writing in his ever-present notebook, occasionally giggling perversely, letting Ryu know what he was working on. A knock on the door interrupted the silence of the room as an Anbu entered. Forgive me, Jiraiya-san, he announced with a slight bow. But your presence is required at the tower in the Forest of Death. Sasuke Uchiha has been marked with a cursed seal by Orochimaru. What? Jiraiya barked out as he stood. Is he awake? Anbu shook his head in denial. On the advice of Anko Mitarashi, we have been keeping him sedated until either you or Ryu-san can look at him, the Anbu informed. Kakashi Hatake has already looked in on him, and his genin Sakura Haruno informed us that Naru Uzumaki has used a seal called Kami Shiru Hoho until it could be properly sealed away. Ryu looked over at Jiraiya before looking down at Kushina. Go on, Jiraiya-dano, Ryu suggested to Jiraiya, who blinked in surprise. You're more familiar with Orochimaru's work than I am, and you have access to more seals than I do. I can continue to keep watch over Kushina-san. Right? Jiraiya said with a grateful nod. I'll be back as soon as I can. Ryu nodded his understanding and watched as the Toad Sannin left the room following the Anbu. Good work, Naru, Makoto, Iko. He thought, a proud smile on his face. He looked over to the comatose woman. Kushina-san, I think you would be proud of your daughter, he said aloud. He didn't know if people in a coma could hear when they were spoken to, but he would like to believe they could. She has grown into a fine young kunoichi. As Ryu looked up to the ceiling, his mind elsewhere, he missed the twitch of Kushina's finger. Forest of Death, AIM Team. Mubui laughed mentally as he and his teammates waited for their prey to enter their genjutsu trap they had set up. They were each wearing the full body and rebreathers that were common in Amigakure. They already had the necessary scrolls along with a few extra ones in an attempt to cut down on the competition. They had caught a team from Kusa in the genjutsu a few minutes ago and had stripped them of anything valuable they had on them, including a pair of expensive-looking tantos that Mubui claimed for his own. He was considering packing up and heading to the tower, and hopefully a warm bed and hot food, when suddenly a shimmering blue barrier erupted up around them out of nowhere. What the dash? Mubui managed to get out before several dozen kunai, all with tags attached to them, thudded into the ground and erupted in a dazzling explosion of light and electricity, sending the 3 AIM genin into unconsciousness. Well, that was unexpectedly easy, Iko announced as the barrier dropped and they came down from their hidden perches. Do they have needed scrolls? And then some, Makoto informed as she found the scrolls that one of the genin were holding. They also seem to have done some looting. You're telling me, Naru said as she found a pair of tantos on one of the genin and held them up to the light. These are tantos forged by Masamune Kirito. No way in hell did this guy buy them. You keeping them? Iko asked curiously. One of the unspoken rules about shinobi is that if you weren't able to keep someone from stealing your gear, then it's your own fault for losing them. Yup, Naru confirmed, attaching them into her belt. Who the hell would pass up weapons made by Masamune Kirito? The twins both grinned as, without another word, They all disappeared into the woods, leaving the AIM team to whatever fate would befall them. With Jiraiya strode into the tower in the Forest of Death, heading to the secure area where Sasuke was being held until Jiraiya could look at him. Arriving, he spotted the 2 ANBU assigned to guard him, and spotted 3 Root ANBU who seemed to be keeping an eye on Sasuke. Entering the room, he immediately spotted Kakashi standing between Sasuke's bed and the bed of his injured teammate, the Namakura heiress if his intel was right. Also in the room was the final teammate Sakura, who looked worriedly at the pair. Jiraiya-sama. Kakashi greeted his teacher's teacher respectfully. "Thank you for coming." Jiraiya nodded, his face unusually serious as he moved over to Sasuke, who seemed to be resting easily. Turning the boy's head slightly, he inspected the cursed seal on the boy's neck and the seal Naru put around it to contain it. "Cursed seal of heaven," Jiraiya whispered with a frown. Thank Kami Naru got to him when she did, it has yet to embed itself in his psyche. Kakashi sagged in relief along with Sakura, although the pinkette was looking slightly confused. "Can you remove it?" Kakashi asked hopefully. Jiraiya nodded. "I can. The only reason I haven't removed it from Anko is because it was embedded into her psyche," he informed as he brought out a brush and his sealing ink. "I'll prepare a room to remove it." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama," Kakashi said gratefully with a deep bow as the large man left the room. "Is Sasuke-kun is going to be all right?" Sakura asked, seeing the relief on her sensei's face. Kakashi nodded, his eye curved into his patented eye smile. "Yes, he will be," Kakashi informed confidently. Jiraiya-sama is a Fuinjutsu master. His skills are even higher than Orochimaru's. Sakura sagged in relief in her chair and smiled at the pair. Next time I will not be so useless," she promised them, her face lined with determination. "I swear on my life. I will become stronger." Kakashi looked on over his pink-haired student, feeling the stirrings of pride deep within himself. She's close to understanding it. The true source of strength, he thought to himself. So is Sasuke. Do me proud. My little genin students. With Naru's team, 4 days later, Naru stretched contently. As she walked out of the room that was provided to her team when they had entered the tower and solved the minor riddle at the entrance, when they had opened the scrolls and placed them on the ground, the trio had been slightly surprised to find that it was a summoning array that summoned Iruka to them. After a brief speech about how it was important for shinobi to fight with their mind as well as their body and told them that until the end of the second exam they would be remaining in the tower. The rest of the week was spent doing some mild exercises and scoping out the competition. They had briefly met up with Squad 7, all of whom were making a speedy recovery. Sasuke had even surprised the group by thanking Naru for her quick actions to help himself and his teammates. Naru had also met up with Hinata's team, who had arrived shortly after they did and looked extremely shaken after running into Gaara's team. Finally, after 4 days of waiting, they were being called to gather in the main area, a large arena-like room with a statue of a pair of hands forming a seal and walkways lining the room. Taking a brief look around, the group frowned as they were unable to spot their sensei amongst the crowd of senseis, and instead met the eyes of Jiraiya, who nodded encouragingly towards them. Naru made a quick head count as they all lined up in their squads before several chunins, their senseis, the proctors, and the Hokage. "Congrats to all who passed the second exam," Anko called out to the group before her. "Now, we only have enough room in the finals for 16 of you. Since there are more than 33 of you, we will be holding a preliminary matches to make sure those watching the prelims aren't wasting their time." Mutterings rang through the arena as Anko stepped back to allow Sarutobi forward. "Chunin exams are not merely for promotions," he announced loudly, quieting the crowd. "The Chunin exams are used in place of war. This is essentially a battlefield for our villages to showcase just how strong we are, to lure in new clients, and to compete with one another. You have all fought valiantly for your village, and will continue to do so," Sarutobi continued as the genin listened on enraptured with his words. "So, to that end, only the strongest will get the chance to showcase their skills before the daimyos, so hold nothing back and do your village proud." A cough was heard as Hayate stepped forward. "May I explain the rules to them now, Hokage-sama?" he asked respectfully, getting a nod from Sarutobi, who stepped back. "My name is Hayate Gecko, and I will be your proctor for the third exam. These matchups are fairly simple, one-on-one battles that continue until one gives up, dies, or until I call the match. If you continue to attack after the match is called, then you will be disqualified. Is there any who do not wish to continue and drop out now? Eyes turned as a hand was raised. The owner of the hand was one Kabuto Yakushi. I wish to, he announced. I ended up using too much chakra in the forest. I don't think I would be able to win in a fight now. Heiei nodded and made a note on the clipboard as Kabuto walked away. Makotane says he's lying, Iko informed in a whisper. Says he has plenty of chakra left. Naru nodded minutely to inform him that she heard as her mind flickered through the possibilities. She felt something was off with Kabuto from the very start. She just couldn't tell what it was that bothered her about him. Her line of thought was distracted when Heiei began to speak again. The matchups will be randomly generated by this computer, he informed, jerking his thumb to the screen behind him. Any questions? Then let's begin. The computer flashed to life as it started flashing through the names of the competitors. The top name stopped. Sasuke Uchiha vs. The second name stopped. Naru Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Naru Uzumaki. Those words were displayed upon the monitor as everyone save those two filed up to walkways, leaving the arena clear for the battle. So, Sasuke started looking a bit unsure as he stood across from Naru. Didn't think I would have to fight you so soon. Same, Naru admitted with a nod, her mind running through 100 different plans on how to deal with him. But don't think that my academy record is accurate on my abilities. Sasuke swallowed tightly as he got into his opening stance. Of course it isn't accurate, he thought grimly. Let's see, she was trained by Ryu and II. He is a speed specialist. F-. If he has awoken the Sharingan, that would make things much harder, Nara thought as she slid into her own stance. The opening for the basic academy style. Taijutsu and fire ninjutsu are his preferences, going to have to end this quickly. Genin ready? Heiei called out, getting a pair of nods in return. Begin. The two launched themselves forward towards each other. Sasuke made the first move as he launched himself into a spinning heel kick, only for Naru to blur away and reappear next to him, driving a hard elbow into his side. Sasuke grunted in response and recovered quickly, throwing a brace of shuriken at Naru, who blurred away once again, dodging the shuriken. So fast. Sasuke thought as he moved into a defensive stance and waited for Naru's next move. On the walkways, Makoto and Iko were standing with Jiraiya watching the match, Kakashi's team on one side of them, Guy's team next to them, and a team from Waterfall on the other side of the first response Genins. Go Naru-chan! Makoto shouted out in encouragement as Naru went on the offense against Sasuke using the Academy Taijutsu with the Shuinpa. Kick his butt. Iko echoed his sister. Isn't that the basic academy style? Lee asked in confusion. And how could she be moving so fast, sensei? Shuinpa, Guy answered. It is rare to find a shinobi or samurai capable of using the technique. As for why she's using only the basic academy, I haven't faintest. Ryukuen is quite an able taijutsu user himself and could quite easily teach her a style. She does have a style, Makoto informed from next to them, a smirk playing across her face. She just doesn't want to reveal it just yet. But why not? Is this exam not to show off our flames of youth? Lee asked, confused further still. Lee-kun, there are many types of youthful flames out there, Guy explained in a rarely serious voice. Hers is a flame that remains hidden until a time of her choosing where it reveals itself in a blaze of glory. Reminds me of the fourth Hokage. He added with a meaningful look to Jiraiya, who smirked in response. Something like that, I guess, he said with a nod, his eyes watching Naru's movements. Although personally, I think she fights like her mother when she gets serious. Guy's team looked up at their sensei as he paled, his eyes wide in fear. Jiraiya-sama, do you happen to have any barrier seals with you? He asked plaintively and nearly wept tears of joy when Jiraiya handed him a slip of paper. I do not see what the fuss is about, Niji remarked. It is her fate to lose to Sasuke Uchiha. He is, after all, a genius. 3 sets of laughter met his remark. making his eye twitch as he looked at E5 and Jiraiya. Kid, take my advice, never judge someone on their academy standings or rank, you will die. Jiraiya announced, a wide grin on his face. Shinobi lie, cheat, steal and kill our way to the top, and we do it in the most effective way possible. What more effective way is there than to make people think you are just average? Watch, and you will see just how wrong your fate is. Back to the fight. Naru blurred forward, slamming her fist into Sasuke's gut, sending him stumbling back a couple feet before he launched a counterattack of a dozen shuriken that Naru quickly dodged. She realized her mistake, however, a moment too late as she spotted the wires attached to the shuriken. With two deft finger movements, Sasuke manipulated the wires, causing them to wrap themselves around Naru, trapping her. Sasuke smirked up at her as she belatedly noticed his active Sharingan, his left eye containing 2 tomos while his right held 3. Took me a while, but I finally was able to catch your movements, he announced to the squeals of his fangirls in the crowd. It was hard keeping my Sharingan hidden from you too, with you flitting about like that. Naru strained against the wires experimentally and looked at Sasuke with approval. Not bad, Sasuke-sen, she complimented. Not many in our age group would be able to catch a Shuinpa user, even if I am a rookie at it, but this fight is far from over. Futon, Kaze Kata _ wind cutter. She cried out as wind picked up around her with the wires getting sliced by invisible blades. Futon, huh? Sasuke asked, a smirk playing on his face. Bad matchup for you then. Katon, Gokakyu, great fireball. A fireball the size of a beach ball hurtled towards Naru, who flickered out of the way and charged at Sasuke. He blocked her first strike and continued to block, being forced onto the defensive as each of her attacks seemed to hide a different one that would have put him out of commission had his Sharingan not have predicted the attack. Ducking to the side, he allowed Naru's fist to graze past him as he moved in with a powerful blow to the midsection that Naru swayed out of the way from and delivered a resounding spin kick to the back of his head. Sasuke staggered, and on instincts beaten in through harsh training, he threw himself forward in a twisting roll, avoiding a knife hand from Naru, and came to his feet facing her with a pair of kunai in hand. As he leapt forward, Naru reached into her utility pouch and pulled out a pair of the tantos she had liberated from the aim genin and used them to block Sasuke's kunai and attempted to deliver a harsh blow to his midsection, only for him to spin out of the way and put some distance between them. With the others, Guy's team was fairly silent from shock as the genin dueled with each other, especially Niji, who had assumed that this battle would have been an easy win for Sasuke, not the struggle for dominance that he was witnessing. Guy, however, was shocked for a different reason. That's... he whispered, looking over to Jiraiya for confirmation to what he was seeing. Jiraiya nodded an affirmative. Yes, Kakashi-ken, the hidden fist. He said, a glint of pride in his eyes. But we're not sure where she learned it from, but she is very effective with it. Yash. Her flames of youth are shining brightly. Lee said excitedly as a fire seemed to burn in his eyes. Not yet, Iko informed, a grin on his face. Just watch. With Ryu. Yes. Get Naru. Ryu shouted out in encouragement as he watched the fight from a small TV that was linked to the security cameras in the tower so he could watch the prelims. Show him what's for. Unseen by him, Kushina twitched and shifted slightly, as if reacting to the noise. With Naru leant out of the way of Sasuke's kunai throw and neatly cut off the explosive tag attached to it before blurring away. So, want to play with seals, do you? Naru asked playfully, making Sasuke blink in confusion. I'll show you how seal work is really done. Sasuke paled as she pulled out a double handful of kunai, all with seal tags wrapped around the handle. Sasuke cursed as Naru launched the kunai. His Sharingan spun wildly as he moved through the kunai, avoiding them. Looking up at Naru, he saw that her grin had only increased in size as she pointed to the area around him. Chancing a quick look, Sasuke paled as he saw that in his focus to avoid the kunai, he didn't see where they were being launched or how she was hurting him, for he was now sitting pretty smack dab in the middle of a ring of kunai. Fuinjutsu, Ju-10 no Gyaku Shohiki, 10-point inverse barrier. She intoned as the seals flashed to life and a pale green barrier sprang to life around Sasuke. You can try to escape if you want, but I would advise against using ninjutsu as it would only bounce back against you. Sasuke swallowed tightly as he experimentally threw a kunai at the barrier only for it to bounce off. Letting out a depressed sigh, he raised his hand. Proctor, I can see no way to continue this fight, I forfeit, he announced as the fangirls in the audience screeched out in protest saying that Naru had somehow cheated and that she should be disqualified. Enough! Sarutobi shouted out, silencing them and surprising everyone else. You sorry lot call yourselves shinobi? You insult me if you do. Shinobi lie, cheat, steal, and kill in order to ensure their mission's success. Not only did Naru Uzumaki show brilliant tactical maneuvering as she controlled the fight from beginning to end, but Sasuke Uchiha showed great appraisal ability by realizing that he was unable to continue fighting. They should be praised, and should any of you continue this charade of fangirlism, I will personally see to it that it ends in the shinobi forces, permanently. There was silence as Naru walked over to Sasuke and deactivated the seal and held out her hand with a wide grin on her. You live up to the Rookie of the Year, Sasuke-san, she informed him. I can't wait for our next bout. Sasuke smirked and accepted her hand, shaking it firmly. Next time, I'll be the victor, he informed confidently, making Naru grin wider. Can't wait for it, she announced as the pair headed up to their teams, who either congratulated or consoled them. You did good, Sasuke-kun, Kakashi informed with a proud smile. Not many rookies can get to the end of the second round on their first attempt. Sasuke smirked and nodded, a feeling of content pride filling him. He did his best and his only regret was that he lost, but there was always next time. Thanks, sensei, he said, making Kakashi smile as he patting his head. The next match was announced to be Soifan from IWA versus Tatsuki Arisawa from Kimo as Naru looked up at Jiraiya. Not that I mind seeing you here, Ero-senin, but where is Ryu-sensei? She asked in confusion. Someone who was once thought of as dead was recently found in one of Orochimaru's bases, Jiraiya informed quietly. Ryu and myself were called in to investigate the seals that were found on her body as well as to look for any other seals on her. Ryu is on standby at the secure wing of the hospital waiting for her to wake up to check for any seals that would appear should she wake up. Naru let out a small sound of understanding as she turned back to the intense taijutsu fight. Watching the pair, she carefully analyzed their movements and fighting styles. Tatsuki was a brawler using an advanced form of karate, throwing powerful punches and kicks that the more nimble Soifan avoided. Soifan herself was using a type of assassination taijutsu that was somewhat similar to the Kakashi Ken, only this one focused more on kicks than punches and knife strikes. The fight really began to heat up as Soifan whipped out her wakizashi and startled slashing at the Kumo Kunoichi, who weaved through the strikes. Tatsuki then surged forward in the flurry of jabs and kicks that Soifan was hard-pressed to keep up with when suddenly the Iwa Nin lashed out with her wakizashi, cutting a thin line on Tatsuki's arm. The taijutsu specialist winced slightly before steeling herself and continued her assault. She's been poisoned, Naru announced to the others as she watched. What makes you say that, Naru-san? Tenten asked in confusion as she frowned. Her movements, they've gotten slightly more sloppy, and are getting sloppier as time goes on, Naru pointed out as Tatsuki suddenly stumbled, getting shouts of concern from her teammates. My guess is it's some kind of sedative poison. Sure enough, Tatsuki stumbled again, giving Soifan enough time to move in and sharply jab the back of Tatsuki's neck, knocking her unconscious. Winner, Soifan from IWA announced to the cheers of the remaining IWA teams as a team of medics came in to check on Tatsuki and assured her teacher that she would be fine before taking her to the infirmary to treat her. That's the container to the Nibi, Matatabi, Naruchan, Kurama informed, making Naru's eyes narrow. I think I can sense the Hachibi, Gyuki, and the Nanabai, Chomei as well. They're showing off, Naru realized as she gave the two-tailed Jinchuriki the once-over. The 5 great nations are showing off their strength, but the Shodai gave the Nanabai to Takigakure, so they must be showing off themselves, trying to get a bigger slice of the pie, so to speak. You're probably right about that, Kurama informed seriously. When this is over, come and meet me in the mindscape. They want to show off, we can show off too. Naru smirked in a vulpine manner, getting raised eyebrows from her teammates as the match for Samui of Kumo and Agon of Kusagakure. As many of the males stared at the very buxom genin, Naru studied the familiar genin that was her opponent. He was the one who lead the Kusa genin Naru's team had stolen the scrolls from. He looked to be about the same age as Ryu with a shaved head and dark blue eyes. He had a strong jaw with his face set in a serious line and was wearing a black, gray striped, muscle shirt with a pair of similar pants and had a pair of bladed tunfas holstered on his legs. He seemed to have felt Naru's eyes upon him as he looked up right at her and gave a respectful nod and turned back to his opponent as he pulled out his tunfas. Meteor Tsuran, Lin said, looking them man over. Never made it past genin for several years due to being paired with genin who were unable to keep up with him. Looks like he'll finally get his chance for promotion, Iko said as the combatants took up their stances, awaiting Hi-8's signal to begin. How did he get the nickname Meteor? Hi-8 gave his signal and shouted out for the pair to begin. And before Lin could answer, Agon exploded forward, throwing his fist forward. The tonfa he was gripping glowed with chakra. Samui, surprised by the sudden burst of speed, just barely managed to throw herself out of the way of the fist, causing it to connect to the wall. An explosion roared out as dust and debris were thrown up, forcing many to turn away to cover their eyes. Explosive speed combined with destructive force. Lin called out, belatedly answering Iko. His style, Ryusei Ken, Meteor Fist, further amplifies that through the use of chakra conducting weapons like those tunfas. Thmi, Iko said as he stared wide-eyed at the destruction. Down in the ring, Samui seemed to be sharing a similar sentiment as she hurled a double handful of shuriken at Agon as she tried to create some distance from him. Ryusei Chokusen, Meteor Straight. Agon shouted as he punched forward with his fist, sending out what looked to be a streak of red that, when it passed the shuriken, knocked them off course in the wake of its passing before impacting against Samui's stomach, knocking the wind out of her lungs. Agon wasn't finished as he rushed forward, his body blurring as he crossed his arms across his chest, the long parts of the bladed tunfas extended. Ryusei Ha, Meteor Blade. He shouted out, his arms slashing in an X fashion against Samui, only for her to disappear in a poof of smoke, leaving a log in place to take the attack. Kawarimi! Raitun! Izanuma ran, lightning run. Samui called out as she finished her seals and grabbed her tanto and slashed it out, causing a burst of lightning to run along the ground towards Agon. Agon tried to dodge the jutsu only for the lightning to leap up and strike his tunfas, making his arms go numb. Growling, he found himself on the defensive as Samui dashed in and started slashing at him with her tanto. He launched a roundhouse kick, forcing Samui to leap back in avoidance, giving him a little breathing room as he shook, feeling back into his arms, wincing slightly as it felt like pins and needles ran along his arms. He's pretty good, Iko murmured as he studied the young man's fighting style. But that Samui is no slouch either. Naru nodded in agreement as her eyes studied the battlefield before her. She is good, but Agon is more experienced in combat. She murmured appraisingly. What will you do now? Agon refused to give Samui time to rest as he relentlessly attacked her, showing that his footwork was just as skilled as his fists as he worked, feeling back into his arms. Samui growled as she was forced to abandon the jutsu she was forming in favor of crossing her arms above her head to block the axe kick he launched at her. "He's so uncool," she said as they squared away. Agon smirked at her as he shook his arms one final time before raising them into position. "For you perhaps," he informed calmly. "I am ending this now." Samui's eyes widened slightly as she threw herself back, Agon sliding into a new stance. Ryusei Ken Hijitsu, Ryusei Aim. Meteor Fist Secret Technique, Meteor Rain. He shouted out as he leapt up and, with a swing of both tunfas, launched a massive flurry of red streaks that destroyed the entire area around Samui, causing her to cry out in pain. As Agon landed, he sheathed his two tunfas and waited for the smoke to clear. When it did, Samui was easily visible in the rubble, hurt, but not dead. "Match over!" Hate cried out as he lifted his hand. "Winner, Agon of Kusagakure. He'll definitely be one to watch out for," Jiraiya informed solemnly, earning nods from the other jonins nearby as Samui was carried out of the arena, her sensei, B, escorting her. Hopefully you don't get him until the finals if you fight him. The three genin nodded in agreement as the computer screen began to shuffle through names once more. Makoto Seishin versus Lin Namakura. The Witet blinked at the screen before looking over to Team 7 where Lin looked back at her before shrugging. Hey, could be worse, the auburn-haired girl commented. At least Konoha wins either way. Makoto nodded slowly before taking a calming breath. Right? She agreed with a firm nod and a smile. Let's do this. With their pieces said to one another, the two girls leapt from the viewing area and down into the arena, taking their respective positions at the ready. Makoto stood slightly crouched as she held her hands palms out towards Lin, who was in a loose stance, standing with her right shoulder and leg facing Makoto. Heiei looked between the two to confirm their readiness before raising his arm. Lin Namakura and Makoto Seishin of Kanahagakure, begin, he declared as he brought his hand down in a sharp chop and leapt away as Makoto threw herself towards Lin, who threw herself away from the punch Makoto threw. Lin smiled cheerily as she braced her hands on the floor before launching a punishing series of kicks that forced Makoto to back away from before she became intangible, gasping in shock when Lin's foot buried itself into Makoto's gut, blowing her back a few feet. Sorry, Makoto-chan, but that intangibility won't work on me. I figured out how to hit you, Lin sang teasingly as she gracefully flipped herself to her feet, her arms outstretched to her sides, and she grinned cheerfully. Allow me to show you the Namakura Taijutsu, Sir No Ashi, monkey's foot. Lin flipped herself forward, launching a series of kicks at Makoto as she was forced to dodge the nimble blows from the redhead, who was grinning the entire time, her hazel eyes glimmering with excitement as she acrobatically maneuvered her hands along the ground, chaining her combo together before launching herself into the air in a forward somersault. Sar Ono, monkey axe. She shouted out as she lashed her foot down in a devastating axe kick that had Makoto sweating as she felt the air ripple from the powerful kick as she dodged. Dim, she's good, Makoto thought as she used her Kekiai Genkai to fly back a good bit, gaining some ground between them as she fired a series of green blasts at Lin, forcing the girl to keep back before flipping through a series of seals. Megan, Gyaku Sekai, inverse world, she muttered quietly before smirking as Lin blinked a few times, the entire world around her changing, left becoming right, up becoming down. Refusing to stop it there, Makoto flashed through another set of seals. Doton, Funsai Dai Chikyu, Earth Release, Great Earth Pulverization. She cried out before slapping her hands to the ground, causing two massive slabs of earth to break away from the arena floor before slamming up to Lin, who just barely managed to dodge. Lin gritted her teeth and surged her chakra. Kai! She cried out as she released the genjutsu before forming seals of her own. Suiton, Suigon, Water Bullet. She shouted before spitting out a series of water blasts that rocketed towards Makoto, only for the Witet to jump out of the way. In the stands. Man, they're really going at it, Ten commented as the pair began to trade ninjutsu shots, dirt, water and mud flying all over the place. They never showed anything like this during the academy. Wyosich! Guy cried out, youthfully as fire seemed to burn around him. My eternal rival, you and you Prodigy have trained such youthful student. Kakashi chuckled slightly as everyone else stared at Guy with twitching eyebrows. While I wish I could take full credit for Lin's skill, her mother has trained her quite a bit as well. Makoto, kick butt! Iko shouted out excitedly, pumping his arms. You can do it, Makoto. Naru chimed in with her own encouragement. Shinaro! Kick her butt, Lin! Sakura roared out in support for her own teammate. Suddenly Sasuke was acutely aware of all the eyes that trained onto him. Sweat dropping slightly, he gave a minute fist pump with a monotone. Go get them! Back in the arena. Makoto panted as she was slowly being pressed into a corner by the agile Lin, who not only had her beat in ninjutsu alignment, but in taijutsu as well. Only her creative use of her genjutsu repertoire kept her in the game for this long. Panting, she narrowed her eyes at her opponent, who seemed to be as energetic as ever, even with a light sheen of sweat on her body, as she grinned at Makoto. A deep frown made its way onto Makoto's face as they squared off against one another, waiting for some flaw or opening in the other's stance that they could exploit. Lin suddenly surged forward as Makoto's stance shifted ever so slightly, launching a vicious series of kicks at the Witet, who was quickly backpedaling only to come to a sudden stop as her back hit the arena wall, pinning her in place. Lin let out a victorious shout as she launched her attack, only for the should to change into a confused yelp as her foot seemed to phase through Makoto's body before it shimmered from existence. Her yelp gave way to pain as a second later a fist slammed into the side of her face, sending her careening into the statue of the tiger hand seal. Growling, Lin managed to correct herself to land properly on the ground, skidding to a stop as she searched the arena for her opponent. A blast of green chakra forced her to roll out of the way as Makoto dived towards her from the air, landing hand first on the ground as she levered herself for a series of kicks that hit the Witet hard several times in the chest before Lin rotated her lower body in a move that looked vaguely similar to a breakdance move as she caught Makoto with one of her feet to spin the other genin around into a wall. Makoto let out a small groan as she shook her head, trying to clear the cobwebs from her mind before her instincts told her to dodge, just in time to avoid a spinning roundhouse kick that cracked the wall she had been leaning against. The red-headed genin pursued her viciously as she bounced off the wall to add to her own momentum, scoring a few extra hits on the medic before finally sweeping her feet out from under her and dropped her heel into Makoto's sternum. The Witet gasped in pain as she was slammed into the ground, cracking the tiles under her and making her vision blot out a bit before it slowly came back enough to see Lin holding a kunai to her throat, an odd whitish chakra running through the blade. "I give up." Makoto groaned in pain as she slumped back into the ground. "Winner, Lin Namakura," Hate announced to the room as the assorted shinobi applauded the well-fought battle. "Sorry, you alright?" Lin questioned apologetically as she helped the medic up to her feet. "I'm fine, mostly just sore all over," Makoto replied with a groan of pain as the exam's medical team came to check her over. "How the hell were you hitting me?" "In chakra," Lin informed with a grin as she helped Makoto onto the stretcher. "About the only thing I could think of that would actually hit you, to be honest." Makoto let out a groan in response. "And with me using yang chakra to do my thing, of course it would negate my intangibility," she sighed as she shook her head. "Anyways, I'll win next time." Lin let out a chuckle in response. "Well, I look forward to it," she replied as she waved her off, heading for her own team that was congratulating her on her victory, getting nods of acknowledgement from Naru's team as well. Hey-8 let out a short cough as the board began to flash names again, bringing everyone's attention to it. Garno Sabak vs.